Montana, some are from Colorado. He gave them all to us. And I would like to recognize him. He no longer lives up here. He can't see. He's blind. And he now lives in Denver, Colorado with his kids. But anyway, that's where all these photos came from, and I need to acknowledge him. The other thing I want to do is talk a little bit about beef on every plate. Montana Cattlemen Association also has a foundation. And the foundation has a program called Beef on Every Plate. People donate their cold cattle to us, and MCA pays for the processing, and the beef has gone to food banks all over the state of Montana. This last week, I've had last month, I've had eight beef come through our organization. Town has been absolutely phenomenal, donating $5,000 a year for helping us pay for processing. But $5,000 no longer goes very far for processing beef. So we're looking for anyone that wishes to give us monetary donations to help pay for processing, and then we also will take whole cattle. Usually the people have set up the processing in their area and then have decided where they want it to go, what food bank. So we've donated food all over the state of Montana, and it's desperately needed. There's a lot of people that don't have food to eat. So I have brochures back here if you're interested in knowing more about it. And we do accept monetary donations as well as cold cattle. And I just wanted to fill you in on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jen. I'd like to give a round of applause to Jen McDonald. She's the hub of the wheel. Next folks can keep it all working all year long. I just said it's all volunteers. And I know it's the 7th December, Pearl Harbor Day, and I know stock growers, they just had their meeting, right? Yes. Okay. And 10 o'clock today, we'll have dates and profitability, and John will have to moderate that. 1 o'clock cattle fishing, 3 o'clock. Mike Honeycutt from Livestock will be here with Tammy's state veterinarian, and Jay Bodner. Some of you know Jay Bodner, right? So you can have questions to them as well. So, and we are on Zoom now. I just checked our connectivity, so we're good, Wally.
So I'll give you here's the power.
I think what he doesn't realize is the man with the pocket watch doesn't know how to keep time. And I've had time for doing law stuff for this one for 40 years, and I still kept it this morning. So you're 7 minutes over, Richard, but that's okay. But you are 7 minutes over. Be that as it may, this is a story. I want you to pay attention to our history, because our history affects a lot of it. So here's your easy story. 3 dogs walk down the street, a rich dog, a poor dog, and a farm dog. And when they get to the meat plant, they're standing looking in the beautiful glass window in the meat store, and lo and behold, the poor dog says, "Look, guys, that steak right there in the window is about the size of this newspaper. I'd like to eat that with you, so let's do this. I'll go down here to the alley, get a rock, come back, you sit on the steps. I'll kind of throw the rock through like that, break the glass, hop in, grab the steak, dive out, trip the butcher when he comes out, and I'll be down the street in the alley, and we can eat that steak." And the rich dog says, "You know, that's a great idea, except there's a couple of problems. You might cut your paws when you jump in the window to get the steak. That's a good point. And 2, they might sell the steak in the meantime before we get down the alley with it or whatever, but I've got a no-risk alternative. I'll go home right now. Just wait for me here. I'll go, I'll lick my master's hand, and I'll wiggle my tail some, and he'll take me for a walk. We'll come right down here when I get here. I'll do that right in front of the window. He'll go in, he'll buy me a steak. When he comes out, I'll take the leash, wrap it around his legs. He'll fall down, grab the bag. We'll go down the street and I'll meet you in the alley and we can eat it." And the farm dog says, "You know, that's a pretty good idea too, but we don't know that it won't get sold in the meantime. So the farm dog has a much better idea. Here, you sit here, and I'll sit here. Let's just stay here on the steps and whine until they give it to us." And that's what they've been doing to us for 50 years. We've been getting it all right, but it wasn't what we thought about. So the reality of the deal is, for a long time, agriculture and forestry did not show up in the game. It's one thing to comment on the plan that somebody else made. But if somebody else made the plan and you're commenting, what you are is a plan taker. So it's a much better alternative in the world to be a plan maker rather than a plan taker. So agriculture has taken the plan route of take the plan, not make the plan. So the federal government in history, starting in the 1930s with the Dust Bowl and Roosevelt, set up a program to say, look, We need to do something so local can affect the Dust Bowl, local can affect the drought, local can do the rest, and they did that. So from that came conservation districts. Montana did a statute for ours in 1947. The districts are local government at its finest. It's elected from the local area. Every county in Montana, some reservations have districts. They do it, they can play, they can participate, and they do things on the ground. So by the 1960s, the federal government understood that works. So the first handout I gave you has a presidential executive order on the front. Go to the third set of pages on the top, it says Soil and Water Resources Conservation Act. 16 United States Code 2003B. I will read you this sentence carefully. That's the page right here. Here's what it says on the page I gave you. Recognizing that the arrangements under which the federal government cooperates through conservation districts with other local units of government and land users have effectively aided in the protection and improvement of the nation's basic resources. It is declared to be the policy of the United States that these arrangements and similar cooperative arrangements should be utilized to the fullest extent practicable. That has been the law of this country for 60 years plus, 63 years this year. It is the law that where practical, the federal government will cooperate with local government to the extent possible. Nobody did it for 40 years. We just kind of forgot. We forgot what our history was. We didn't play. So remember in the 90s, late 80s, a movement hit Nevada called the Sagebrush Rebellion. I remember the logging trucks lined up in Missoula, headed down the main street, headed for Nevada to protest the Quincy Forest Project. When Nye County, Cattlemen County, the rest of them protest, Cattlemen showed up, the loggers showed up, everybody protested and said, yeah, we won. So I went to work for Beaverhead County. We were ranching down the Dell for years. And they said, we want to do this thing with the federal government called How Do We Cooperate? There are 3 words: cooperate, collaborate, or coordinate. And everybody says they all sound the same and they can feel really good. They pretty bored if you cooperate, if you coordinate, if you collaborate. They are completely different in terms of the legal meaning. So here's your quick definition. If we coordinate, that means we have to tell you what we're doing. When the federal government coordinates with you, they have to tell you. So here's the conversation. Hi, we're coordinating agriculture. We're going to screw you. Thank you. We coordinated. Let's get on to the next round. That's all it does, is we have to tell you what we're doing, nothing more. Well, let's coordinate. So then, if you're the government, you can look at agriculture, et cetera, and say, hi, we want you to know, we're going to go ahead and collaborate on this. We're going to screw you. And then you as local government look back at the Fed and say, yeah, you're right. We're going to screw you too. Now we've collaborated. So we're having a great time. This is the ball. What you still are is a plan people, not a plan people. If you collaborate, the conversation goes like this. Hi, we're taking a trip to Hawaii in about 3 weeks. Would you like to have a house on the beach for the week we're there? Do you want a condo? What we're looking like a key? Do you want to stay in the mountains? Would you like to go on a canoe ride? Do you want to take a submarine trip? Do you want to go fishing? Do you want to sail? Do you want to cruise the islands outside? Do you want to go over to Maui, Maui? What would you like to do? If you went to Maui, Maui, what would you like to do? That is a plan maker. That is what you do when you cooperate. A cooperator makes the plan, not takes the plan. That is a phenomenal difference in the 3 terms, and that's the federal law. So the policy set up starting in the 60s says we can't do that. And John was a bit of a visionary for his county to pick it up in central Montana to get it. The first counties to do it in history were Madison County and Beaverhead County. So we got hold of the BLM because people were totally pissed about what the BLM was going to do with federal ground and private land and whatever else and grazing permits. So we wrote to Cattlemen County and Nye County, Nevada, and wrote to the Quincy Forest Project and wrote the Forest Service Office in Southern Arizona and Nevada, and wrote the BLM, said, hey, you've got some kind of agreement to cooperate on these plans. Will you send us your stuff? No response for 2 months. But we sent another letter, this time certified. There's some poor person at the front desk has to sign for it. That gets somebody's attention, you know. Ooh, I have to sign my name. So finally, after 6 months, we got an interesting set of correspondence pieces back. We talked about it, it was great press, but we never did it. We really didn't do it. So the first 2 counties to do it in America were Beaverhead and Madison. The head lawyer for the USDA out of Missoula, Mark Levine, the head lawyer for the BLM out of Billings, John Chapin, who just retired. And the county attorneys for Beaver, Madison County sat down with those commissioners and wrote the guidelines, the MOU, the directive, the whole bit for how do you do this. So to this day, counties call me from Idaho, Forest Service out of the Mid-First National Forest Service called us 2 months ago and said, can you send us an MOU of how we do with the other agency? Lake County cooperated with the Columbia Basin Management Plan, the whole Columbia, 5 states, southern Canada, 1 county showed up for the game, Lake County, Montana. Why did they not pull the Snake River Dam? Nobody bothered to tell the EPA, the Corps of Engineers, the federal government's power authority, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the BLM, the Department of Interior, and the Bureau of Reclamation, that all the grain shipped out of western Montana just about and parts of Idaho goes down to the Snake River terminal to go to the grain farm just to go down to Portland. And if you shut that link off, you close up all that agricultural liability. And also what they haul back from St. Mary's, Idaho, et cetera, is lumber, all headed east to rebuild things, killed in tornadoes and whatever else. So it's a two-way freight road. But they had no clue in the government planning process that that was the lifeline for agriculture in western Montana and parts of Idaho, for grain, and for timber out of Idaho. So lo and behold, they said, we didn't know this. Wazoo, Washington State University Economic Department didn't tell us that. Well, they didn't tell them because they didn't know. But we did. So as local government, we had expertise, knowledge nobody else has, and that's what makes you a cooperator with the Fed. So what John had to do this for his counties is what Madison and Beaverhead did that. We have knowledge of our custom, our culture, our heritage, our history. We have special expertise and we have special knowledge. And that means we have what you don't. I'm reminded of the old story. Knowledge is power. And it is. And when the federal government needs it, what we have as local producers, we have as local agriculturalists is knowledge. What the other side does not have is knowledge. So we did it well. So based on that and implementing all the acts, there's a long list in this handout I gave you of what the different laws require. Simple things. And some of this is quite interesting to see what they talk about, which it is. The Environmental Protection Agency shall, this is on the next page, which is labeled page 60, after careful investigation and cooperation with other federal agencies, state water pollution agencies, interstate agencies, and the municipalities and industries involved, prepare or develop comprehensive programs for preventing water pollution. CAFO, confined animal feeding operation. The municipality can work with the federal government who has to cooperate to preserve that feedlot that might have an issue regarding water quality. When's the last time the city of Billings, the town of Hysham showed up to talk about those animal feed operations and maybe the effects? They have special standing to do it for their economy, their history, what it does, and they just forget to show up. But the law is there in place for us to do it, and that is the difference it makes. Some of the bigger points that are easy, if I can flip you another couple pages, what we did in the resource use plan we did for the county is we summarized all the law. So go to what's labeled page 58. This is the one you like more than anything. Halfway down the page, it says 40 CFR section 1508-20E. This is the one that matters the most in the world of grizzly bears, safe chickens, wind farms, and solar panels. Here's what it says. Mitigation includes avoiding the impact altogether, limiting the degree of the impact, repairing, rehabilitating, or restoring the affected environment, reducing the impact by preservation opportunities, or compensating for the impact by replacing or providing substitute resources or environments. When a wind tower is going to shut down a grazing permit for a grazing district, the federal law says mitigation by the BLM may well be item E, compensating for the impact by replacing or providing substitute resources and environment. Want to see the BLM flinch in Miles City? Ask them, where's the replacement grass for the grazing permit and taking away from me to build wind towers? Where's the replacement grass you're taking away from us in order to have replacement grazing for the 18,000 acres of solar panels at Broadview? Mitigation says provide the alternate opportunity. Where's the opportunity? When you did the sage chicken listing in eastern Montana, Todd Devlin and I protested for 28 counties and shut that down for 3 years. But what we asked the BLM in Glasgow was, look, if you're going to have nothing within a mile or 3/4 of a mile of a sage hen lek, where's the replacement grass? They said, oh, go to southern Montana. We asked southern Montana, where's the replacement grass? There isn't any. But if Glasgow goes to southern Montana and bids the price up, the solution to southern Montana is we'll go to Wyoming. Go to Wyoming and ask Wyoming, what's your grass cost? It was $25 last year, it's gonna be 37 this year because all these crazy guys from Montana had a lot of money, came and paid more for it. So what's Wyoming's solution? Go to South Dakota. It's like watching a ripple. But the problem is the ripple affects all of us, our economies, our trucking bill, everything else, and why truck it? So the truth is, who knows about mitigation? Local government. Who knows about the effect on local economies? Local government, not the federal agency, not the Bureau of Reclamation, nothing against their people, they mean well, but they are educated scientists. They are not on the ground. So if you're going to make the plan and include mitigation, that's it. Now think about the hard ones. She was right in The Wizard of Oz. We were worried about lions and tigers and bears. They just didn't say grizzly bears. So the decision came down 2 weeks ago that said, by the way, you're potentially killing too many female grizzly bears when you euthanize them. We don't destroy them and shoot them anymore, we euthanize them. When you do that, it affects the reentry program for bringing the bears back. Do a new environmental impact statement, federal government, over what the control of grizzly bears, especially the females, does to the bear reduction program. So I already can tell you what's going to happen. The problem female grizzly bears aren't going to get euthanized. They're coming to western Montana, to the Selway Bitterroot, the Great Burn, the Cabinet Wilderness Area, etc. And they're not big enough places for the bears to know stay out of trouble. So they might get right back out of the cabinets. And where are they? In the WUI, which is not a new drug. That's the wildland urban interface, which is where the houses and the private land meet the public land. Follow the Missouri River, follow the Yellowstone, follow the Clark Fork, follow the Kootenai. All that land where the private land is here, the federal's against it, that's the WUI. Where do the bears go? Back to the water, to the WUI, because there's garbage to eat, there's grain to eat, grain bins. Ask the guys here from Teton County, Choteau, Conrad, the Courier. Ask them about bears. Go farther east to Glasgow. Get the pictures. John Falkred knows about the pictures all the way over on the Missile Show where Mosby hits Fort Peck. That was part of their natural habitat. Lewis and Clark wrote about them. So did the Venderees brothers. So did Alexander McKenzie. They were there. The problem is there's a lot more people now than there were then. And those bears are not conditioned to fear us. Those bears are now conditioned to think, aha, this is cheap groceries. Let's go have a bite. Have two. They're small. So if we quit doing that with the bears, we're making a problem. So you see why the western counties are really concerned, because if your problem bears come to us, it's going to be an issue for all of our people. And they love to eat cows. And some of you will tease me about the fact that I run almost all Scottish Highlanders, which is nice, but I want you to know I do that for the good of agriculture, because wolves and bears like my cows better. It's not better beef if they don't have to floss after eating. That's the part of having cows with hair this long. They don't have to floss after eating, you know. And if you ever want to see the video clip, we had 21 cows surround a bear 3 weeks ago. Mother cow took all 20 calves and left at the other side of the field. And those 21 cows worked over a bear, and 2 bulls ran that bear out of the field on a dead run, and he cleared a 6-foot fence on a run the bear did. It's worth seeing it. But horns are an amazing thing. And I ain't afraid of them because I got a lot of them around, but that's the truth. But it's really funny how there's different parts of a story that fit together if you look. So the key is local government, if they're going to cooperate, needs to have expertise, special knowledge, special information. You don't need a professional. The 2 best persons that have done this for me for counties and all, one is a logger, Cattlemen, who owned a bunch of sawmills in Wyoming and western Montana, Willie Pack. He grew up in the Omak country in Washington State. His parents raised peaches. And he comments about hating peach fuzz still, but he'll peel them to eat. He loves peaches, but he hates to pick them because he hates the fuzz on peaches because he grew up doing it. But he's great at dealing with timber, forestry, the effects of bears, the effects of watershed, the effects of bull trout, all of it. And the other one is Rob Van Deeren from north of Dellen. And Van Deeren did this for Beaverhead and Madison County collectively. And boy, oh boy, he understood the BLM's effect and the Forest Service effect on grazing permits, not burning trees that were encroaching, not burning all the stuff. Those are the things you have to consider. So those of you in eastern Montana have too much trees coming in. We understood what they needed to do to solve the problem. How do you do this? What do you get done with it? And the BLM as an agency did not. Bureau of Reclamation as an agency did not. Forest Service as an agency did not. Because they never got the information. Because for 50 years, agriculture sat in his hand and said, basically, we're going to whine until they give it to us. Knowledge is power, and we have it. And it took me years to get other counties to do what Madison and Beaverhead did. Lake is an active player who played big time with the federal government over the new old growth mandate was Sanders in Mineral County. And they got an MOU with the federal government to cooperate regarding the old growth management plan for the nation, not for just a national forest in Montana. We have an agency-wide cooperator status memo with the federal government for the whole country. So who's driving the bus for Virginia, the bus for Vermont, the bus for Texas, the bus for Utah? 2 small counties in rural western Montana. Nobody else did it but us. But the tool is phenomenal and all connected by dominoes because it affects agriculture in Texas as much as it affects agriculture in Montana. It's about we. But if we can save it here, we have an advantage. They're not going to make us take our cows to southwestern Montana and compete with Beaverhead and Madison County for the grass there if we do it right. If we could just figure out how to send the bears. It's funny how every now and then on Interstate 15, you'll see a semi headed back to the Wild Rose country in Canada, because Wild Rose Trucking is the big trucking company that hauls so many of them. And it's funny how there's this collar off a wolf around the back axle of that truck. When that happens, somebody calls Fish and Wildlife usually and says, you know, it's funny, the wolves are going back to Canada as fast as they can right up the interstate. You guys may want to check this out. I think that happened a few times. But that's not the solution. A plan that says shoot all the wolves, shoot all the bears, no. Kill all the bull trout, no. I don't want to say we have a political agenda. What I want to say is we as agriculture want the best plan we can get. It's everybody's land, it's the nation's property, but it's got a multiple use mandate, and we are part of multiple use. That being the case, we need to be in the game, and the problem is they have been, and we have not. And so John Falgren is proof that we are in the game. So some of the other things that stunned the agencies a lot, we can do different things with them. We can host a joint meeting with the Forest Service or with the BLM. Let them use the commissioner's office for a public meeting regarding the environmental impact statement. The credibility of the commissioners is far more than the credibility of the BLM. Nothing against their people, but many people in agriculture see them as, quote, the enemy. They are not necessarily, but sometimes they have an agenda. But if the county objectively hosts those things, the whole playing field changes. Suddenly, it's not your plan, it's our plan. We're not taking your plan, we're making our plan. And that's the law. So here's a little note. Antelope Basin is the basin that's way back in the head of the Centennial Valley, which is between West Yellowstone and Lima. If you play basketball and you're from Lima against West Yellowstone in the winter, if there's snow, you don't drive across, it's only 57 miles. It's like 195 to drive it all the way to Dillon and around. But it's so much easier if you just on a snow machine and go 57 miles across the valley to West Yellowstone. That's what you do. But when we did the plan for BLM and Forest Service got sued by the Greenies out of Bozeman about the issue of you didn't consider the effect of these grazing permits on the function of the swans, the function of the grayling in Elk Lake and whatever else, and you're being too hard on the bears that are coming. So they sued in federal court in front of Judge Malloy in Missoula. And a lot of people say Judge Malloy is too green, that's a problem. I don't think so. Because what happened is I had 3 county commissioners from Madison and Beaverhead County and myself with the Forest Service at the table step up to defend the Forest Service. And not only did we defend it, we got a summary judgment from Judge Malloy dismissing the green claim against the Forest Service over the grazing permits. If you have a good plan, a quality plan, and it's our deal and they play by the rules, it's not a simple function of we just gave it lip service. It gives us what nobody else has, knowledge and horsepower. And when you get a summary from Judge Malloy, because the record shows that they did what they were supposed to, we gave them the information nobody else had, it's defendable, that's a total game changer. And that did. So remember, this is not a short-term solution. So John's got an idea how this works, what it is from the perspective of local government, what all of you should tell your commissioners wherever, this is what you need to do. And for what it's worth, I'm speaking Monday, Tuesday in Carter County and Powder River County, and 2 counties in South Dakota, and 1 from Wyoming over how do they do this? Because they've got a 105,000 acre carbon pumping sequestration project going on to put carbon dioxide in the ground to sequester it. And 31 million acres of solar panel approved BLM land in the country per an order from the BLM about 2 weeks ago. And I told them the plan I have is much more simple. If they're gonna pump the CO2 in the ground, I want a 55-gallon barrel of root beer flavor and a 55-gallon barrel of tonic water flavor. So pour it down the same oil well so the people whose taps get affected either get root beer or tonic water for making martinis. Well, carbonated tap water might not be a bad thing if you're in the right business, you know. You gotta make lemonade out of something, so why not make it out of lemons? But that's the reality of why they want to do this, and I don't blame them, because they're gonna really get socked with roads, socked with costs of road maintenance, costs with what does it do to the groundwater. If your spring comes out carbonated now, are your cows gonna drink it? I doubt they will. They might learn how to after a while. But if there's too many bubbles, it burns your tummy. The cows might not drink that. Nobody's looked at those things. Who knows? Local agriculture will say, let's do this. Let's cooperate. So if that's enough of a kickoff for you, John.
Okay. Tough to follow. Yeah, I was joking last night that the Smothers Brothers, this would be the Tom, I think, here on the deck, I guess. So, and I've got this shakiness that I inherited from my mom, so I'll just put that there. But my talk, I guess, is to try to just get you familiar with our county organization that we've got in Montana, the Montana Natural Resource Coalition of Counties. And as I go through it, we kind of abbreviate that to MTNRC. But you know, the ideals or the good results that you know that we just heard from Wally are sometimes hard to accomplish because we don't the government doesn't always play fairly with us as terms of what they're supposed to do for counties. And we got our group organized primarily at the beginning was dealing with the APR issue. And it was our 6-county group around Fort Beck Lake that kind of got the thing started. And it's evolved over the last, I've been with the county for 8 years and we've been working on it that whole time. And just in the last 2 years, we finally got it incorporated and have a working set of bylaws and a board of directors. And in that last 2 years that we've been fully functional, we've just been overwhelmed with new national level issues. When we got started, I think the things that we were all aware that we needed to be able to respond to were more like local issues, like, oh, BLM is updating the RMP, or we've got a sage grouse issue, that sort of thing, and have a resource of counties could chip in and respond to these, have some money by getting together in a coalition. The counties that are involved are Beaverhead, Blaine, Carter, Fergus, Garfield, Liberty, Macomb, Musselshell, Petroleum, Phillips, Powder River, Richland, Roosevelt, Rosebud, Sweetgrass, Toole, Valley, Webo, and Yellowstone. Just this last year, Yellowstone joined, and that was I think a critical thing for us to get Yellowstone on board. John Oslin is, our bylaws are set up. If we get one of the big 7 counties as a member, they're granted a seat on the board. So John's gonna be, I think he's got 2 more years as commissioner there, and he's gonna be on our board. And the board of directors right now, myself, I'm kind of the caretaker president. Ross Butcher from Lewistown, Fergus County, was the leader of our group and still is, and the most visible, a whole lot better talker. Miles Hutton, Blaine County, Bill Wallace, Sweetgrass County, Shane Gorder, Richland County. And then our big coup this last year was we needed to get an executive director hired to just kind of keep things flowing. And we had a surprise. Todd Devlin says, I'd like to do that. So we've got a guy that is the national president of the National Association of Counties Public Lands Committee. And he's been at that for a lot of years, knows everybody that's a player in the whole game, and has been a real key part of some synergy on some of these issues. The old growth, you know, these things happen so fast and the comments are coming from every direction. We don't necessarily have a chance to coordinate on all of them, but we responded to that in a pretty good legal brief. And then Todd was able to work with the national commissioners to negotiate a protest. And in, you know, Lake counties and Flathead County and Lake County's involvement in that. There's a lot of players, but they actually have shelved that at this point, the old growth policy. We're affiliated with the Boundary Line Foundation, which is a Kansas group of James Carlson is the head of that, and he has a team. And so when we get a new issue and we want to, you know, respond to it, we work with Jim, and Nathan Deschmaker from Grass Range is a key part of that group, and he takes on quite a lot of projects just alone. So in the last 2 years, we just got stuff flying at us, and it's all pretty much evolving from the efforts, I guess you'd say, to meet the UN sustainability goals, the 30 by 30 order or project, I guess you'd call it, that started, I'll get on the right page here. The executive order, the Biden administration had the executive order 14008 for the start the 30 by 30 project, would say 30% of the land in the United States would be in conservation by 2030. And the term conservation, you know, we could, like Valley County, we wrote a resolution opposing that, and we easily say, yeah, we've got way more than 30% that's in conservation between all the BLM lands and the CMR lands and all the lands that people have conservation easements on, and then just the kind of management everybody does, the tribal lands that have a management plans. So, but that, what is conservation? That's a big issue. So one of the big things that came right out of was the BLM conservation leasing and landscape health rule. And that rule, and if you're in the area with the APR, that would really open up the door for them, because they wouldn't have to operate if they lease this property under this conservation leasing, then they wouldn't really have to operate on the BLM regulations. They could do what they want to do as far as the lease, potentially. So that's been one of the main ones we've tried to beat back, and we've got Pacific Legal Foundation is working with us to sue on this. One of the things that's they're kind of holding up, I guess, is waiting till an actual lease is granted and deal with as a plaintiff that way, rather than arguing the point, which is a good point, is that they wrote themselves an additional major use of conservation in the 7 or 6 major uses that are already in FLPMA, the Federal Land Management Policy Act. Basically, they wrote a rule that would give them an additional use that would require Congress to do that. And we've seen that on quite a few other issues. Forest Service, or well, the SEC's filing to create natural asset companies, that was a that was another big issue that we tied into along with everybody else in the world, I think. And that was withdrawn, was that a year ago, January? And so that was a win. The Fish and Wildlife Service issues that we've dealt with, there's one that's basically designed to facilitate expanding refuges. So for us up there, the CMR is the big one, to be able to have they've basically given themselves supposedly the authority to expand the boundaries of their refuges. The Headwaters Conservation Area that Fish and Wildlife Service has a big project, probably a lot of you familiar with that, more down in your country, but the Red Rocks refuge, 50,000 acres, is the core of this thing, but they drew a boundary of 5.2 million acres, that within that 5.2 million acres, they would have all kinds of money to acquire conservation easements and potentially establish new refuges. So that's a big one, or two big ones there. There's a lot of smaller issues. One that turned out to be a win. The EPA had a rule that would increase the number of small processing plants, meat and poultry processing plants that are affected by the Clean Water Act. Currently, there's 500 of these facilities that operate under permit from EPA. This would make 4,500. So that was a really a counter to what the government has been trying to do on one hand, to have more local meat processing. And with all the comments that came in on that one has been shelved. How's our time? Well,
You're good.
you got
14 to go.
Oh, 8 I've got. But you know, that it kind of wraps it up. I mean, I think if we're going to leave a little time for some questions, there's a couple things just came out like in the last week or so. Forest Service has an initiative to essentially take over law enforcement on the forest, to be able to you know, do criminal arrests and that sort of thing with their rangers, not just enforce forest policy. So what we're trying to do is leverage what the county can do under the law. And it might seem like a type of thing that puts Don Quixote dueling with windmills in the shade, but we've really got a strong devoted group, and we've grown some members, and something, if you're one of those counties that you're from a county that's not one of our members, well, I'd encourage you to look into it. But it has given us a feeling of doing something anyway. And I think what we lived with as commissioners for a lot of years is, here's a new pile of EISs and stuff. You know, there's no real ability on individual commissioners' plate there to dig into that and make some kind of useful response. So by having this group, it does give us that ability, and I'm really happy for that. When I was running for commissioner, first time around, I didn't win. I ran on the write-in deal, because when Page Woodham Ranch sold in Valley County, I got some calls. You need to run, and so I did a hard-fought write-in campaign, but didn't succeed. But anyway, people would ask me, well, what can you do about it anyway? And I said, well, I think the commissioners have quite a bit of authority if they would just get organized. So that's been it's been heartening to see the progress we've made in that regard. Well, thank you. Questions? Well, I have this handout there just for your information, just kind of some of the stuff we worked on this last year. If anybody wants the details, all of those blue highlighted things are links. I can email you a copy of the whole thing. All you gotta do is click on the link so you can read all those documents.
I've got 2 of them.
Want me to go to questions first, or?
Go to questions you're gonna hit.
All right. Okay, I'll be the mic runner.
John, can you elaborate on the 30 by 30 plan? Conservation plan?
Yeah, it's a step toward the 50 by 50. In 2050, the plan is to have 50% of the land in the world, I guess, in conservation. So, but the 30 by 30 was one came out within the, I believe, first week of the Biden administration. So it showed this thing had been sitting there for some time to make that move. And when you look at some of the contradictory things that are going on, where the BLM is doing all kinds of building of solar and wind, and at the same time is saying we're going to conserve all this land, it just doesn't add up. But that is a goal. And I don't know if you paid attention to all the riots in Europe last winter, but essentially what they're implementing over there that caused all the farmers to riot is these big changes that are intended to accomplish its UN goals. And one of those was reducing or forcing reduction of livestock herds.
Any more questions? Sound check. Use this one here.
It's actually kind of a two-step question. One is you talk about APR, and there has been a very concerted effort by all of the local players against APR, but yet we've got BLM kind of working hand in hand with Montana FWP, more or less favoring APR in terms of the grazing leases and what the allowed uses are going to be. So we're dealing with that, which speaks to your question or your point about cooperation. What do we do when we're getting stonewalled here? And another example of stonewalling is our own commissioners here in Cascade County. Every time I've tried to contact them and talk with them about ag issues, one commissioner in particular, but kind of followed by the rest, we've got a real dysfunctional commission here right now, is that, you ranchers always want something for nothing. And it's even been as simple as trying to get another coupon for taking things out to the dump, kind of thing. How do we deal with that?
I think it's the fact of life. I think I don't know if this is on. Is that on?
No, that one on?
Oh, anyway, I'm probably loud enough, but it's kind of what we've come to live with. I mean, we don't expect that the BLM or whatever is going to come in and say, what do you think? How should we do this? And, what's your plan? We haven't seen that happen, but certainly the role that the county's had, I think, in trying to deal with APR has been a major workload for several years, and it's continuing, of course. But one of the things that really helped was the legislature's resolution to oppose the APR. That was in 2017, I think, 2019. And being part of that and testifying on all that and having that passed, that reduced the plan that they had from 18 allotments that they were going to take all the fences out and do all this to 6. And, so that held things up, and I think that's helped to hold it up to a certain extent since then.
So what you're saying to us is that you've succeeded because you kept on fighting with all of this, and now the counter punches come back, where within the last month APR is now, they're not APR anymore, they're just AP,
Yep.
as they say, has come back, and now they're talking about donating 100 acres for a new state park in central Montana as part of the old PN. And FWP is all on board with that. They haven't talked about when the public comments going to be on that. So here we go again.
Yep. Oh, it doesn't slow up. It doesn't slow up.
Wally has a couple
So-
more points and then we'll take a 10-minute coffee break and prepare for the next panel. All right,
This would be
Wally?
the lawyer's observation. I told the districts in a number of entities in eastern Montana over APR, get hold of the BLM and tell them that you're going to have to modify your RMP, which is the resource management plan of the BLM. And to do that, when you start that process, we want to be a cooperative agency. We want to work on doing that. And what you can do is take one of the MOUs that we have from other stuff districts and make sure the MOU to be a cooperator includes what you want to accomplish. I gave you a copy of two different memorandums of agreement. One is between Sanders County and the federal government, Fish and Wildlife Service, and the regarding grizzly bears, et cetera, and the ecosystem that's basically the Selby Bitterroot. And the other one's the one regarding the old growth reserve and what that did. But if you look at the second pages of those, there's a list of what we do, including the list of the service will, including providing a list and develop a reasonable range of alternatives and cumulative impacts of the proposed action and alternatives and potential mitigation for those impacts. Set the damn rules. You can make the plan. What happened is the districts basically refused to do it. I begged them, they would not. So when the BLM did it, the public was a plan taker, not a plan maker. Montana's NEPA does not have the same requirement that federal government does. So the Montana Environmental Policy Act did not adopt the same structure as the Environmental Protection Act did. So the federal government gives you these rights. Fish and Game, et cetera, does not have that because Montana did not adopt that part of the act. That was a change. So the last note is this: commissioners cannot do this with the agency as the person who's doing the meetings regarding scoping, et cetera. I've been doing this for 25 years this year. We have never been sued, knock on wood. But here's the reality. This is not open to NGOs, only local governments, states, Indian tribes, and other federal agencies can be a cooperator. The Nature Conservancy cannot, Montana Cattlemen cannot, stock growers cannot. It's only open to governmental entities to do this. The Conservation District can, the Rural Fire District can, they're elected governmental entities. But I cannot have John go to that meeting on scoping because in Montana, I have a constitutional right to observe my government. And under the federal law, the conversations of federal agencies internally are exempt from the Freedom of Information Act or 4DL because it's to encourage a frank, honest conversation amongst our people is to have it closed. So the minute I send an elected commissioner, lo and behold, we break the rules, we can't do it. So we have never, in the 24 years we've done it, 25 years, had a commissioner, a conservation person, a weed district, a fire district break that rule. And that is a great rule. The only exception to the rule would be the lawyer because of attorney-client privilege, but that's all, but we just don't do it. It's better to not. Take the high road, find a person to do it for you. They got one. We've gotten one at each county, and then you're not crossways of the law. Because if you botch the process, you botch the product. Old saying of Granville Stewart, if you have integrity in the process, you have integrity in the product. And if you have no integrity in the product, you have no integrity. So we took the high road and said, we're going to set the standard for making sure all of us follow the process. And that has paid off in spades for us big time over the years. So what I'd say, Amy, is the best solution is the next time there's another BLM proposed plan change to the RMP, make sure the local government entities like the conservation districts and the weed districts step up, or the grazing district. I asked Gil's his grazing district. I asked Gil to get his grazing district north of the river to show up over the Fort Belknap water compact question. Try to work on that. If you're going to trade 80,000 acres of land out of grazing allotments, fine. But if you're going to do it, it affects you. Play the game. And they did not do it. So the typical problem, we just sat on the steps and whined, hoping they'd give it to us. Has not paid us off very well through the years. In John's mission in those counties, and mine for 25 years, has been a whole different way to play. And I ain't afraid of the federal lawsuits. I've won enough of them, but you don't hear us doing them because I would prefer not to do them. The better win isn't we kicked their butt in court. The better win is we got what we wanted without being in court.
If I can get 75% of what we like out of the plan, that's a huge win, I think. Before we did this, if we got 5%, it was a win. Knowledge is power. Anything else to ask Don or I, please do.
Last question before we break.
The question, it's for, you haven't seen it because I've been working with Kansas State the last 24 years, working with research and trying to improve our product. Bottom line, Wally, what you're saying is integrity in our product is everything. Right now we have RFK and Donald Trump are really concerned about the critical healthcare of America, where we're fighting. Bigger picture here, we're working with Omega Speaks, we're working with enhancement of our dirt. And if bottom line, if there's an answer to this problem, this nationwide, becoming worldwide problem, it's going to be us, our dirt, and our cattle. That's why I'm interrupting here. That's why I'm interjecting here, Wally. I've been working with this kind of a equation, and it's coming together. We didn't know what the end was going to be. You know, this is research. We're doing new technology, and like I say, if there's a solution out there with what our government's concerned with our national and growing worldwide health events, the value of our land, the value of what we do, the integrity of what we do, we were making some very serious progress with this. Brian Massard's been doing the research. You mentioned butchers are doing this. They've been working with us. They're very successful with this research. Tony Phipps up in Jordan Country. I don't know if many of you know Tony, but we've been after this. It's coming into fruition. And again, if there's a big long-term goal for all of us here, the word is demand for what we produce.
The word is more simple.
And this is, yes, okay. And this is going to set a precedence for all these agencies. The value of us is so legitimate, so it has so much integrity. I think we can put a lot of the stuff back to move forward is my hope.
But here's the problem. Who except the Lolo National Forest has ever had a cooperating agency in America say, why don't you go back to increasing the number of grazing allotments and the grazing permits to reduce the fuel for forest fire load for fire mitigation? That has not been done in California, Texas, Wyoming, Montana, New Jersey, etc. For the first time, the Lolo National Forest has that on top of the desk, which is out of Missoula, to say, why don't we bring the grazing allotments back and reduce the fuel load for fire suppression and fire mitigation? Why doesn't the Montana standard for FireWise, in quote, adopted by the DNRC, include livestock grazing as a standard? Because nobody in agriculture, including the Montana Board of Livestock, stepped up and said, for FireWise, why don't we include fire mitigation to include reduce the grass load? By doing that, we lessen the fuel load for fires. So the problem is the person you look at in the mirror every morning. We never showed up for the ball game. And if we start showing up because we have the knowledge, we know that if you mitigate that fuel load, you solve a lot of the fire problem. John will speak to that well from the years in Kalispell. You've seen it. So if we do that, the problem is we are very poor about stepping up to the game. And part of John's message and my message is, look, we have the knowledge, we have the information, and that is power. And we have the standing to do it. Damn it, bring it on. And if we do that, we're in much better shape.
Thanks to John and Wally. Work effectively. Side note, I'm on the Cattlemen County Planning Board. Countywide rezoning act, and me and I think Elliot Murray really went fighting for agriculture at the zoning act. They want to take the word agriculture out of the county, so we fought to keep that. So good to stay active at every level of government.
Microphone. Got it. Oh, so you can hear me on Zoom. Okay, I got it. I got to stay in the Zoom world.
This form is in the back, and it's for anyone that has comments about what we're discussing today, or if they have suggestions about what they would like to hear us talk about in the future. I appreciate you taking one and filling it out, reading
Sure. Is she?
That's all right.
Just have a seat at the table
Okay.
and we'll pass around the mic.
You know how to get it.
All right.
Check, check, check. And we'll get, oh, what? This one needs to pick up the room sound. Oh, it's for the room, sorry. I think we can squeeze in.
Okay. We're friends.
Everybody knows that.
Be better friends when it's over. Yeah, let's squeeze in here tight. It's hard to get around.
Yes.
Do you get through the Marcia? Yeah. Tom Wagner, the next moderator, leading this panel and introduce Marcia.
Good morning. My name is John Wagner. I'm one of the members of Montana Cattlemen's Association and sit on the board. And today we're going to take a topic that's very wide ranging and it touches all of us. I think there's one thing we can all agree on today is that everybody's going to die. And so let's get started on that happy note that we need to do some planning because the future of agriculture depends on planning. How I got involved in this part of agriculture for myself, I have a law degree background, but I kind of came in from the back end way as we kind of had a family planning disaster on a ranch we're still lucky to have for over 132 years, but it hasn't been for good planning. It's been a nightmare through and through. So that's now my goal is to help transitioning people either in agriculture or in other industries, hang on to all that hard work and time and energy that's been put into this land and not just let it slip away because somebody didn't want to make a good decision or a hard decision, or just be candid that they didn't want, but they said they wanted. And today we're so lucky to have an amazing group here. I don't think there's probably a better group I could have had come today. Our leadoff person will be Marcia Getting at MSU Extension. Phenomenal mountain guides that she puts out, phenomenal presentations. If you want to go online and get educated before you talk to an attorney or talk estate planning, she's your go-to person. She'll actually answer the phone call and answer an email. And she does presentations like this around. And so one of the goals today is to make sure that people start thinking about estate planning, thinking about transitioning, because you don't have to come up with a plan forever, just at least for a plan for a while. You can always change it. Life changes, make a change. So Marcia will be leading off and doing a great PowerPoint presentation with that. And then after her, we'll be doing a panel discussion. So we'll be talking a little bit with her after her talking. Then I'm going to move into Joe Goggins, Vice President of Vermilion Ranch and part owner of Montana Auction Yards. And we'll be talking about some estate planning, but also some future opportunities for the next generation. So that's part of this. We're starting with if you want to get to the end, you kind of have to think about what the end is going to be, but then you got to reverse engineer it back. So it's all tied together. And then Walter Schweitzer will then kind of take a little more of a center stage. I'll be doing some Q&A, talking with him. And he's the president of Montana Farmers Union. He's had tremendous experience, as could imagine, but he also has been doing in the co-op area. And that gets kind of into what's some future things we can do to make more things profitable. Nobody's going to come back to the farm or ranch if they can't make any money. So you've got to make money or it doesn't work at all. And then Taylor Brown will be kind of back and cleanup, because I know he could always energize the crowd and he's always got lots to say. So, and he'll kind of take his from a media standpoint of what can we do to connect to the public at large. We can talk to each other all day long. We all understand everything, but we're only 1 or 2% of the population. How do we get the 98% when they go to vote for things, vote for people that are going to help us, help them eat? Most people think food comes from the grocery store. And I can tell you that because I spent 3 months handing out samples, doing direct marketing from our grass-fed beef company. People do not know where their food comes from. They do not know what country of origin labeling is. When they hear that they don't have transparency, they're pissed. So we have power in the public. The public has just been basically kept in the dark like a bunch of mushrooms. And so once we get them engaged and enlightened, they're on our side. They want to know their farmer. They want to know their rancher. They put the stickers on their cars. So we've got a great opportunity to do that, but we need to help bridge that communication. And so hopefully, in general, we all need to do that, but we'll talk a little bit with Taylor. So to start off with Marcia, she's up next, up number 1. So Marcia, get it.
Thank you. Well, I was told that I had all of 10 minutes to tell who I am and what I do. And so I'm delighted to have the opportunity to do that. And normally I run back and forth, but I've been informed that the Zoom people can't see me if I'm clear over there. So I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to do this. Kind of like one of those Christmas toys, you know. Well, let's take a look. Who am I? I'm Marcia Getting with Montana State University Extension. And I tell you, I've had the fortunate experience of being here a long time. We will not talk about how many days or years at this point, but I really like my job. And you know, you look at the role of MSU Extension, and that is outreach. And that's what I do. I travel the state of Montana to do educational programs in the estate planning area. And we provide research-based. And what you have back there are a lot of the Mont guides that I've done in the estate planning area. We have over 50. And so you can pick out a topic, and if there's a topic that's not there, you need to say, Marcia, why haven't you done one on whatever it is that you're interested in? Because that's where those come from. The other thing is, this is the mission of Land Grant University, is we take education out to the people. We don't want you to have to come into Bozeman. Of course, we're delighted if you do, but you know, we need to be out there in Ekalaka. We need to be over there in Plentywood and Lincoln and all around the state. And it's exciting for me, opportunity to meet Montanans and do stuff. My most requested program that I do is people thinking that they know where their property is going to go when they die. And then I show them that you have somewhat control, or you don't have any control if you have it all in sole ownership and you don't have a will. You know, we need to think about that kind of thing. So one of the things I use are wildflowers in my program. And I can see a couple of you rolling your eyes going, oh dear. But I like to do that because it gives people information about bitter roots. It reminds me of the bitterness that can happen in families. Many of you started out like this. Then you had children, and then children had children. And then what we've got is a very, very happy family. But, you know, things happen in real life. And so we look and we see a son, whoops, the son dies as a result of an accident, well, airplane crash in the Missoula area. We had a daughter that was killed in a car accident in eastern Montana. So this family, if we look at it, after husband dies, we have mom. And mom had never had any experience in really doing a will or thinking through those kinds of things. And she just thinks it's okay, the state will take good care of things. Okay, let's look at you and say, this is your family. You've got a ranch. You've got those cattle out there. What fraction, if any, does this receive? And I'm giving you the answer here. If you were in a real program, I would have a response clicker for you, and you could click it without anybody knowing what you said, because I was supposed to ask you to raise your hands. What do you think the answer is? And what would you have done? Nobody would have done anything, because I find adults do not like to put their hand up because they don't want to look stupid if they give the wrong answer. Well, that's why I like doing this. And I have many people say, well, why? Why is it 1/9? Well, there's a term up there that's called right of representation. And if you have a will, I challenge you to look at that will and see if right of representation was in there. If it is, you're doing the same thing that the state of Montana is doing. Now, it's not that this is bad, but look at this situation for the family. We've got a kid over here that's a minor. He receives 1/3. He's a kid, he's a minor. Who's going to be appointed to manage that property for the kid? Who do you think? His mother. Well, you don't like her. She drinks beer before noon. She wears short shorts that are embarrassing for the family. I mean, hey, mom could have written a will. She could have had a trust. She could have said that 1/3, but she wouldn't know it was a third, would be managed by the son that receives a third. And this representation business works like this. How many children did mom and dad have? Shout it out. 3. We've got 3 kids. So by right of representation, we've got a third, a third, and a third. So that's why these kids receive a 9. So here we go. Isn't that going to be fun to operate that ranch? Look at all those decision makers. And we're going to have this, excuse the term, stupid daughter-in-law a part of that. And she's going to think she knows more about ranching than you do. And she's a city girl. She didn't have a clue. Okay, so we know that. Then we have the mule's ears. And we find with mule's ears, have you ever heard that phrase, mom or dad is stubborn as a mule? Have you ever said that or thought it? Oh, I have with my dad for sure. Well, here's dad. And his wife died 4 years ago. So he's got 2 kids. And his 2 kids are after him to do some estate planning. And he's going, oh, for Pete's sakes. Do you think I'm going to pay an attorney like John to, he's probably going to charge at least $2,000, maybe more, right? Depends on how much is being done, but I'm sure picking on John, aren't I? Okay, so why should we pay John to do something? Because he says, I know the state of Montana is going to give it to you half and half. So I don't want to pay an attorney. Well, what are the kids concerned about? The kids are saying, what if dad marries the wow floozy from Missoula? Well, what if he does? Upon the marriage, we immediately have marital rights. Okay, but dad is not stupid. He may be stubborn, but look what happens. He does marry. And what does he do? He puts that property in joint tenancy with right of survivorship. So he goes to his attorney and he says, you know what? He tells his kids, don't worry, I've written a will. It's dated after the joint tenancy was formed. So therefore, you kids are going to get the ranch. Are the kids going to get the ranch? No, I see you shaking your head. Dad dies. No, kids don't. Why? It's joint tenancy with right of survivorship, and a contract takes priority over a will. So here we have dad writing a will thinking it's still going to go to the kids. And I find this again and again. You need to realize what takes priority. So she gets it all. Now let's assume she dies. Now where does the property go? You betcha. Her kids are the ones that receive the property. And his kids, how you feel? You're his kid, how you feel? Rotten, not happy. And he probably can't say what he's thinking. Right? Okay, so she gets it. But what if we had her marrying the hunk in Missoula? We got the hunk. She dies, he gets it. So if we're not careful, what you could do is end up disinheriting your whole family. And that's not what you want to do. And that's why you need to do some estate planning. Okay. And if we're wanting to provide some protection for our spouses, one of the things that could be done is dad goes and severs that joint tenancy. Now, this is a real example. And believe me, I would have liked to have gone home with that guy that night and be a mouse and listen to the conversation. Hi, honey. What we need to do is sever our joint tenancy. And is she going to say yes? Well, in this case, she does, because she had put property in joint tenancy with him, because isn't that what you do when you get married? And she wanted to be able to control her property. She thought her will would control that. And see, it doesn't for her either. So, hey, happy family. And if she hadn't said yes, I would predict marital problems amongst us. So here we go. One of the things that you could come up with is a qualified terminal interest property trust. Now, in the old days, these used to be used as a way to minimize federal estate taxes. So just remember Q-tip. You don't need to know the whole thing. And you could visit with your attorney. It's not that you're telling the attorney what to do, but you're saying, I've heard of this one. What benefit would it offer to me? Okay, and I've got a mock guide back there on this one, but it allows the surviving spouse to stay in the home. It allows her to take income, and it's a really great tool that could be out there. So if he dies, in this case, he decided to leave her the land and the home. But it could be that what he's doing is keeping the land himself, but she gets the income off. And the neat thing about this is she cannot give that property away. Once she dies, it is going directly to the kids. So you want to protect for the next generation. You've got to look at doing something like that, because I think the spouse would be helpful in the sense that, well, we worked really hard for this, and now you die in your 50s or 60s. And what if I did remarry? You know, this prevents me from giving away everything. So you think about that. And so the trust one that talks about the Q-tip is back there on the table. Those are your taxpayer dollars at work. Take advantage of those. That's why I do them. The federal, state, and county. We all work together to get information out there. The latest one that I'm so proud of is we've got something for Montana farmers and ranchers where memory loss is starting to affect grandma and grandpa. And if so, you as a family member, may I plead with you, learn what Alzheimer's is about so that you can be a better daughter, better son, or whatever. And there's my 10 minutes, stop on it. Okay, so if you don't have a memory like an elephant's head, okay, we've got those mock guides. And if you can't pick them up today for whatever, or you see some others you're interested in, click on estate planning at our website. Don't forget, these are also available at your county extension office. And our cats are playing today, so we want to say this all together, don't we? All you Montana fans, go cats, go. And that's what our president does. And I'm so sorry to see her leave. She's been the best thing to happen to MSU in all the years I've been here. Thank you.
Well, wow, that was great. And thank you so much, Marcia. So we're gonna move the panel over so we can see the panel on the screen. So let me know. Go ahead and have a seat there. So can you see all of this on the screen? Okay, great. So one of the things I want to follow up with Marcia on, and her presentations are phenomenal, is those monk guides back there will save you $10,000 in attorney's fees just talking to the person trying to figure out what to do. And if you'll get educated, they're online, they're everywhere. I just email them to my folks. Read these before we come and talk, just so you can get an orientation of what you want to talk about and save your time and money. And it should be, you know, fairly reasonable. It should be an hourly fee type consultation. So you'll save money by being prepped ahead of that
And it reminds me, I would like to see you pick up a lot of these and form a mock guide club, just like a book club. And you could zoom me in and I'd answer questions, and wouldn't that be fun? Just a thought.
Sounds
Anybody
great.
wants to do one, let me know.
So Marcia,
Yeah,
wanted
you
to,
get the whole collection free.
and we'll have a mic here, you guys will be able to pass along. So one of the things I want to start, I'm just kind of moderating the panel, and Marcia's kind of the star of the show for right now. So one of the things that you seem to help people or recommend for talking about moving towards estate planning and broaching the subject, what have your experience of what are good techniques to use to get the conversation started?
We have a mock guide that's called Getting Started in Estate Planning. And that would be the best thing I'd recommend that you read, because it talks about having you think about really what is it you want to accomplish. And let's look at this. If you die younger and that spouse remarries, well, what do you want to do with that property? How old are your kids? Because that makes a difference in what you're doing. And do you want the in-law to inherit? Many parents say no, but I also see when somebody's been a member of that family for 40 years and has been really helping with the survival of the farm or ranch, let's recognize that. So Getting Started is back there. Take a look and it'll work on objectives. And then it also says, this is what your attorney will want to know. And, let's not paying per hour for stuff that you can find out there. And you want to make good use of the attorney's time because they are the expert. I'm an educator. I'm not an attorney. So get going on, think about it, talk to your spouse, because we're here as singles. Get that spouse, if you have one, involved.
So I'd like to go to Taylor for a question to ask you. In your experience, maybe an example that was a good result or in a potentially a bad result that you've seen from a farm or ranch family for good estate planning or poor estate planning?
Well, I'll just say right off the bat that Q-Trip trust is what we used. I mean, that's what we used. First of all, I just want to say how tough it is for me to stand up here and talk about generational planning in front of the Harbaughs. Because we moved to Garfield County in 1960, and we're really proud of being there 65 years. Wade's family was there starting in 1910. So they'd been there 50 years by the time we got there, and they're still there. So congratulations, you guys should be the ones up here telling the story. But we're never going to catch them now. They're 114 years, we're never going to catch them. But anyway, they'll know that my dad married 3 times, and on his 3rd wife, we used that Q-Tip trust because we loved Phyllis. We wanted her to be taken care of. They moved to Billings, but we didn't need her kids to have the ranch. So it worked great. That Q-Tip trust worked perfectly for our deal, so that Phyllis could be taken care of in the end years. So the other thing that we use in our family now, my son's on the ranch. My son is the 4th generation on a ranch. We use a irrevocable a generation skipping trust, so that he doesn't. His trust owns his shares. So when he passes that his kids, he doesn't have to pay the estate tax. He never actually owned the ranch. The trust owned the ranch. We just change the trustee if he has any kids that want a ranch, that those kids will have. So you can move it without having to have the tax every generation. A ranch like the Harbaugh Ranch or the Brown Ranch, as good as we are, we cannot afford to pay that tax every 20, 30 years. We just can't. We've got to figure out a way to transfer it to the next generation without paying that huge estate tax. And so we found a generation skipping trust and irrevocable trust as a good tool.
And Joe, what's some experience you could share with us that a good example or potentially a poor example of lack of planning?
Oh, well, I think from the standpoint, especially through these auction markets and the video of helping a lot of these different families in this part of the world market their feeder cattle, market their cows, market whatever. I can't remember one year where we haven't dispersed a cow herd. We haven't dispersed a flock of sheep because the family lost one of their family members, the mom or dad or both, and had no planning or not proper planning, and basically had to sell the cow herd or sell the flock of sheep, and then worst case scenario, sell the ranch just to meet these the death tax requirements to go forward. And I think we see it every year. We've got 2 dispersions in our blue ribbon this year, just that same way, and nobody to transition to, nobody to do things with. So to me, I think I've had the opportunity to travel all over the United States here in the last 2-3 years on behalf of the LMA, Livestock Marketing, and we've had focus group meetings and producer meetings, and we had them here in the state of Montana, and I've seen a lot of people here that attended those meetings. And the death tax thing is a serious thing right now. With the exemption levels where they are right now at 27.5 million between the two couples, probably doesn't affect a lot of people within production agriculture right now. But if that sunsets out in 2025, we go back to existing levels of say 5 to 10 million. There's nobody in this room that has any volume of a ranch that it does not affect. It'll destroy production agriculture. And I think it's something we can all kind of unite around, all of us within this industry, and make sure these policymakers understand the need, the importance of, if we can't get an exemption at the egg level, egg production level, at least let's make sure we leave these exemption levels high.
So, and kind of a quick follow-up, Joe, for you. You know, I've seen a comment that you'd made several years ago on a panel, and it was with regard to the number of dispersion sales you're actually seeing because there aren't people actually coming in. And that's kind of our going on to the next generation. If we're seeing more and more dispersion sales, that's an automatically indication that we're not backfilling an already small group. So what have you seen over the past several years on that topic?
Well, I think I've been really blessed to be able to be a part of the LMA and sit around a table with a whole bunch of auction market owners that are basically really neutral when it comes to industry type situations, because our producers, the people we work for, the people that we handle cattle for, belong to all these different industry groups. And I don't care if you're talking to a man from West Virginia, if you're talking to a guy from Texas, Montana, Nebraska, California. I think the real common theme has become in the last few years the amount of producers that we're losing out of production agriculture, the amount of grass, the amount of land we're losing out of food production. And I think we as an industry, we as a group of people that only make up about less than 2% of this population, that are growing the food for not only this country, but a good share of the world, we better come together on some things that incentivize people into wanting to be able to do this, not only be able to, but want to. And I think we're starting to get there. And no question in my mind, we've come up with some. I was in a meeting in Alabama. I was in a meeting in Wisconsin. They had one in California here 2 days ago. They had one in Wisconsin last night. Florida's going to have one. Just what we're talking about here. I think this industry has come together, all different groups. I don't care. We've had members from Farmers Union, Farm Bureau, RCAF, NCBA, Montana Cattlemen. We've had everybody there. And it's amazing to me that those of us within this industry, how much we do have in common. I know Walter and I had I think it's one of the greatest meetings that, I don't know if Walter has this opinion, but the industry roundtable meeting we had in Phoenix, I don't even know how many years ago that was, Walter, 5, 6, 7 years ago. But it was the dangest negotiation that you can ever imagine, trying to get all of these people in one room from all these different industry groups. And because I come to find out there's some real hatred amongst these groups, and it took a lot of negotiation. And we had 4 or 5 different members from every different group. We had Farmers Union, Farm Bureau, RCAF, US Cattlemen, NCBA, LMA. 24 of us sit around a table. And by the time we got done introducing ourselves and kind of started the whole conversation, it really became apparent that we probably agree on 95% of the things that we're worried about. And we seem to like to throw darts and want to kill each other over 5%. And I'm not saying it's bad. I think it's great to have these groups that keep other factions within this industry and this country accountable. But when we go to DC and walk into these policymakers' offices, I'm not saying these groups have to have the same number one ask. I think that's too much to ask. We've got to be able to keep each other accountable. But we better get in rooms like this with people that we maybe necessarily don't think we agree with. And we better come up with 3, 4 things, for sure 2 or 3 things that we can find some common ground on that make a real difference into incentivizing people to leave this land and food production. And I think we found them. But I always remember my father harping at us as we're growing up. He said, the United States of America is a superpower, not because of our technology, not because of our energy, it's because of our food. And if we lose our food independence in this country, if we use the ability to feed our people, folks, we're no longer a superpower. We're in real trouble. There's not very many people in this world, in this country, that realize that. COVID kind of woke some of them up to it. But I think, to me, I've become very, very passionate about this idea of unifying this industry, coming together. We're not all going to agree on all things, but we better start agreeing on 2 or 3 things that are going to make a real difference. And to me, we've probably come up with 3 things that I think we can unify around. I think we've identified it. We've done our due diligence. We've gone all over the United States and talked to thousands of producers. And there's 3, 4 things. I don't care if you're in Florida. I don't care if you're in Alabama. I don't care if you're in Great Falls, Montana. The 3 things in my mind are just what the doctor over here was talking about: estate taxes, tax reform. We've got to address this thing and at least keep these exemptions high. We've got to keep our ability in agriculture. We've got to keep our ability to be able to depreciate things. They're trying to take this bonus depreciation away from us. They're going to come after Section 179, Section 199. Folks, if we lose our ability to depreciate things, you will see these bred cattle that we're selling right now at 3,500 to 4,000. They're going to be worth 2,000, maybe 1,500. These bulls that we're selling the way we're selling them now are going to be worth 60% of that. Our ability to be able to depreciate things and all own these different on our own family's side of things is why we own ranches. And it's the one real beauty to owning these ranches and farms. And I think it's something all producers, I think we can rally around and unite and make sure we go in these offices and make sure they understand the importance of tax reform, the importance of keeping this depreciation, the importance of addressing this capital gains. I think that's number 1 on the list. I think number 2 is, I think we found true diligence, true common ground on the idea of educating these folks on risk management, on our ability to use these LRPs, on our ability to use these rainfall insurance. Are they perfect models? No. But they sure, if there's one thing I do know, the real hindrance for people like this young man to want to be able to and be able to be in this business is the lack of access to capital and the lack of access to land. And if we use some risk management, the LRPs, we get them down where they're more affordable, where we're on an even playing field with the people within the farming industry. It's the exact same model as federal crop insurance. And it allows you, a banker understands it. I'll give you a real simple example. I called our bank about 3 weeks ago. Said, well, I just tied up, wrote an LRP on 5,000 head of steer calves. We've got them covered. And there's no margin calls. There's no this and that. And I says, and by the way, we kind of like the market at the time. Can you increase our line of credit 4 million? I want to keep buying them. And he says, all the other years I've done that without exception. You pretty near got to give them your left arm and you got to prove everything in the world how you're going to make this extra 4 million work. And I said, I got all these LRPs. We got it all covered. It's all done. It was an automatic, you bet we'll get it done. They allow these cow-calf people, they allow these small independent feeders easier access to capital. And I think we need to educate this industry and these producers on how they can use them properly. And are they the fix-all? Absolutely not. But they're a tool in the toolbox that do allow us as producers some more access to capital and land. The last one, and when it first was brought up at these meetings, I thought it's kind of a feel-good moment. It's a deal that this will never happen. And it's the idea of incentivizing these producers within the rural communities all across America to that have some wherewithal to them, that have nobody to basically transition their farms and their ranches to incentivize them to be mentors. And when you talk to young people that try to go through the efforts of an FSA loan, it just became real apparent. It didn't matter what part of the world you were in. They're pretty cumbersome. They take a long time and it takes a lot of proof. And by the end of the day, they don't give you enough to make it work anyway. But there's a lot of people within every community. I can think of a whole bunch within the state of Montana that if they were incentivized to mentor some of these young people, give them some capital, they trust them, pay them back when they want, give them some land at a low rent, whatever. But that's how I think programs like that is probably how we increase the use of this land. If you can't tell, I really believe those are kind of 2-3 things that we as an industry, I don't care which group you belong to, but we as an industry, we better all kind of try to form a coalition, try to form some kind of a group that can get together that represents a wide sector of this industry and come together, find some common ground and go back there to these policymakers and get something that's real positive done for the producers in this part of the world.
Thank you, Joe. And move on to Walter and want to have some comments for him. Just full disclosure, I'm also a member of Montana Farmers Union and enjoy them. And the policies of MCA and Montana Farmers Unions don't always combine. But what I will tell you, that the quality of people in both those organizations are spectacular. So I don't think we need to be drawing lines so tightly as we have in the past, whether that's our ag communities or our political communities. We've got to find some common ground to move forward. We don't need to be at stalemates. And Walter's been a great driving force for Montana's Farmers Union in Montana, and he's seen a lot from their side. And so kind of circling back, Joe did a really nice segue into, estate planning, but then the bigger picture of making unity and moving forward and how we become as a group so that other young agriculture people can get involved. And that's what we're continuing to hope this conversation to keep moving that direction. And with what you've heard so far, Walter, what else would you like to add on top of what's on before you?
Well, first off, I agree with Joe. That meeting we had in Arizona was remarkable. And we really did come out with a pretty good set of plans that we could all agree on. It got tipped a little bit at the end there by one group. But the Packers don't necessarily always agree with the rest of us, huh? But it was good. And it was a lot of good discussion that goes on. I'm kind of outpowered here by these people over here. And I admire all of them and have for decades. And so when I was getting ready for this thing, like I often do, I call friends of mine to kind of get ideas and banner some stuff around. And so I have a really good friend from South Dakota who's a tax accountant, estate planner for farms and ranches. And he and I are both on the opposite side of a political aisle. And so that's the best way to kind of get some civil debate, which we really are missing out in this country anymore. It's a little civil debate. And I've been a long time advocate for the capital gains tax exemption for family farms. Long time. I've also been a long time advocate for stepped up basis in that process. And he and I went back and forth and back and forth. And he shared a bunch of examples that got me to rethink about it a little bit, Joe. And but first off, he was not a big fan of doubling it from 14 million to 28 million. He didn't think that there was many family farms and ranches in South Dakota and Montana that would really benefit from that doubling. Because most of the family farms and ranches are less than $14 million in assets. Think about yours. And so he felt it was already enough. But the thing that really kind of got me thinking was the stepped up basis. He started talking to me about the number of farms and ranches that we're trying to do an estate plan. And you know, it's a difficult thing to do, to talk to mom and dad about what's going to happen in the future. They don't think they're going to die. And so they just, you know, don't want to talk about that. And so then when the stepped up basis and this big capital gains tax exemption came along, before you die with the family and do it on a stepped up basis. But when they started trying to fix the estate taxes, then they started messing around. The first time they did it, they took away the tax exemption. They had a tax exemption on all estates. So it didn't matter if it was $100 million or 20 million. You could transfer it tax free, but at current value and acquisition value. So then that meant that suddenly a family farm in Montana that under the current plan wouldn't have to pay an estate tax because their place was only worth $6, $7 million, would now have to pay capital gains on everything. So that didn't work. And they go, oh, you know, so then Congress went back to the drawing board and said, okay, we goofed up. And so then they started the stair stepping of what was exempt, and they did the stepped up basis. But what I would like to see is some strings attached. Because, you know, when you look at this tax exemption, farmers and ranchers are a small part of it. The bigger part of it is all of those stockholders that own stocks in the stock market. And you know, in the last 4 years, those stocks doubled in value. And if you, under the current system, that $25 million transfers to the estate, and there's no taxes on that income that was doubled. None. And I like a lot of these programs Joe talked about. Great ideas, and I would like to see more of it, and I would like to see more of them implemented. But to make that happen, it's gonna take money. And that money is a result of taxes. And so if you exempt everybody from paying taxes, how are you gonna pay for those programs, Joe? And so I would like to see a little bit of strings attached to this stuff. You know, if you inherit a stock portfolio of $25 million, keep that, you have to keep that stock portfolio invested in the stock market for 5 years before you can start selling it off with no capital gains. If you're gonna get the family farm and ranch at a stepped up basis, you need to continue to farm it and ranch it for 5 years before you can sell it to get that stepped up basis. That way, the sibling that's been on the farm for 30, 40 years, and it's finally has in their his or her opportunity to take over the family farm or ranch, has 5 more years to get there. Because the siblings who are living in Seattle, Dallas, New York, they're looking at it, either we sell it at acquired value or depreciated value, or we lease it to our brother or sister for 5 years while they get their feet on the ground, or we maybe negotiate a deal to where they can start buying into it. And it takes the incentive away from just selling the family farm and cashing it in, because the siblings that live in Seattle, Texas, New York, they don't give a shit about the family farm, or they would have been there. It's the poor bugger that's been working day and night on that place to keep it. And they have to have an opportunity. And he explained all of this, and it was like, I guess, Joe, I'm not too old to learn. I've been wrong. I've been advocating for 25 years that we need to have a tax exemption to keep the family farm, and we need to have a stepped up basis to keep the family farm. I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm just saying if we're gonna do it, it should be strings attached. Otherwise, Joe's just gonna keep auctioning off those cows that the family sold because they could get them at stepped up basis and cash in and get the hell out. And that poor bugger that's been on the farm and ranch for 20 years, 30 years, has to start all over with a small portion of it.
And the thing that I see the most, and it's literally the case law, is there's just, get back to the lack of planning to even to get to there. What happens is mom and dad decide that they don't want to do any planning, they put it off. And what I've noticed, and I'm just gonna throw it out there because I'm gonna be candid and honest, you make better decisions at 65 than you do at 75, then you do it at 85, then you do it at 95. So the sooner you start this stuff, the better you're gonna do. Because what happens, a lot of people just get older and worn out, and they're like, man, I've been fighting the fight for a long time. I'm tired of fighting. I'm ready to go. Just give it to everybody equally. So what happens is the guy that stays home and takes care of mom and dad, takes care of the farm and ranch for the last 30 years, now has 3 other owners out of state that are his siblings. And they say, oh, just buy me out. Kiss of death, that farm's gone. It's not going to happen. And you can prevent all of that stuff, and you can make sure that that doesn't happen by doing some very simple planning. You don't even have to get super fancy. If you just have a basic will, you're still way ahead than just doing nothing. The worst thing you can do is nothing. And Marcia had some comments. I think she had a follow-up, she was saying.
Well, I'm agreeing with John, and I also agree with Walter. What we're looking at is parents taking the responsibility to say, if I want this farm or ranch to go to the next generation, I have got to do some planning, because half and half doesn't work. A third doesn't work. And again, that person that's been there, why don't we recognize that one and give them 65% or 75%? And these out-of-staters, we want to keep this in Montana, we want to keep it going. These out-of-staters don't get as much. Yes, you love them all equally, but you can't do it just equally when it comes to saving the family farm or the family ranch. So really do some serious thinking and recognize those that have been there instead of, the stories I've heard, unfortunately they're negative. I hear very little about successful estate plans because it's the very thing that Walter is talking about. Hey, buy me out. And that kid can't. He can't get the loan. So give him at least 75% or 65%. There's less that he has to come up with, and maybe you can force a deal with the kids. There's plenty things you can do to really force the issue with these children. That's the concern. They sell it off. Let's don't do that.
Just to add to that real quick, in our own family's estate planning, one of the last things my dad told me before he was gone is, he said, the reason we did this, he was kind of telling us how he planned this whole thing. And he says, you're going to have some family meetings. And we never had one when he was alive because we didn't need one. And we've had a lot since. But the one thing he was very clear about was just what both of you guys have said is you have to make sure everybody within this family understands we did it for the way we thought would make this whole organization continue to go on, and make sure they understand that fair is not always equal. And I think that's something that we've really tried to keep in the back of our minds as we further go on with our own families going forward is fair is not always equal. And just I totally agree with Walter. I mean, I think the idea of getting rid of the death tax on a nationwide basis type deal, I think where any of us in this room that thinks that can happen, I think we're pretty naive. I don't think it'll ever happen. But I do like the idea of having some strings attached. If you sell the land or if you transition the land to the next generation, and maybe that generation declares to the IRS that they're going to leave this land in food production for, say, 14, 15 years, that they'd have no estate tax or maybe a lot lower one. And I think those kind of things, if the world wants us in food production to raise the safest, highest quality food product there is in the world, then all I think where any of us on this land is asking is that we don't have to do it on the poverty line. And I think by doing some of these things like this, it would really, really help.
So that kind of is a good segue into talking about some opportunities for farm and ranches, and also opportunities for the younger generation. And a popular term is called layering. So how do we layer things on a farm and ranch? In the past, you could just be a calf producer and you could probably make it. But now maybe you need to think about something else. Or as Marcia had talked before when we were visiting, that if someone wants to come back, allow them to do an agritourism business, that's their responsibility, their business, to generate another income stream. There's opportunities to do value add, and Walter's had a lot of front seat on the value add. I've had some experience with that, with what the co-ops can do. One of the reasons we're getting beat up on a lot of the times as a producer, you're the front person and you produce the product and it goes through 10 other hands until it hits the grocery store and everybody gets a cut. And it seems like we got the least. I think we're down to 17 cents out of the dollar. It used to be around 50. But Walter, could you just kind of talk about some of the opportunities you're seeing with what co-ops have done in the past and what some great co-op stuff's happening now?
Well, first and foremost, if we want the next generation to come home to the family farm and ranch, you need to be able to make money. And back in 2010, 11, 12 was the biggest influx of the next generation coming back to the family farm and ranch. There was a lot of grandkids. It skipped a generation. A lot of grandkids that were coming home help grandpa and grandma take over their place. And a lot of investment that was going into corrals and equipment and machine sheds. We saw it all over the place when you drove around the state of Montana. And it was because they were making money. Cattle prices were good, commodity prices were good. So really, to make this thing work, we need to have it so they make some money. And that's kind of what the meat processing cooperatives were all about. Is there was a lot of producers who were kind of trying to do the direct marketing piece of their livestock, but they were struggling to find processing capacity. And even before COVID, and then when the COVID pandemic hit and our meat counters were empty and our milk counters were empty and our bread shelves were empty, while farmers and producers around the country were euthanizing livestock and plowing in vegetable fields and dumping milk down the drain, it was proved that we have a broken supply chain. And we need to get back to producing more of our food locally, processing it locally to be eaten by our neighbors. And that's what this whole cooperative model that we created, both at Havre with the Montana Premium Processing Co-op and in Columbia Falls with the Glacier Processing Co-op. And it was 50, 60 members who got together, who wanted to control their own destiny and came up with a cooperative model to do that. And so it was for me, I'm used to doing things myself. And when I get an idea, I just go about getting it implemented. But a cooperative model takes a little time because it's a democratic process that takes everyone to kind of work together, brainstorm and come up with the idea and then put it to work. And it's been successful. We have the Glacier Processing Co-op. The first month it was in business, they made $20,000. And it's not about the cooperative making money so much as the producers being able to add value to their livestock. And that's what the difference is. And so, you know, during COVID, you had to schedule the harvest of your animal before it was born, or you weren't going to get it harvested. And right now at Montana Premium Processing, you only have to schedule out about 3 months and you can get your animal processed. And we're increasing capacity every day. We're training more butchers, and that's really the limiting factor. Another cooperative that we're just started the steering committee on right now is a trucking distribution co-op. You know, we have a lot of producers, especially in eastern Montana, that are trying to direct market their product, like rolling grains, that they're a long ways away from the market. And they can't really justify hauling their own stuff in a pickup or a car to get to where the market is. And so this trucking distribution co-op is going to be made up of food hubs. It's going to be made up of direct to market producers. We even got the food banks involved because, you know, they're a big purchaser of our food. They don't just get it donated, they buy it, but they're struggling and they want local food as well. I'm on the fundraising committee for the new facility they're building in Missoula because they expanded needs. And I talked them into building a room where they can take local food from the farm direct, process it in that room, and then put it into their warehouse for storage. And you know, a lot of times there's a concern you can't just take food straight from the farm and put it into the warehouse because of grasshoppers, crickets, mice. You have to have a place where you can process it, package it. So now they can take a 1-ton bag of lentils and then process it into 1-pound bags and put it into the warehouse. And these are the sort of things that, like John said, if we're going to get the next generation to come home to the farm, we need to be able to make a way for them to make a living. And, you know, adding value to your food is one way. Agritourism, I think, is also another way. But, you know, your kids, they're going to have some good ideas. you need to do is empower them. And that's what the cooperative model does. The other thing that we're working on right now for a cooperative is that there's a really good market for grass-fed, fresh lamb in the East. Really good market for it. And so we're trying to put together a processing co-op for lamb only that will harvest the lamb, keep them in a carcass, and ship that fresh carcass to the East Coast. So if you raise lamb, I know this is the Montana Cattlemen's Association, but if you know someone that's raising sheep, have them get a hold of me, because I think this is a way to add value to their product as well.
Thank you. Great comments and appreciate those on the land markets and other things that we're seeing that people are layering. They're actually, instead of doing what we're doing now is doing just one thing, people are now starting to graze their cattle, and the cattle are followed by the sheep, and then the sheep are followed by the chickens. And this is getting layering and getting more people back on the ground, but it's also they're making money on it. So if you want to read a book called by Will Harris, he's out of Georgia. It's called Getting Involved, because he's just about enough to give a damn. So he's a 6th generation operator. He was conventional to the gills. And he said, if you told me to give him 2 cc's, I gave him 4. If you told me to do everything, he went commercial. He's now completely regenerative. He's taken his community, has added jobs. His kids have come home. They have jobs. And so sometimes we got to get out of our own way and think about what are some other people doing that's working. A neighbor to us would be Gabe Brown, Dirt to Soil, another regenerative agriculturist who is nationwide, worldwide speaker, who are doing things that integrate their land and layering it again with doing cattle, doing sheep, doing chickens, doing those other things. So think about that as a way to get people back and involved, because maybe the land projects, that kid's project, sink or swim, make that business go. Well, that's a lot better than giving the whole thing to sink or swim. So think about ways you can layer things to bring more people back onto the ground. And Taylor, I'm going to get back to you. And you see a lot of people, you talk to a lot of people. What are you seeing out there for some opportunities, or what's on your mind after hearing?
This is about the 4th one of these programs I've been involved in the last year. And what I try to focus on is how do we get the young people interested in coming back, and then how do we empower them? Because that's what I've tried to do with my kids, and I'm proud to say that much like Joe, all my kids are back in our family business now. But let me just reiterate a couple of things that Walter said. You've got to have a plan. What is your plan? Is your plan to keep the ranch in the family? Well, then make that the plan. Or is the plan to have $1 million in the bank when you get to be 80 years old? Well, then make that your plan. But you've got to know your goals, and you've got it. So if you don't have that written down, then it's not a plan. So if you haven't written it down, it's not a plan. And then you've got to have a commitment to transfer. You've got to have a commitment to transfer that to the next generation. If you're planning on dying wealthy, that's not going to happen. You don't get to take it with you. If you're going to die wealthy, the government's going to take it. So that's the simple fact of it. You don't get to take it. I've been focused on trying to get wealth out of my name and into my kids' name. Because if you get to be, just like Walt said it perfectly, my son says it even clearer, Walter. He says, Dad, old people make dumb decisions. That's it. And he's so right. You don't, because
It's
you
a
remember.
good thing you're not old, though.
My granddad remembered how it was in the 1930s, and I got to keep my money around me. My dad remembered how it was in the 1980s, and boy, I got to keep my money around me. For what purpose? For what purpose are you keeping your money around you if you're 75, 80 years old and not getting it into that next generation? Unless that's your plan. If your plan is for you to die rich and the government to get the money, that's a good plan if you want to go that way. But if you want to keep it in your family, how? And listen to the tools Marcia has. Like in our case, we wanted to keep it in our family. Well, then try to think of every scenario. If your family is your son and your daughter and they get married, and you think, oh, well, I kept it in the family. Then your son dies and your daughter marries the heroin addict who's also has a gambling addiction. Now what happened to your ranch? But if there's ways you can transfer it so it stays in your bloodline. So it goes to your kids and to your kids and down through your bloodline, not to your new daughter-in-law's third husband. So you got to think about all those scenarios, and that's what I like about the way we did it. But let me think, there's 3 expectations. Walter touched on profit. If you're thinking about wondering why the kid doesn't come back to the ranch, one, it's got to be profitable. And it might take a difference for him or her to be profitable than what you did. But if it's not profitable, there's not much interest in them coming back. So you got to think about how can we make this thing, can we do some other things here with our shop or with our hunting experiences or with what have we got in our ranch here that'll help get profit in? If you can't get profit in there, don't expect them to come back. Second thing is today's kids want to do meaningful work. They want it to matter. And they're not just going to sit out there and do the same thing year after year like your granddad did. They want it to matter. And they want to see that the soil gets better. And they want to see that you're making a difference in society and in community. So you got to think about the meaningful work side. And the third thing is they need a balance in work and life. They are not going to work 7 days a week like you did. So you've got to balance their life and figure it out so they can have some time with their families and time to do other things. And if you don't do that, then don't be surprised the kid doesn't want to come back to the ranch if you're going to expect them to live it like you lived it. So I guess those are 3 things that I thought were important to get across today. And then I just want to say one other thing while I've got the microphone, if I might. We were managing for tax survival. We were trying to manage because our state had gotten big enough that we had to figure out how do we avoid tax survival. And this last couple of years, when we thought, Walt, we were going to lose that stepped up basis, and we thought that Bernie Sanders was going to set the course for the future of our states, we were aggressively trying to get that moved. You can gift an awful lot of it. You can gift a lot of your, just like Walt said, you can gift up to the full exemption. So are you? Are you gifting it to your family? Because if they move that exemption backwards, you won't be able to gift it. So we're taking as much advantage as we can of being able to gift those shares and using other ways to do that. And finally, we've got to have public understanding. The public has to understand why this matters. They have to understand why generational transfer through the generations matters. Why does it matter who owns that piece of ground out there on Fly Creek or that piece of ground up at Sand Springs? Why does it matter who owns it? Well, it matters because nobody's going to take care of it like that next generation. I often think the biggest travesty of land management in the entire Western United States is Yellowstone Park. And that's being celebrated now with how great Yellowstone is. It's the worst land management in the nation because it's managed for what? A single use, either for bison or for wolves or for elk or whatever the current managers told him to manage for, he manages for. I think we could solve that if we said to the manager, you manage it whatever way you think best, but you got to hand it to your grandkids when it's done. When it's done, your grandkids are going to have it. And manage for that, not for what the current administration has directed you to manage for today's current hot button. So how do we get the public to understand that we're managing for our grandkids, we're managing for the next generation, and get them to care that means food security, and that means open space. The only reason we have open space, the public values open space, but only if somebody's out there being profitable. If nobody's out there profitable, it's not open space. And who's taking care of the wildlife habitat? The public values that. That's a generational family ranch that makes that wildlife habitat. Well, who makes a clean watershed? A generational family farm makes a clean watershed. So I just think the message I just think you have to stay focused on is we have to make it profitable. We have to make it generationally acceptable. And I just want to say one last possible thing here. Joe talked about the effort being done industry-wide to address expenses, and hopefully there's nobody hard in this room wouldn't agree with those things. If we can lower the cost of our tax burden, if we can, what he didn't mention was labor a little bit more, but one of the other things that came out of those sessions was the cost of H-2A labor and the cost of getting labor. We all agree that we got to have better ways to afford labor. If we can agree on those things and we can agree on having better farm programs, we're way behind the grain farmers, Joe, because they've been back there lobbying for their crop insurance program for 60 years. We are just now starting to catch on that there's crop programs that will help farmers and ranchers. And I'll bet half the people in this room say, well, I'm not going to the FSA office. I'm not going to get on any government program. Well, you don't have to, but I'm telling you, the grain industry has realized that's what keeps your banker happy is when you do what Joe just talked about and make sure you've got your risk taken care of. So I guess I'm saying those all things are good. And I went to those seminars that the stock growers had, was pleased to see other associations there. But those are about keeping expense down. And profit is more than just expense. Yes, we can cut expenses. We can get all those expenses down. That'd be great. We also have to do the other side. Profit is also raising income. We have to figure out how we raise income. How do we get, and what do we, to do that, what do we raise in Montana? What's our biggest crop? Calves, which you guys already know that. So how do we raise what we get for our calves? How do we raise what we get for Montana cattle and Montana calves? Ken Morris and I and Butch Gillespie are working on this Montana Cattle Committee with one thing in mind, to try and increase the value of our calves, increase the value of Montana's biggest crop. Because yes, we can cut expenses, and I'm all for those things to cut expenses. Hopefully we can agree on those. We also have to get income higher if we're going to increase profit. If we don't have profit, we're not going to have anybody back on the ranch. So thank you for the time.
Thank you for your comments, Taylor. Those are all great comments, and the panel's been doing a great job. We'd like to see somebody from the floor might have some questions, but I'd like to pick on Wally a little bit real quick about direct marketing cattle and how that's helped you out, and what are your comments on that?
We diversified selling beef years ago instead of the question of diversity otherwise. So actually we sell three things. It was an interesting education. We sell beef that goes directly because I ran into a person in graduate school who said his roommate had a theory that Americans did everything wrong. We drove on the wrong side of the road. We stole with our letters in the wrong order. We were with our fork in the wrong hand. We raised the wrong cows. And I said, what are you talking about? There is a stupid black cow. No. My family, from my roommate, raises only Highland cows. It's all that eats the best beef. I said, you're crazy, Ian. He said, no, you look it up. You check. So I looked it up, and sure as hell, the royal families kept a herd of Highland cattle, Balmoral Castle, since 1505. And Black Angus, by the way, is half Highland. So you know. So I looked it up, and sure enough, his roommate, in what they call college, which you call high school, was a guy named Andy, who told them that was the deal. And sure enough, Andy was right. That was Prince Andrew. So I got it from the source, which was an interesting little weird story, but that's what happened. So we ran all Red Angus for years, growing up with Herefords, with horns, etc. That was fine, and dairy cattle that were all Guernseys. And so did all that, and then tried some Highlanders to see what it was. They grow slow. They're a whole different gig. They're a lot smarter. They last forever. I calved 2 cows last spring that were 29, who both raised their calves well. The average Highlander calves grew about 25. But you don't breed until they're 2 to calve at 3. So it's a different world, but that's okay. So we started selling beef, then we learned there's a huge demand for hides. And there's a more incredible demand at Big Sky for horns, which is a funny thing. So you take a horn set that's 5 foot wide off a good cow, put it on a piece of barn wood wrap, a piece of leather on the base. And I'll tell you this, the number you get for it is at least 4 numbers to the left of the decimal point per set of horns. And I can't raise enough of them to sell them all at Big Sky and the rest in the furniture stores. So that's the reality of the deal. So we diversified it, not by selling Red Angus cows anymore to Nebraska corn-fed beef, which we did for years. And Goggins has helped us connect with the people who did that years ago. Do I remember that or not? That was like 99, 2000, 98. You and Dan Dykeman plugged us into doing that. And so we sold all the stock, 400 a year calves to Nebraska corn-fed beef. For all Red Angus to their program. We had the first electronic ID tags, so we knew who the mothers were, who the bulls were the whole way through, but we diversified it by doing beef, and then went to all beef. So we sell hides, horns, beef, lamb tails, lambs, not as lamb, but as lamb to eat, which was interesting. And now the latest thing that blessed us in kind of a weird way is everybody wants to cut a Highland cow. I have no idea what the fascination was, but if you go into Hobby Lobby in Missoula, there's 67 different pictures, cows, placards, and pots with a Highland cow in them yesterday. We checked it. Like, what is suddenly the deal with hairballs with horns? And everybody teases me, typical thing, he grew up in Missoula, hippie people, hippie cows. That's no surprise. But they took it over. So now today, one of my cow runners is on the Red Barn at Sura with 5 different sets of people getting their pictures taken with a Highland steer who weighs about 1,700 pounds and is 6 feet across on the horns, and a calf this big that will stand for anybody like a poodle and be petted for their Christmas pictures. And for $2 a piece to take the pictures for half an hour, I'll do that for 5 people today, and that's what they're doing.
because everybody wants that picture for their Christmas card. So the way we diversified the operation, while we're doing something weird like that, and my kids do come back to do some weird things. They come back and brand, they come back and work other stuff. Sam built a new chicken coop a few weeks ago. And today is a bad day for the Condon household, because one graduated from U of M, one graduated from MSU, both teams are flying. My daughter cites monitoring for green gases in Australia, monitoring what the green carbon footprint is, and my son's the head mapper for the U.S. Geological Survey in Boston. And I'm a U of M grad, but an ag college grad from New Zealand, but that's how we diversified it, and it works. So we don't count it as one source of whatever else. We learn seasonability. We learn the demand changes in the summer for burgers and steaks versus the winter for roast and whatever else, and tap the other markets. The first school to do local beef in Montana was Lima Public School. Other schools copied it now. We started it in 1999, 2000. So who buys a lot of beef? So the hospitals, the Senior Citizen Center, and they really bought it from us, they bought it from IDP or from Cisco. So that's kind of how we diversified it out, but it works because each of those little entities does a different part of how the balance sheet changes what it looks like at the bottom line. The horns are worth a lot of money, and I had no idea they would be, but they are.
Great, thank you, Wally. And just a good example of creativity to increase your bottom line and think of other items to do. Looks like I'm getting help with the mic. So we got a question over here. So let's.
You know, one thing you kind of forgot is life insurance. Pay those siblings off. The way we kind of did it, I'm the only guy left on the ranch, and I cash rented to start with cattle, land, and everything, machinery. So as I was building that stuff up, I gained more of the cow herd, but I was paying a cash rent to my parents, a good cash rent, and they were buying life insurance, the right kind of life insurance that doesn't lose value as they get older, right? So when they passed away, those life insurances were in place. A lot of that went to the siblings. So I'm still on place. That's very important, correct?
Yeah, because that's it. There's tools out there if mom and dad are willing to utilize them. And I think as I've listened to everything, one of the things that's sort of left out is the emotional aspect of this with mom and dad. You know, there's emotional reasons why we do the things we do. And sometimes with grandpa or dad, it's a matter of control. And you've got to decide, am I willing to give up some of the control of this to the younger generation, let them make some of their mistakes, but do it at a lower level, not like this. Just like when you started the kids out with an allowance, it's teaching them to manage, and they need to know how to manage what's going on. And I love this idea of these 4 different things you're doing. I didn't know about those because I'd heard something similar in South Dakota, where the dad told the kids, you know, this place isn't gonna, it barely covers enough for your mom and I. I'd love to have you back. You've got to come up with something. And so 3 of the boys have come up with things, and it's cost a little bit to fix the barn so it could be a community event place. They fixed up some and built some additional cabins so that people fly in, and what they're going to shoot are pheasants. You know, coming up from Kansas with a dry land farm with my grandparents, I was always hunting pheasants, but I had a knife and a stick. But people from New York City fly in with their jet, and they'll pay $3,000 or so just to stay in a cabin, hunt those pheasants. So it's the daughter that I'm eager to see what it is she comes up with. But here was a dad that was willing to give up the control of the place and bite his tongue when the kid wanted to change the barn and when he wanted to build these cabins. But it was an investment on both sides.
Great, you have another question?
Yeah, I do. You know, you guys were talking about increasing subsidies to cattle producers. You know, really, when you look at grain farmers, have you seen a box of weeds go down in price as the subsidies go up? Who's getting those subsidies in the end? It's the processor. Same thing can happen with wheat.
And I think that's a fair comment. And kind of my response to that is, I came into agriculture kind of on the back end. everybody was supposed to keep living and they didn't. And so now we had a ranch that was either going to collapse and be sold, or all hands on deck and try to jump into that. And that was about, well, actually, it's 12, today, December 7th, 2012, my uncle died. So it's his anniversary. And that spun us into a tailspin. But one of the things that we never did on the ranch, we didn't sign up for any government programs. And that's because when you start doing government programs, some are needed, but then you have to have government requirements. And government requirements don't necessarily understand what works on my ranch or your farm. Or if you want to try something new, they're like, whoa, you're crazy. So one of the solutions we did to get us going and kind of being a little bit motivated, seeing what Wally had done and not wanting to reinvent the wheel, we created a grass-fed beef company. That company made just enough money for us to get through that hard time. So we never went to the bank for an operating loan, and we've made money with that, and there's still demand there. So it's a slippery slope on subsidies, and it's a slippery slope on government programs, because you want to have farm and ranch freedom. When you start signing the dotted line for them, you lose some of that freedom. My forefathers, and we made it 132 years, never took a dime, never took a loan, paid cash. So it can be done, but they weren't driving fancy trucks. They wouldn't live in fancy houses. But times got tough and they needed to do something. They had the resources. So I agree that the subsidy thing is slippery, and then now you're putting your future into somebody else's hands, who's typically in DC, who really doesn't know what they're talking about for a Montana farmer and rancher. But it's a tool in the tool bag. So I wouldn't say no to anything. Let's be open-minded, but there's always a trade-off. If we're going to get something, they're going to want something back. And so that's a careful position.
Get another shot here. All right, Senator Gillespie here, okay? On the ag committee, right?
Well, yeah, we can do that too. But this is a little mini version of what Wally was talking about, I guess. But we've been doing marathon conventions this week. But yesterday at Wool Growers, just a couple little things that kind of caught my attention was the value of sheep for grazing weeds. Of course, goats fits into that category too. But they were talking about these solar farms, and it's a beautiful way to grow weeds underneath all these solar panels. And how do you get in there and get rid of the weeds? Well, sheep is a perfect example. And you would kind of think maybe goats would be good for that too, but they said no, they don't work because they eat all the wiring and mess things up, and then they jump up on top of the panels. That don't work out too well. But in the defense of goats, which I have neither, but I think it was a fellow from Garfield County said that they really have lost about 20% of their sheep production. I may be off on this a bit, but that's been replaced with goats. Goats are a little more popular. And we were talking about out-of-state markets for beef, like Walter was talking about. But goats are very popular in Chicago, for example. And in the past, I think a lot of them went to California. So there are a lot of these other little varieties of things to stimulate the imagination and maybe make a few extra bucks for the kids if they want to come back. So.
We're gonna children's book reading about America. We're gonna eat lunch.
Okay. Yeah, don't forget my book. In my book, this the discussion of following what the grain growers have done, basically farming for the government. The last segment of agriculture that I can see that is still essentially independent are you guys. How capitalism. And that independence is priceless. And the forces that are out there trying to rein us in are enormous and very well funded. Just something to always keep in mind. Be able to own your own land, transfer it to the younger generation, and do what you want on that. Be independent. That's an important thing to keep in mind.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any questions or comments?
I got one more. We were talking about subsidy, Joel just mentioned it again. A new deal that they just come up with is this grassland CRP. Now, I signed up for that, and I found out about this 30-30 deal. Yeah, 30 by 30, and I'm beginning to think that was part of that little deal. Fortunately, I believe that's a 10-year contract, so I think I'll get out. But essentially, they were telling me how to grade stuff, and it was the same way I was grading it. I developed my own water, I never asked for a dime. Just to make grass distribution, feed distribution. But that subsidy may be something people should look at once the outside of this go control the
Let's say that another question.
It's nice having people here. I'm just an old man with poor hearing and failing eyesight, but I do have a question here, concern about absentee ownership. And it appears that real estate has become a alternative investment for people with money. And so it makes it prohibitive for operators to purchase land. Now, absentee ownership may provide an opportunity for ag people to get started in agriculture, but you're dealing with a lease. And if that lease changes, or if the ownership changes, the operator is left in a bad position. In my neighborhood, near Arlington, there was a purebred operation that was very successful, but recently he lost his lease. He had to move and cancel the whole thing. So I'd kind of like to hear your comments about that, about absentee ownership and operators living with that.
I'll do a quick one from the legal side that I see, and then I'll get it to the board because I'm sure we all see this quite a bit. It's a real estate play. So there's really two businesses in the situation. Essentially, you've got a real estate operation, and essentially then you have a farm operation on top of it. So if I'm coming from out of state and I've got a lot of money, let's say I just cashed out of my $25 million stock options that I have, and I want to get into hard assets. I come to Montana and I buy a ranch. And then I go find someone like Ken who's a good operator and say, hey, I'll give you a good deal on a lease, and I'll just do a real estate play, and I'll give you a good deal, and you can make some money on your lease, and you don't have to buy land. And I'll show up once in a while to shoot some pheasants and chase some deer around and maybe fish and take some pictures. And then they'll hold that land for X amount of time, get their gain, and then they'll flip it to the next person in that. So you can create an endless loop where it's kind of return to serfdom, supposedly. But that's kind of where that path can go. But on the flip side, it also helps young producers get on a lease. And those landowners also want to have their land taken care of. So it's that's kind of identifying the issues, but not giving any solutions. But I'll pass this off to whoever else that's next.
Yeah, I know the operation you're talking about, and my wife and I and our kids are living through the same thing as well. I mean, we're going through the same. We run a lot of our operation on lease ground, and have lived through many different situations, just like what you said. And I think one of the things that's been brought up across all of these different industry type, unified type messages and what can we find common ground around. But I think the one thing all of us within this industry want is just what you said. How do we keep this land in food production? And for this group, beef production, livestock production, whether it be with beef or lamb. And how do you keep this ground to where you take this ground out of production, the communities lose their tax base. It's just, there's so many different things that it affects. But wouldn't it be something if we came together as an industry and found some sort of a way to incentivize these people that have this land, that want to either sell it, have nobody to transition it into or whatever. And you get back to what Walter was talking about earlier about strings attached. Wouldn't it be something if we came up with some kind of a model that if I'm 75, 80 years old and I want to get rid of this land, I can't run this ranch anymore. I'm all by myself with 3 South Africans, whatever it is, and you're making this thing work, and you want to cash out and retire. Wouldn't it be something if we come up with some kind of a model that some young person or some neighbor that would love that land and would love to carry that legacy on, if you sold that land to them and they made a declaration that we're going to leave this land in food production, that maybe you could sell that land to the neighbor or one of these kids or a family member at the production value of that ranch instead of the recreational value. And if they declare they're going to leave it in food production, maybe you don't charge them any capital gains tax. And the net to net, the guy selling his ground, he's going to net the same. You can't ask him not to net the same. I mean, if he's not going to get that opportunity and he's got to pay a huge capital gains tax when he sells that place, then he's going to sell it for all he can get it. I don't blame him. I don't think anybody here blames him for that. But wouldn't it be something if we incentivize these people into keeping this land in food production? The buyer of that land declares they're going to leave it in food production. And if they don't, then there's some penalties 4 or 5 years down the road if they decide to move on and turn it into a recreation place or whatever like that. But I think there's some real promise to that kind of thinking. But I don't think it's going to happen if we don't come together as an industry. Not one group's going to get this done. We can't do this by ourselves. We've got to do this all together. I really believe that.
Yeah, time for one more question.
I'm gonna respond.
Go ahead, Walter.
And Doug, I hear your concerns, but I got my start leasing a farm and ranch from an absentee owner. And I wouldn't have had that opportunity if I didn't. Because, my family farm had a whole bunch of siblings. And mom and dad really weren't picking yet. And so that was an opportunity for me. And, after the Reagan egg crisis of the 80s, I had to go overseas to pay off my debt. But when I came back, there was lots of opportunities to buy foreclosed on land. But I partnered up with 3 absentee landowners to buy an operation that was big enough to survive and make some money. And so I hear your concerns. I think they're valid, but it also creates opportunities for our next generation because quite frankly, the way agriculture is right now, if you're not born into it or marry into it, it's pretty tough to get started in it. And I too agree with Joe that we should be making some opportunities out there with strings attached for owners to be able to sell that property to the next one. But there's also, and I know Joe knows this, but the Nature Conservancy, it may sound like a bad thing, but it does just what Joe described. It pays the farmer and rancher that owns that place, that has quite a big potential on capital gains. to be able to capitalize by signing a contract that this land will stay in agricultural production into in perpetuity. And they will get paid the difference of the recreational value versus the production value. And then the next purchaser of that property has to keep it in production. And they can generally, I'm a real estate agent too, and I've sold a few of these. Usually you can buy these properties for damn near the half the price of a property that doesn't have that conservation easement on it.
Last comment or question, sir. And we have much to do. It's, cultural.
I think you got the mic.
I'm sorry. Trying to keep this line of perpetual agricultural, I think that we're all kind of that mentality, but then there's not a square inch of Montana we can buy. They'll pay for itself with what we produce agriculturally, get going to the agricultural easements. We have quite a few neighbors doing that, but that starts to limit you in a lot of ways, how much strings attached. That's a limiting event, and trying to perceive, I guess what's changing in our lifetime, you know, when you and I, most of us here that were young, we were concerned about Vietnam. We didn't have any type 2 diabetes. Cancer was hardly on the list. Look at where we're at now. This food thing has become, I think, very, very, very key component of what our next generation, you young people, what the problems right now. My son's in med school. 60% of the young people now have problems starting families. And this next generation, what we're running into with our food right now, is not working. If there's an answer to it, it's back to our dirt, to our cattle. Putting the value back in our products, I know we're limited. Even today at these good cattle markets, trying to pay for our equipment, et cetera, is it doesn't equate very well most of the time. And back to putting value back into our system that rewards the producer to produce, because I don't think we'll ever see our land get back to where we can make. You know, when we were growing up, it was $1,800 a cow calf, even so what our ranch is worth. That's clear gone. So back to reality today, what can we do to impress upon? Well, it's really simple. If we can make a food that'll keep our health costs down, our quality of life up, I think people will pay more for it. And that's the part that I had a chance, the opportunity to be a part of. And we're blessed here in America to have a surplus of food. That's a real rarity for this planet. And yeah, I hear you all the way. So we're getting some readings that I think we can start to make an impact to get more value to us back to the ranches for that.
So take a little stab at what you just said. You know, what we're working right now with is a farm bill that focuses on a cheap food policy. And that cheap food policy was crafted by a bunch of CEOs of big corporations. And what it did is it gave more corporate control of our food dollar. And our farm bill right now is based on maximum production. It's the highest yields are the ones who get rewarded. Your crop insurance is based on your highest yield averages. And then, you know, the feeding cattle, corn and barley in the feedlot to get them finished faster is you have to do that to compete. And it's all this is driven by corporate monopolies. Because right now, farmers and ranchers, we might be getting paid more than we were in some cases, but our expenses are way higher because our chemical bill is a lot bigger, our fertilizer bill is a lot bigger, all of our inputs are a lot more than they used to be. And who benefits from that? It's not you and I. It's the corporate monopolies that are selling that to us. And the maximum yield, the maximum production that we produce creates a surplus. And that surplus has to be exported. Who benefits from that exported product? It's not you and I. It's the corporate monopolies that export that product that benefit. And if we've had a farm bill that focused on sustainable production rather than maximum production, and looked at, you know, our research programs, our universities, they're not developing varieties that produce more on less. They're producing varieties that will make the maximum yield with the maximum amount of inputs. Why? Because the corporate monopolies are funding their research. We took away the land grant funding in the 80s. What we need to do is get back to a farm bill that incentivizes and promotes sustainable agriculture. We need to be able to feed, grow food for ourselves, grow our own fiber, and grow our own fuel, and forget about trying to raise a huge surplus that has to be exported and is at risk of any geopolitical event that happens any given day.
Yeah, well, thank you, the panel, and it's been a great discussion. I think we got a lot of great ideas. Hopefully everybody learned. Time for lunch.
Next door, given the J. Jan, your lunch bill, see her directly. Put on a red. We have maximum now.
But he's also talking about us. Just want to have those openings.
Yeah. Okay, well, Amy's getting ready with her channel. I'm gonna pass off some yellow sheet. Priscilla's out too, so we're gonna do that this year. Go back like that. So forth. Next year. Yeah.
While we've got everybody coming in, please remember to fill out the surveys about what you like, what you didn't like. I think Rich is passing them around here. It'll help us to know what worked, what didn't work, and any suggestions you have for what we do for next year, we would really appreciate that, so we don't have to scratch our heads so hard.
Didn't get a sheet, I'll put a file on the back table over here. Good feedback for us on what we did that, what we fixed up, what we should look at for next year. Don't forget, Bill's book out there, Feeding a Divided America, that kind of covers the town discussion this morning. Our farm bill and how we sustain ourselves. Yeah. Time to do the board director, Amy Sheehan Gould, the operating sub-bar Hart Ranch. Fantastic annual paddle, right?
You're a little prejudiced, Rich.
And an all-around great person.
Hopefully our bull's been making us some money. So you guys have heard of the four horsemen from Notre Dame, and I am giving you the four gurus from Montana State University. Today we're going to be hearing about some things that you can implement any cattle producer to increase the efficiency of your herd that hopefully is going to improve your bottom line. Our first speaker is going to be Dr. Sam Weichels. He's an assistant professor at MSU and also is MSU beef extension specialist, right?
And he's going to be talking about things you can do to improve your feed efficiency, bottom line. And he might sneak in a little bit about some technological things he's working on too. So I give you Dr. Weifels.
Well, while they're pulling up a quick presentation I put together for you guys, I just want to thank you guys for coming. Thank you for having me. Thank Amy for inviting me. And as we go, like I know the theme was efficiency and things to think about that can kind of help improve bottom line. And the focus of my talk today was mostly on beef cattle nutrition and how nutrition requirements change throughout the year and some things to think about as you're out feeding cows. And then as we go through the panel, I think we'll figure out how all this really applies. So you click this right there, you go, right there. Yeah. See if this thing's connected. Perfect. So when we start talking about nutrient requirements, there's just a couple things I think you guys probably have all learned throughout the years, but I think there's just some thoughts that I like to remind myself when we're thinking about the production cycle of that cow herd and what that really means, what we're asking those animals to do and what those animals' nutrient draws are. And so I always like to start by just looking at how do animals prioritize their nutrients as they're eating, how they're feeding. Yeah, I'll hold it. So I like to look and see how they basically utilize those nutrients and what their priorities are as they eat. And so the first thing, and most of us know this, is maintenance. So we have maintenance requirements of these animals. That's to fulfill their basal metabolism needs. And so when an animal consumes and is partitioning its nutrients, number one is basal metabolism. As we move on, the next one is to maintenance of pregnancy and then lactation. And I like to point out that those are actually just shy of maintenance. So animals really work hard to maintain pregnancy and to maintain lactation as possible. So they work really hard to get that next calf on the ground and do their best. However, after that, we go into like body energy reserves. And I really like to point this one out. The very last one on the list for our cow-calf herd is reproduction. This also happens to be the one thing we care about the most in a productive herd, right? Is making sure that cow gets bred. But it's the last thing that she's going to put energy or nutrient reserves to. And so it's really something to think about in terms of what does that mean in order to meet your animal's nutrient requirements. And so I like to break stage of production into 4 stages throughout our annual cycle, starting with stage 1, which would be calving, right? So we hit calving, we go from calving to breeding would be that stage 1 of production, or at least the way I like to think about it. We're talking about a period that's 80 to 90 days long, greatest nutrient requirement. So if you think about this, this is when a calf hits the ground, right? So now we have requirements for that animal to lactate. We have requirements of that animal to recover from the labor process. We want to get her bred again, right? So we have a huge increase in the nutrient demands for this cow. And adequate management, this is a very critical time point. This is not a time point you want to skimp on your feeding. This, if you do, you can have big implications really, really quickly. The second stage of production is breeding to weaning. This is probably 140, 150 days long. I would say that in terms of cow nutrition and on a general rangeland production system, it's not too bad as long as we got good forage out there. We're not in a terrible drought searching for biomass. If you think about it, this is when we're turning our cows out. You got nice green, good quality forage that stays hopefully green for at least a couple months out there. So it's relatively the This isn't usually the point where we're really super concerned with nutrition, barring, maybe if you got a bunch of toxic plants or something out where you're turning out to grazing. But from a just general nutrition standpoint, usually the forage base is going to meet your cow's demands at this point. Stage 3, this is a production point that I really like to point out. I call it, it's a mid gestation. This is where the calf has been weaned. It's about 90 days long. Nutrient requirements are the modest. So if you think about it, we've weaned that calf. We no longer have the lactation requirements. And remember, lactation ranks pretty high on that list. So this is when we can actually utilize some pretty low quality forages to get those, to meet those animals' requirements, just because they don't have the nutrient draws that they had prior when they were lactating. So this is where you see a lot of guys that can go out there, turn their cows back on range, offer them a little bit of supplement, and actually have big impacts on their cows' body condition, performance, with relatively low inputs. And so I like to think about it as, and this is the time where if your cows are coming off range or something and they're a little thinner than you like, this is the point in time where you're going to be able to make the biggest impact with the least inputs. And that's because the animal's nutrient requirements are at its lowest. And so just a quick example, I was giving a similar talk in Eastern Montana a couple years ago, and a producer came up to me afterwards and said, hey, I brought my cows in off range. They weren't, they were in a drought. They weren't quite where he wanted them to be, but he did put up some sorghum Sudan grass hay. I said, it didn't even test that great. I think he said it was like 9 to 10% crude protein, not bad. But he started feeding that to his animals and increased body condition. And he was surprised feeding a marginal hay like that he saw a positive improvement in his animal's body condition. And the reason I bring that up is I think sometimes we get closer to that lactation calving where we realize that our cows are a little thinner than we want, but that's when their nutrient requirements are the highest. So if you want to make a change on your animal's body condition or just a condition in general from a nutritional standpoint, that's a really, really hard time to do it, because those animals' requirements are so high that you're going to have to feed very, very high quality feeds in order to make any difference. So this is the best time to get ready for that calving season if your cows are thin and you want to get some better condition on them. Stage 4, this is our pre-calving. So it's about 60 days long. This is 60 days pre-calving. Believe it or not, this is where the vast majority of your fetal growth occurs in cattle. And so because of that, we actually end up with increasing our nutrient requirements again. We're not quite as where we were in that stage 1, that calving, but there's a lot of fetal growth happening. Sometimes as these calves get bigger in utero, it actually reduces rumen capacity some, just because of the size of the calf. And so this is probably one of the most difficult times to manage nutrition, because just out of curiosity, how many of you guys are like March calvers? Yeah, so we're talking January and February here, and what's weather like in January and February. So this can actually be one of the hardest times to make impacts in terms of nutrition. And so you really got to think preemptively, like if my cows are coming off from weaning a little thinner, we got to make a change, because making a change here is also really difficult just due to weather conditions. And you guys all ranch in Montana, you know what January and February is like. So it can be difficult to make a change there. So what are these beef cattle nutrient requirements? So this is pretty generalized. This is for about 1,100 pound beef cow producing about 15 pounds of milk. I broke it down in those nutritional stages. Protein for a lot of us is the nutrient of concern or macronutrient of concern in order meeting animals' nutrient requirements. So when we start looking at that, in that stage 1, we're looking at that animal needs just a little shy of 2.5 pounds of protein per day. When you move into stage 2, that drops down to 2. And then this illustrates that point. When you get in that stage 3 after weaning, we're down to about 1.5 pounds, a little less than 1.5 pounds. So things to think about and understanding how is that animal's nutrient requirements changing throughout the year and throughout the production cycle, and when can you put the most efficient use of supplementation feeding to get the biggest bang for the buck that you're looking for in terms of beef cattle body condition. What happens if you don't do that? And I think Megan and some of the others might touch on this a little bit, so I'm just going to briefly go over it. If we get in that stage 4, which is that 60 days prior to calving, and we don't meet those nutrient requirements, you're going to see calving difficulties. You're going to see reduced calf survival, reduced milk production, delayed estrus, delayed conception. So essentially that animal's not getting the nutrients it needs to go through that list of priorities to get her ready for breeding. And a lot of times, that she's going to maintain herself first. So if you're not meeting nutrient requirements, she maintains herself. That creates less energy or protein available for colostrum development. Less going to the calf, you end up with weak calves. When we think about those 2 100-year winters that we had back to back a few years ago, you guys remember that? How many of you guys had weak calf syndrome issues? That was a couple years where I know Megan, Tim, and I were getting, our phones were ringing off the hook. We have weak calves, we have scours like we've never had before. Winter weather can have a big impact on what an animal's nutrient requirements are, and it's something to be cognizant of. And when we had those huge events like that, it's hard to keep up with their nutrient demands. And it's just an illustration that when we don't meet up with their nutrient demands, we have less healthy calves, weaker calves at birth, things like that. So when we get into that pre-calving condition, or how do we know if we're in the right spot? Are we meeting nutrient requirements? What does that really mean in the bottom line? What we found is that cows maintain on an increasing plane of nutrition than that pre-calving stage, have a shorter postpartum interval, which means they're more likely to breed when you get to your breeding season. You have greater reproductive potential. Thin cows and those not meeting those requirements produce less colostrum, have weaker calves. You'll find increased instances in like scours and other related diseases in those calves. There'd be less thrifty. The other thing that's important, remember in that stage 1, when they're lactating, those nutrient requirements go way up. So even if you're in good condition going into calving, if we don't maintain that, if we get into a negative slope on that condition, even after calving, you can actually still have impacts on your reproduction. So once that calf hits the ground, we're not done. We got to keep things going until we get to that breeding season. And how do we do that? Unfortunately, right now, the best tool that we really have is body condition scoring. And so a body condition score of 5 to 6, we usually try to shoot for a herd average of 5, ensures that you have the body reserves adequate for postpartum reproduction or breed back. So if we can keep those animals going into calving at a 5 and do our best to maintain that 5 from calving to breeding, we're going to be setting ourselves up for success in terms of getting those animals bred and getting that next calf in utero and ready for the next year. I don't think we have time to go through all of these, but for the sake of the panel, I do think it's important to think about factors influencing nutrient requirements of cattle. The weight, body weight, size. I think Tim will talk a little bit on that. Pregnancy, we talked about that, or physiological state with pregnancy and lactation. I like to point this one out because it's something I think we kind of forget about, and not just our heifers, but sometimes our 2 to 3 year old cows. Those are cows that are still growing, right? So when we start talking about their requirements, they have a potential of actually being a little higher than your mature cows, because not only are they trying to maintain a pregnancy and produce you a calf, they're still actively growing. So it's another thing to think about with those younger cows. Physical activity, environment. I could talk to you all day on environment, but for the sake of time here, our best estimate right now that we operate on is that for every degree below 32 degrees Fahrenheit, cows' energy requirements increase by 1%. And so when we go back to those winters that we talked about, and we're talking about several days on end of -40 to -50 temperatures, and you think about this, those animals' requirements sometimes have increased by almost 100% in a very short amount of time. And that's something we really can't keep up with in a nutrition management. So we just do our best, and we hope that those are short winter blasts and not prolonged. And unfortunately, in those winters I just told you about, those are prolonged events for several weeks. And unfortunately, the cows and calves paid a little bit of a price. I threw this in here just to illustrate real quick that not everything's linear. It's we like to think about things linear in the sense of, okay, well, for every pound increase in my cow's body weight, we have an X amount increase in requirements, and it doesn't quite work like that, and it's not all equal. So I said that body size and lactation both have an impact, and you can see here, if we look at the 1,000-pound average cow versus the 1,400-pound average milking producing cow, that there is an increase in nutrient requirements. However, lactation plays a bigger role in that. If you have an above average 1,000-pound cow, you're going to find out that she actually has a little higher nutrient requirements than a 1,400-pound cow that produces an average amount of milk. So milking, lactation has a huge impact on what your animal's nutrient requirements are. I just threw this up here towards the end. This is just generally thinking, something to think about. This is a very generalized graph. I actually stole this from one of Tim's lectures. But anyway, right here in purple, we have our cow requirements. In orange, we have our forage. And this is just grazing forage, pasture forage. And what I want to point out here is that this forage quality curve does not always meet that cow requirements curve. And in those situations are times when we probably need to think about providing some kind of supplemental input to meet those animals' requirements, whether that be I'm going to graze dormant forage here in the fall, and I'm going to offer a protein supplement, or maybe closer to lactation when we're not there, supplementing some kind of energy or protein supplement there as well. So just keep in mind that the forage curve and the cow requirement curves do not always match. And when we don't meet those animals' requirements, then we can end up with some issues related to reproduction or health and efficiency of those animals. So just to wrap some things up with some final thoughts here, body condition scores 5 to 6 from pre-calving to breeding is what's going to be your goal, your target to improve reproduction of those animals. Beef cattle can utilize those low quality forage feedstuffs, especially after weaning, but may require some supplemental inputs. And so we want to make sure we're meeting those requirements there. And just to wrap up here, one of the things I do work on is a lot of precision agriculture as it applies to beef cattle production. And so we have been doing, Tim and I and Megan and others, working on supplementation programs and self-feeders where we get to record how much each animal is eating at each visit to the supplement feeder, and then recording with GPS and other things how animals respond to their nutritional strategies in grazing and grazing utilization and stuff like that. So these are all things that we're actively looking at Montana State, as well as, it's probably a topic for a different conversation, as well as like virtual fencings. There's systems out there where the cows weigh themselves out in the pasture, and things like that. So there's some things coming down the pipe technology wise that can really help with the efficiency of knowing, are my cows maintaining, are they improving in weight, are they decreasing in weight, and how those can happen. So with that, I'll pass it on to the next speaker before the panel.
Whoever wants to respond to the question.
Yeah, write down your question after the panel's done, then we'll go with questions for the panel.
So our next speaker is Dr. Tim Del Curto. He's a professor at MSU, and his area of interest is sustainable cattle systems. And he's going to be talking about how matching your cattle to your environment can help to increase your bottom line.
No. probably the most important part is Montana State's up early in the game. Unfortunately, the Grizzlies were down, I think like 21-3 or something like that. You want to be on camera? Oh, I gotta be on camera. I'm not sure if I need to be on camera, but I'll go ahead and get started. I was asked to kind of talk about beef cattle efficiency. To be honest, I initially started talking about put together all of our research projects, and then I thought, that's actually boring to me as well as you. And so I thought, well, I think what I'll do is kind of do what I do with my graduate level ruminant nutrition class, where we talk about efficiency and just give you my thoughts on efficiency, and kind of go from there. The first thing I want to tell you about talking about efficiency, it's one of those tricky subjects that most people in their right mind wouldn't really want to talk about that much, because you get into arguments about cow size and breed types and all that. So I'm going to avoid that for the most part. But it's sort of dangerous, like taking your granddaughters on a water skiing trip with their favorite cat. There may be some rabbit holes and things you need to worry about. And I think sometimes talking about efficiency is that way. So I'm going to throw out some ideas and some things that I think about and what I try to get across to our senior level undergraduate students and our graduate students when we're talking about efficiency. The first thing I would tell you is I think sometimes to really get a handle on efficiency, we really need to look at ruminant animals as a whole and kind of compare and contrast. Depending on which textbook you look at, there's somewhere around a little bit less than 200 species of ruminants on this planet, and they're all very, very unique. And I would contend from a digestive physiology standpoint, the most advanced animals on the planet, contrary to some of the popular press we see. And here's just a table with ruminants that are common here to Montana, and they really go from very selective grazers like goats and moose and whitetail deer and mule deer to intermediates that are eat forbs, shrubs and grass, to what I refer to as our bulk grazers that really focus on grasses, whole plants. And when you look at the physiology of these animals, they're pretty remarkable. One of the first things I'd point out, if you look at just the proportion of the weight of that animal that's made up of the first two chambers of the ruminant stomach, you see that selective grazers only 10 to 15%. So those first two stomachs, all the way up to 20 to 30% with the bulk grazers. So the question I'd ask you, which ones are most efficient? And the answer is always, it depends. The bigger one. Well, if you're like me, I'm a beef cattle guy, so I'm always going to say, well, obviously it's the cattle and the bison. The reality is they've evolved for the last 40 million years to coexist with specific grasslands and specific habitats. So in their own niche, they're all very efficient, very efficient. But they're designed for different kind of diets, and you can kind of go through this and see there's a lot of differences here. But I think for today, obviously, we're just going to focus on the bulk grazers and kind of what makes them work. But obviously, efficiency here is the bigger the rumen reticulum, the more efficient they are. This is going to sound like 30,000 foot kind of perspective, but I think it's important to understand ruminants have been on the planet way longer than humans. And they started out, the initial genetic pool started out with the one planet called Pangea. And then since that time, we've seen these planets, with plate tectonics and with drift, move to different areas. That's why if you look at different regions of the world, you see ruminants that actually are quite related, but very different. And it's because they've evolved to fit specific ecosystems and things like that. This is the subfamily Bovinae, and this may surprise you, but every single species of animal here is genetically related. They're all part of the Bovinae family. And we always spend our time talking about Bos taurus and, you know, Bos indicus species. But every single one of these probably came from the same original genetic gene pool. Differences is where they're from. Now, you know, obviously Asian water buffalo, African water buffalo, American bison, Bos taurus, you know, Bos indicus. And so what region of the world they came from. So efficiency, when you look at this kind of picture, is really dependent on what? Where they came from and how those animals fit into the environment. Because which ones survived? The ones that were the best genetic fit for that environment. And I think sometimes we lose sight of that in the beef cattle industry. And I think if we just go back and go, let's kind of look at how these animals evolved, I think we come up with some really interesting observations. I always hear people go, well, bison are way different than cattle. It's like, no, they're not. They're really not. And the reason why I say that is you can actually interbreed bison and beef cattle. And if you can do that, it means what? Genetically, they're pretty damn similar, okay? and I sometimes wonder about that argument. Yeah. Well, because it's the same thing with crossbreeding. The more different those two breeds are, the greater the hybrid, the heterosis. Oh, yeah, they're like a mule. And that's because while they're genetically very similar, because you can breed them, they're not similar enough that you can then probably, no different than donkeys and horses. Okay? That mules are great things, just that's a dead end, okay? So the other thing I think when we think about efficiency, here in the West, we're really talking about how do we fit animals to our environment, okay? And in many cases, what's the best cow for this environment? What's that? Yeah, you know, it's really kind of an interesting question to me. And I always get in trouble with breed associations and purebred folks because, you know, I basically go, well, we need an animal that's we can produce with relatively small input, and it comes in bred every fall and weans a healthy calf and does all that. And we could talk, you know, a lot about, you know, the struggles we have in Montana, but it's a challenging environment. It's a limited nutrition environment. How do we find cattle that fit our environment? The other challenge we have, and probably in this room, this is very true. There's no two ranches exactly alike. Even if they have the same resource base, they like to manage a bit differently. And so that becomes a challenge. But what's the best way to do this? And I'll set it up for Sarah and Megan. And this is hard for a person who's trained in ruminant nutrition to say, but 80% of our calling in the West is based on pregnancy status. So whether or not they come in the fall and they're bred tells us how well they fit our environment. Okay. You have a bunch of open cows, particularly with that first half heifer trying to get the second calf, then you probably have some environmental fit issues and you need to think about. So reproductive success is probably one of our biggest metrics of efficiency. Okay. Having said that, I'm going to throw all caution to the wind and talk about other things I think you should think about. What's the ideal size or type of cattle? I'm not going to get into breeds or anything, but it really depends on the environment and what your market philosophy is. Historically, larger frame cattle are more efficient in feedlots in higher nutrition environments. Okay. If I was in Nebraska on irrigated ground, I wouldn't have any hesitation to have a 14, 15, 1600 pound cow that's fairly high milk, large frame. A lot of us don't have that though. And so, you know, think about, you know, what is the fit? Smaller frame cattle typically are more fertile and more efficient in forage-based production systems. And most of you know that. And we actually have a bit of a tug of war right now with our feeders and our packers and our cow-calf people. Because the feeders want what? Bigger and bigger. And just so you guys know, cow size continues to go up and up and up. Carcass weights go up and up and up. But most of our ranchers are realizing that we need to moderate frame size and things like that to fit cows to an environment. So there's a bit of a push there. The other thing, and this may surprise you, but colder environments tend to favor larger cattle. Okay, go into Alberta and Saskatchewan and look at their cattle. What's your impression? They're big, they're big, and they don't have any heartburn with that. And probably the classic example I'd give you to think about is white-tailed deer. What do white-tailed deer look like in Texas? Other than the horns are pretty dinky, you go up into northern Alberta and northern Saskatchewan, white-tailed deer are what? They're huge, they're huge. That is nature basically telling us that in cold environments, these bigger body size are actually favorable for their long-term survival and feeding. So, yeah, it's basically that size, that rumen reticulum, and the creation of heat, and so there's less energy requirements per unit body size for those larger animals than there is smaller. What's up? Yeah, exactly. The Brody equation, Bergman's rule. Yeah. I also think we need to sort of think about this. This is what Arock cattle is what Boss Taurus species likely originated from. And from an ecological perspective, this has happened only in the last 4,000 to 6,000 years. This is based on anthropologists' reports, is probably what an Arock bull looked like prior to domestication. On average, it stood roughly about 7 feet at the withers. Okay, looks a little different than most of our Boss Taurus breeds now. I wouldn't want to try to halter break this thing. Okay.
4-H project.
Yeah, it'd be one heck of a 4-H project. But the reason why I throw it out here is we need to sort of go back to where these animals originated from, likely what their habitat characteristics were, what they ate. And because in nature, it tended to drift towards 7 feet at the withers, is cow size really as big of a deal as we perhaps make it into? Depends on your perspective, but I think it's good to look at this. Sam just showed this table. He stole it from me, and I was surprised he showed it. But I think it's pretty important because here we go from a 1,000-pound cow down to a 1,400-pound cow. And if you look at requirements here, excuse me, in terms of TDN, 12.4 pounds of TDN to 15.2 pounds of TDN. That's only a 23% increase in energy needs with a 40% increase in cow size. And these are all based on National Research Council data, which I tend to trust fairly well. So a 40% increase in cow size, but only a 23% increase in feed needs. And a lot of the stuff you guys read about cow size don't take this into account. They just go, when they get bigger, they eat more, and it's proportional to body weight. It's not. Same thing here, protein, and Sam already talked about it. This 1,400-pound cow here with average milk, with the 205-day weaning weight's likely to wean a 600-pound calf. We can do that same thing with the 1,000-pound cow. We can wean a 600-pound calf with that, increase the weaning ratio. We feel really good about it. But guess what? They eat the same amount of feed. You guys kind of follow that? Okay, so it's just things I think you kind of need to think about. Sam showed this graph as well. But the other thing about efficiency is efficiency for what? And this is where we're getting lots of arguments. This is where we try to calve that coincides with our forage base, which is great for minimizing inputs for our cows. But what's it not efficient for? It's efficient for the cows. If you want to reduce cow cost, yep, calve the cows in April or May. In nature, when do most of our species calve? May. And you think about deer in the rut, just coming out of the rut right now, so that they can have May fawns, elk go into the rut September into October, so that they can have May calves. Okay, and that's for survival of the species. But why do we tend to want to calve March? Maybe even a little earlier. Bigger calves. And the reason why is typically at calving, roughly about 60 to 70 days later is peak lactation in the cow. What that means is from that point on, that calf will get incrementally more nutrients from the forage base itself. If you wait and calve in April and May, then that calf's gonna start becoming more of a functional ruminant right here. And what's the forage base look like? It's going down. So you lose a lot of growth, things like that. And so efficiency here depends on what your goals are. If the efficiency is measured in pounds of calf at weaning, then you adjust this. If efficiency is how I lower cost of my cows, then you do something entirely different. Oh. What did this one? Yes, yeah. That is not a typo. And the difference here, and Sam touched on it, milk production is way more important than I think. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I run into problems with breed association people because, they go, let's top 1% for milk, it's plus 40. And it's like, I don't want that. I don't want that. Okay. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah. And I think, in fact, one thing that's interesting to look at here, 1,000-pound cow, but you just go from 10, 20 to 30 pounds of milk per day. Look what you do with nutrient requirements. So you can have a small cow, but if it has too much milk, it still doesn't fit. If that makes sense.
Is that milk EPD also being used in the dollar calculation?
It is. It is. And that's the reason why a lot of people prefer some of these dollar indexes, depending on what they're for. I'll roll pretty quick. How are we doing? Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Some of the more interesting just tables, just things I think for food for thought. This was put together by Twig Marston at Kansas State University. And he just was talking about, well, picking genetics to fit certain environments. And he suggested, well, if you have really high feed supply, and what that means is you have a lot of feed and it's high quality for a big part of the year. And that could be like Nebraska or Kansas, irrigated ground. Then you can go ahead and select animals for fairly moderate levels of milk and actual frame sizes that are moderate to large frame animals. And here, stored energy. And stored energy just means the ability of that animal to put on flesh. Okay. So what Twig's saying is in really good feed environments where you have really long periods of green forage and lots of it, you can go with these bigger cows and more moderate milk. But if you get in environments that's more moderate in terms of feed supply, which I characterize most of Montana as moderate, some of it even towards low, really need to think about moderate milk and moderate size. And here we want moderate ability to store energy. And storing energy just means what? Fleshing ability. So they can put on flesh going into the winter, which is pretty important for our folks. And then you get to a low feed supply. There you want low to moderate milk, low to moderate feed supply, and a high ability to store energy. Cows that will put on a lot of flesh through the summer period because you know darn well you're going to burn it off that winter. Okay. And so again, efficiency comes back to, well, what's your nutrient resources? Which cows fit that best? And understand that running a little tiny cow with low milk and a high fleshing ability probably doesn't make sense in Nebraska on irrigated pasture. Okay. Same thing's true. You run those same cows in eastern Montana on just arid rangelands. Yeah, these cows aren't going to work. And the next slide will show you that. This is actually from Dr. McNeil, who spent most of his career at Fort Keogh in Miles City. And here he looked at just longevity of crossbred cows based on size of sire breed and milk production. And Dr. McNeil, basically summarized this. Well, in the Miles City environment, on Fort Keogh's environment, if you had sire breeds that are only medium frame with medium levels of milk production, then you could expect that those replacement females would still be in your herd. 66% would be in your herd at the end of 6 years. Okay, you guys gonna follow that? Now, if you start increasing that, you had medium-sized sire breed and higher levels of milk. The number of females staying in the herd by 6 years dropped to 54. If you went to large breed medium milk, that drops to 47, and a large breed high milk drops to 38. And so all he's really showing here is the cow type and the ability to stay in that herd, stay reproductively successful, you know, drops when you start selecting for traits that's outside of your nutritional environment. Okay. I think it's important to think about, you know, what's your ideal phenotype, you know, and if you're an Angus breeder, there's some of you in this room, you know, here's what you're thinking of. It's changed a lot. One of the things we did as humans, what have we done in the last 200 years in terms of cow size? It's insane. Some of the coolest slides I've seen showing them from 1800 to 1850 to 1900 to 1950. What were cows like in 1950? Tiny. Yeah, they were tiny. And we have problems with dwarfism and all kinds of things because we're selecting smaller and smaller. You know, here's what a modern day Angus bull should look like. My dad was 42 when I was born. He's passed away a long time ago, but I still remember in the 70s, he'd literally stop his pickup to see a pasture full of straight bred Herefords, because in his mind, they were the best cattle ever. You know, I didn't think so, but he certainly did. But why were Herefords so popular? They're British breed, decent carcasses, relatively low milk, which sort of fit the industry then. It was fairly low input. We didn't want to feed or supplement our cattle up. Horned Hereford bulls crossed with Angus, in my opinion, are some of the best cattle for Montana. What's that? Sure. And I'm not even going to talk about it. You want to do something to improve efficiency, crossbreed. And I'm not even going to talk about that. But you want to add a year to the productivity of your cow herd and another 600 pounds of calf wean, crossbreed.
No bird bag.
What?
No bird bag.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Cancer, you know, yeah, I don't want to go there. I'll make a Hereford breeder mad really quick. But it could be this, and we've even heard about this. One of my most problematic grad students ever came from Alberta, Canada. He did his master's with me and then went up and did a PhD at University of Alberta. And he now owns a giant ranch, northern BC, has 1,000 head of registered red Angus, 1,000 head of bison. And just recently, about 4 years ago, he bought a neighbor out who had 800 head of Highlander cattle. And I remember kind of laughing at me, and he explained to me that those are perhaps as easy as keeping cows that he has. And you sort of think about it, he's on the Peace River, northern BC, close to the Pacific Ocean. Cattle fit pretty well. He also has his own packing plant, and so he does custom orders and harvest those things. So ideal phenotype is really what fits your environment and what fits your management strategy. This is a clubby calf, but I want you to kind of think a little bit about when we select replacement heifers. What do we select for? What's that? Quite often size, but we always pick the firstborn, which is a good idea because the firstborn is what? Yeah, it's from the cows that took right away last spring. So they come from your good cattle. The other thing, you go into a show ring, and I always tell my students, because they go, oh, the show industry is so separated from commercial industry. But what do they select for? They select for bold, big body, bold spring ribs, deep bodies. Well, what are they selecting for? Volume in. Remember when we were talking about early on about that big reticulum rumen? That's what they're selecting for. And then they also say they'll be the easiest fleshing cows, and they will be because those cows will do what? They'll eat more. If they eat more, they get fatter, and trust me, I know all about that. Okay, that's just the way it is, the capacity. So a lot of things we do is okay, but understand why we're doing it. The last thing I want to leave you with is if you look at any herd, this was a research herd we had at Oregon State University, but I did the same thing for our Northern Ag Research Center in Havre, and the graph looked exactly like this. This is what your cow herd's going to look like. And you go from 2-year-old cows to 4-year-old cows to 6-year-old cows. You know, and once they reach 9, they're going to start dropping a little bit. So which animals are you trying to fit to your environment? I would contend it's those cows. Okay? These are the cows, those 5, 6, 7, 8, 9-year-old cows that you really probably shouldn't have to put a lot of supplemental inputs into. If you're doing things right, they should be doing pretty well. These cows, first calf heifer, 3 would be a second calf heifer, third calf. They're still growing. Okay, and they're also behind the cow herd in terms of condition. So you probably need to kind of pay attention to them. Are these bad cows? 10 and 12-year-old cows? No, and in fact, we did a study, I think Megan and I and Sam, one of our PhD students published a study from Havre that showed that heifers retained from 8-year-old cows and older had the best lifetime productivity of any age group in our cow herd. You sort of think about it, makes sense, doesn't it? Because these cows have done what? If they're still on your ranch, they've proven themselves. They've showed you they fit that environment. So I get a little nervous when I talk to people who go, well, they're 10, they're out of here. I don't care if they're bred or not. It's like, I don't know if I'd necessarily get rid of those cows. I might put them on softer feed, something like that, but something to think about. So I think to wrap things up, reproductive success is most important metric for efficiency, and you're going to hear more about that. I think efficiency is environmental fitness. And so step out of the box, look at this from perhaps different perspectives about what's the best cattle for your environment. And I don't know what the score is, but go Cats. I think we got a football game right now. Well, 21-0 Bobcats. All right, thank you.
Grizz are losing.
The halftime report.
It's not halftime yet.
Oh, no.
You want your intro? Oh, it's up to you. You want to do your up?
Yeah. Seeing as Tim took like 5 minutes of my talk.
No, Sam took.
You gotta stay by the board.
Oh, I have to say, oh, sorry. I'm a walker. I'm a walker and a shaker and. Okay. Oh, I'll say, well, we did talk about if we didn't have anything like technology wise here, we'd end up doing everything in interpretive dance. So I was working on my moves. Didn't work. Yes. Yes. I'm Megan Van Emmen. I'm the other extension beef cattle specialist with MSU, located out at Fort Keogh in Miles City. And so we're going to talk a little bit about reproductive efficiency of the female today. And like I said, Tim took a little bit of my stuff, but I suppose we'll move on. But right, the first thing we can talk about it's not even necessarily from the reproductive side of the female, but what are the ultimate goals of your ranch, right? We want a bred cow, we want a healthy calf on the ground, maintaining that yearly calving interval. What is the goals? Are we raising bull calves for a bull sale? Are we strictly hoping for those replacement heifers? Or are we going directly to a feedlot and hoping for some of those steers? We all have different goals, and we have to match our replacements based on those goals. And so I think that's one of the things that's very unique to at least the beef industry specifically, is we have all these different opportunities to have different sets of cattle, because it's not a one size fits all, right? Just because it's good for me doesn't mean it's good for you, what I'm selecting for. But at the end of the day, right, we want heifers and cows that are going to work on our operation and in our management system. So having cows that fit your environment, the environment in Miles City is definitely a lot different than the environment here in Great Falls or down in the Bitterroot Valley or anything like that. So it's finding those cows that are going to work within that management system and keeping those cows around for that number of years as they're getting bred every year in that, hopefully that first breeding season. So this was my initial foray into Chat GPT. If you don't know what that is I told it to create an image.
And on the left, when we're looking at our heifer replacements, I told it to give me create an image of the most productive heifer. Well, wrong way. Hang on, there we go. So first off, appears she only has 2 quarters to an udder, but we'll give it a little leeway on that. But right, is this heifer something that really to me looks like a bull and they just threw a heifer udder on it? But is she going to fit your environment? Is this what we're hoping to get? Or if we're looking at it, and I told it to just create the best looking heifer out there, and it was something about this majestic heifer standing on this pasture and all these things. But once again, pretty beefy heifer. But honestly, looking at some of those show heifers, pretty darn similar. So what I kind of found it a little funny. I'm sorry to any of the Angus breeders, but neither of them are really black. So I thought it was kind of funny that this is what ChatGPT came up with. But looking at that phenotypic selection, is that part of our story that we're looking at, right? Because a lot of times we don't have genotypic type information for our replacement heifers, unless we are in that seed stock industry. It's becoming a little bit more prominent in the industry now, having that heifer genetic data to help us make some of those decisions. But it's only part of the story as well. So it's trying to match that phenotype with the genotype that we want. But at the end of the day, right, it's all about, can that heifer produce in our environment and in our management system and create that great calf for us? And hopefully we're making those selections. But right, those overall have, we want something that's structurally sound, phenotypic selection. We're going to choose the thing that's, walking around really short, squat bodied. I'd consider, we want that nice long body that Tim talked about, very deep bull springer rib. And those are my like 2 livestock judging terms that I know. I don't know many else because I wasn't a judger, but are we choosing what I call like the pretty heifer, right? Because Tim talked about the show ring a little bit. And yes, they are in some terms very offset from our breeding industry, but we do want those heifers that are going to perform for us and they look good. They're going to fit in our environment because we hopefully are going to get a good calf out of them. We want them reproductively sound. That's a little bit easier said than done, right? Because we don't know if she's reproductively sound a lot of times until we get to that first breeding season. So those heifer calves that are probably born early in the season are going to be our #1 selection picks. Are those heifers also still meeting our production goals? If I've met a lot of producers, I shouldn't say a lot of producers, I've met quite a few producers, they keep every heifer replacement they got to see what and they give them time to develop slightly, at least for that 60 days post-weaning to eat before they start really making those initial selection parameters. Because sometimes those heifer calves come off those cows post-weaning, they've been on a pretty rough environment, they probably don't look that great, especially after, let's say, the last 4 years of, Sam talked about those 200-year winners, and we went into about a 5-year drought. Had quite a few reproductive problems this fall with those heifers, but bearing that also in mind, there was a lot of other extenuating circumstances, not necessarily any sort of management decisions. Those heifers were developed during a horrible drought, then all of a sudden they got born, maybe into that drought, or they immediately went into a horrible fly year. So there was a lot of extra stressors. And so keeping accurate records as well is a huge criteria, at least for me. Maybe it's because it's the scientist in me, where we write down everything. We take data on everything. But if you don't know, then how is it that much easier to make that decision? How are you developing those heifers? I'll show you data here in just a second. But right, I'm a ruminant nutritionist as well. Sorry, Sarah, she's our lone reproductive biologist here. But we're all gonna agree that nutrition's the most important, right? Because that's what's gonna help us with our reproductive success. So, right, we have these rules of thumb that everybody kind of, used to agree on, and everybody said, hey, 65% of her mature weight, that's what I need to get her to for her first breeding season. So for that 1,400-pound cow, she needs to be about 900 pounds for that first breeding season. Now, there's been some previous work out there that says, we don't really need 65%, because honestly, that's really growing those heifers pretty quick post-weaning, especially if we're coming off of that heavy range environment. And depending on the year, sometimes it's very easily possible, sometimes it's not. But if we could drop down to that 55%, we're down around that 770 pounds of that 1,400 pound cow. I'd say that's a little bit more feasible for some of our operations, especially when we are not trying to develop them fully in a feedlot system and we need them to go out and be grazers for us after that first breeding season. And I think that is key, right? That at least I'm from the Midwest. That was the thing. You brought your heifers in, you threw them in a dry lot, you fed them a feedlot ration. They got fat until you were ready to breed them again, and then you chucked them out on a pasture in hopes that they would then continue on and keep going as they're grazing. Well, that can be a little bit rough on those heifers because we've just asked them to breed, and then we're going to put them out on a lower plane of nutrition from that feedlot, which can cause some interesting and detrimental impacts on that reproductive efficiency with that if you're AIing or even natural service. So how much should our heifers weigh at the first breeding season? And I think we all kind of have said it, it depends. What does my operation look like? And I think that's one of the key factors is not everybody's operation is the same. And then the other rule of thumb was like, well, okay, that first calving season, right? Because Sam talked about those requirements, those heifers are still growing while we're asking them to be pregnant, they're grazing. And so we're saying, okay, they need to be about 1,200 pounds by the time they hit their first calving season, 85% of their mature weight. So we're trying to push them hard sometimes to get them to those weights. And so they're gaining 1.5 pounds a day every day, plus trying to grow that fetus. And then as Sam pointed out in some of those requirements, they get to their first calving season and things, and we stop having to ask them to grow because we have that lactation requirement. But we immediately need them to start growing as soon as possible to continue on to reach their mature weight. So I think we've developed some of these programs and some of these heifers. We do put a lot of stress on them in that first year of life, which can ultimately impact that reproduction. But at the same time, those that do get pregnant and develop in your system, those are the heifers we want to keep around, right? They're going to get bred in that first 21 days. So I threw on here dry lot versus pasture raised, because that tends to be the big question, at least that I've received, is what's most efficient? What is the best for my operation? And a lot of times we don't have those dry lots to go to, or we have smaller lots and they're just group fed. But is being out on pasture also an option out there? We provide them that extra feed to continue growing. So I'm just going to throw this data up here. So this was some work actually out of George Perry when he was at South Dakota State, where they started looking at heifers in that first 3 weeks post AI and how their nutritional plan or their gain impacted their AI success rates. So in the red is the AI pregnancy rate. The blue is the middle here is their second service, and then the overall breeding season. So they had 3 different management systems. They had the gaining, they continued to gain about 1.5 pounds a day for this system. They had those that were maintaining, which meant they hit their target weight and they can just continue them on at their maintenance requirements. And then they had those that to simulate going from a dry lot backgrounding scenario, development scenario, to strictly out onto pasture as soon as they hit AI. And this was to mimic them losing that body condition and that body weight. So they were about 80% of their requirements. So we can see here based on this, if those heifers can maintain that positive gain, we have a much higher success in pregnancy at 77% to AI versus the maintaining or the losing. So maintaining, it's not necessarily how much you can push them to gain, it's just maintaining that positive plane of nutrition and keeping them positively growing for you to help them with their AI success, right? We got to feed them to breed. Overall, there wasn't a huge difference between that maintaining and losing, but they did do really well on that overall for those that kept gaining throughout that season. So I'm not here to tell you to change, excuse me, to change anything, but it is something to think about is how fast or how hard do we push our heifers during development to get them to where we need them to be for our first breeding season. And so is that out on pasture? Is that in a dry lot? I think those are two totally different scenarios that work in different environments and for different ranches. And one thing I guess nice about having them in a dry lot is, right, you can see them every day and you can continue to make those different selections for the best group for you to continue to move on with for your replacements versus those sometimes out on pasture, right? They get out there, we feed them every day, but we don't have that close eye on them. So, like I said, I'm really big on records. And the big one I always take into account is, Tim talked a lot about it, you know, with that age graph there, and our students always laugh because we tend to sum up their entire work in like one slide, and they get really upset because they spent all like 4 years working on it. But keeping calving records, I don't care how you do it, if it's a piece of paper or anything, this can really help you make those selections for those replacement heifers in the fall as you're coming into weaning. And the main reason is, right, because sometimes we have those cows that are out there that they try to eat your lunch every time you go out and try and look at that calf. And, you know, you might write a nice little word next to her about her temperament. But at the end of the day, she gives you a really good calf. Do you keep that cow or do you sell her down the road? Yeah. And that's the thing, is that's a decision you have to make. I'm one of those, I don't run as fast as I used to and everything, and I don't bounce as well as I used to. So if I got to scramble over a gate, if there's no cow ever worth dying over, even if she's the best cow in your entire herd, if she's going to eat your lunch, it's time to go down the road. But keeping those records for several years and looking back, because as Tim pointed out in his, with that main herd there at that, you know, let's say 5 to 8 years old, those are the ones that have made it in your herd. Their peak production, those are the heifer replacements we really want to focus on and look at and say, can we keep some of those in our management system? Because they're probably going to be the most prolific. And I know that's a hard time to make those decisions, but records at least make sure that it's very subjective, not objective, because I know we all have Bessie also, who's our favorite cow. She weighs 1,800 pounds and produces a 350-pound calf, but she's super nice. And we all want to keep Bessie's calf because she's super nice. But sometimes we have to make those hard decisions. Keeping your breeding records, knowing which bulls go to which heifers, can also help when you're trying to determine your calving position that next year, right? Because you guys have just weaned, everybody's ready to go. We're getting ready towards the winter here. We had quite a few for March calving, but most likely you've already started to make these decisions for next year on how your replacements are going to be bred the following year to make sure you maintain that yearly calving interval, but also maintain your production goals. Because at the end of the day, I'm also a big proponent of when you keep those records, but also as you're selecting those replacements, not all heifers are destined to be replacement heifers. Some are destined to the feedlot, and don't ever disregard that as part of a paycheck either, because sometimes you get them down the road, and that can also help you. Maybe you're going to purchase some different heifers to come into the operation to maybe meet a different goal. Because that's a different question we can answer, and we can get into a whole other talk about, is it cheaper to raise replacements or is it cheaper to buy replacements? And right now I don't want to buy replacements. I don't want to write that check at the end of the day for $3,500 a head either. So so there is some factor in there. This doesn't really take into account a lot of the economics of those selections. But also, like I said, keeping those replacements from those good cows, having those records to be able to make that selection. I threw illness and vaccines, but that's where those records come in. How were those heifers vaccinated? But also how did you have to treat any of those heifers as well as a calf? Because that can also impact your reproductive success. Now I'm going to throw we did a little bit of research at Fort Keogh with George Perry and Tom Carey on some vaccine work and looking at modified live versus killed viruses and our heifer AI pregnancy success rate. And what we found is if you're giving a modified live vaccine within 30 days of AI, we had a lower reproductive success on that AI pregnancy rate than we did for those killed viruses. So the general recommendation is to go longer than 30 days prior to that breeding season for those modified live vaccines. So we, unfortunately, you do all the work and you say, hey, we got all this great work. Well, and then you take it to a vaccine company and they go, we're not spending millions of dollars to revamp our entire program. But it is just something to bear in mind that can also have an impact on your reproductive successes, how soon those vaccines are being provided prior to the breeding season. And then having performance data, that was one of the things I know, like Havre does their RFI program for their replacement heifers. And as Tim kind of indicated, we've had a couple PhD students use all of that data for those heifers and look at different dry matter intakes and RFI throughout their entire life and longevity. And really we're finding that RFI as a heifer doesn't play a huge role as their productivity later on down the road and that longevity in the herd. And so I guess I tend to use RFI maybe more as a tool to see if they're going to fit my environment, or even just raw dry matter intake versus RFI, and how that's going to impact potentially longevity in my herd versus using it as a really hard and fast selection criteria. So it is just something to keep in mind, that we can see a lot of these performance parameters, but really I would focus on what is that growth, what kind of cow did she come out of, and how was that calf production for that cow throughout the years. And I would focus a lot on the cow side of things versus the bull. Sorry, Sarah. But mainly because she is going to hopefully be reflective of her mother and of the grandmother. And so maintaining that selection for those replacement heifers from those cows that have maintained that yearly calving interval in the herd, as well as then that longevity in the herd. Okay, I thought that was it. And I also threw up a red cow because that's the only thing I could find that had a cow-calf pair on it. So, and obviously it's not today, it's in May, but. All right. Oh, yeah, I left it.
All right, I am Sarah McCoskey. I'm an assistant professor of reproductive biology at MSU. Disclaimer, I am trained as a female reproductive biologist. However, over my time at MSU, I've had the opportunity to collaborate with Dr. Tom Geary in Fort Keogh at the USDA Ag Research Station. And he has done quite the job of convincing me that bull fertility is also important in overall herd fertility. And so today I'm going to be speaking to you about the BSE, what it does tell us about the bull fertility, why it's not perfect, and some of the work that's being done to improve how we choose our bulls to breed. So first off, this was a question that I think I asked Tom when I first started getting the spiel of bull fertility. Why do we care about it? Why not just focus on the female side of things? And so most obviously is that our bull can affect genetics at a greater proportion than our cows, right? So bulls can breed far more, produce far more calves each breeding season than our cows can. So bulls can sire anywhere from 30 to 60 calves per year. And also they're going to be staying in the herd for about 4-ish years on average. And so the influence of herd bulls in overall herd fertility is important, because if we lose the fertility of our bull, we don't recognize it, we're getting less calves on the ground. And then also something to consider is 20% of our unselected bulls are subfertile. And so it's important to identify those bulls that are fertile versus those that are subfertile. And so bull fertility certainly does matter when we consider our calf crop. And so this graph here is just showing you the number of calves born per, I guess, cycle, or cycles at calving. And so within the first 21 days, Our high fertility bulls, about 60% of those calves will be born during that first cycle, whereas in our subfertile bulls, we're only seeing about 40%. Then if we go on to the next cycle, about 24% per high fertility and low fertility or subfertile bulls, our calves will be born, and then the last 10% from our high fertile bulls will be born in that last cycle. So this is really just showing you that when we have high fertility bulls, most of our calves will be born in that first part of the cycle because they're being bred earlier in that breeding cycle. Something else to consider when we talk about bull fertility is that we don't select for fertility generally, right? We're selecting for pedigree, conformation, using the EPDs, but really we're not selecting our bulls based on fertility. Fertility is lowly heritable based on what we have information on so far. And so we really can't select necessarily on fertility, but we do have the BSE that can help us with that. And so the BSE is the breeding soundness exam. And this is made up of 4 different components. First is a physical exam, scrotal circumference, sperm motility, and sperm morphology. And so the physical exam includes assessments of vision, smell, the ability of the animal to eat, and then foot structure. These all make sense when we think about these, right? If our bull can't see, he's probably not going to breed very well if he's out in pasture. If he can't smell those pheromones produced by cows when they're in estrus, probably not going to be able to detect those cows that are in heat, right? So again, probably not going to breed very well. If he can't eat, not going to be a great breeder, right? Also foot structure. If he can't mount properly, he's not going to be breeding our cows. The last component of this physical exam would be accessory sex gland assessment. And so accessory sex glands are structures in the male reproductive tract that allows seminal plasma to be produced. This is just a fluid produced that allows sperm to move through both the male tract and the female reproductive tract. And so issues can arise such as vesiculitis, so swelling of those glands, infections in those glands. There can be penile warts or penile adhesions, swelling of the scrotum. So all of these issues that can lead to subfertility in these bulls, we want to assess that before we turn them out with our herds. Another component is scrotal circumference. So there's been a lot of work out there to show that the size of the scrotum relates to fertility in bulls, with the idea that bigger is better. So a larger scrotum means more tissue to produce sperm cells, whereas a smaller scrotum is that smaller sperm producing capacity. We certainly do have standards that have developed over the years. I have them listed in our table here based on bull age, and these are the minimum circumferences that we would expect to see in bulls. And so if they don't pass these minimums, we're really going to be considering, should this bull be breeding in our herd because his testes are not developed properly. He may not be producing that testosterone that we need to have that sex drive. He may not be producing those sperm numbers that we need to fertilize. And so those are the physical characteristics that we're looking at when we think about a bull, but we also need to know, or we know that we need to also assess the sperm cells themselves, right? Those are the cells that are going to be fertilizing those eggs. So when we look at sperm motility, we can either do just a visual assessment under a microscope, or there's technology now where we can actually track the paths of sperm cells. So each squiggly line is a traveled path by an individual sperm cell. And we have a minimum of 30% progressive motility in these ejaculates. This is pretty astonishing when you think about it. They only need to have 30% of those sperm cells moving. It's pretty low, right? And also, I'm highlighting here progressive motility. Has anyone had the opportunity to look at a sperm cell under a microscope before? Yeah, have you seen some that just kind of squiggle? They're just kind of wiggling in place, or they're kind of going around in circles and not really moving straight. What we want to see here is progressive or straight motility, because when we think about what is a sperm cell going to do in the female's tract, it needs to swim from where it's inseminated all the way through the tract to make it to that egg. If it's swimming around in a circle, do we think it's going to get there? No. So we want to see straight linear movement or progressive motility. Interestingly enough, the Canadian BSE has a minimum of 60% progressive motility. So they're far more stringent than we are here. And then lastly, sperm morphology. And so we also have a minimum for morphology, which is 70% normal. So we will accept up to 30% abnormal sperm cells. And I have just a couple of examples of these abnormalities that we might see in any ejaculate. These can happen regularly. These are not uncommon. So we can have a coiled tail where they are literally just the tail coiled up on itself. We can have mid-piece reflexes, abnormal head shapes. This would be cause for concern. All of the DNA from the sperm is in the head. So if there's an abnormal head shape, we assume, we don't know yet, but we assume that there may be issues with that DNA in the head. We can see sperm with double tails. So they literally are a head with two tails, and both tails beat in opposition. So those sperm cells really can't move through the tract very well. And we can also see tapered heads. I have seen ejaculates where the heads are completely snapped off from the tails. And so there's a lot of different damages that can be done. And again, we accept up to 30% abnormal sperm cells. And these animals can still pass the BSE. And so this is kind of what the standard BSE form looks like. It might be a little blurry, but I'm sure several of you, if not all, have seen this before. And it's almost like a checklist. A veterinarian will come out, check these bulls, collect an ejaculate, look at it under the microscope. And this is a pretty good assessment of bull fertility. But the problem is that it's pretty subjective, right? I mean, my idea of 30% might be very different than Megan's idea of 30%. Or, Sam's got this bull, I'm buddies with him. It's a little less than 30% or 30% progressive motility. I feel kind of bad for him. I'll pass him. I'm not doing any favors by doing that, right? And so this is a really subjective measure. And again, it's the best that we have right now, but it's not necessarily the best that we can do for selecting bulls for fertility. Another issue is that it's pass-fail. And so some of our other metrics that we have on bull quality, it's a range of numbers. So you have this range, whereas it's strictly you pass or you don't. And so we may be overlooking or putting these animals that are actually a little subfertile, not really fertile, in the pass category and considering them these very fertile virile bulls, whereas they might be kind of on that lower end of passing and not performing as well in our herd as they should be. And so this kind of binary pass-fail can be problematic sometimes. And so this is an example. I actually stole this from Tom Geary's slides to show, don't tell him. But it's looking at bull fertility within a breeding pasture. And this is a study done where they had 49 cows per pasture, 9 bulls per pasture. So it was about a 1-to-5 bull to cow ratio. And they looked at the top 4 performing bulls in each pasture. And you can see that in 82% of these breeding pastures, 1 bull bred over 40% of those cows. It's pretty amazing, right? Likely due to dominance, and that's fine. But what happens if that dominant bull isn't actually fertile? He's just going around breeding everything on you. That can lead to later calving dates, right? We don't really want that. Lower weaning weights because of those dates pushed back, and then less profit for us. And so these subfertile bulls are problematic, and we certainly do want to identify them. I hope this word boar doesn't scare you. This isn't pigs, but the idea and the concept holds true to cattle as well. What we're looking at here is various ejaculates and the conception rates for those ejaculates in boars. And what we're looking at here is that motility is staying the same, so that motility minimum has been met, but we're seeing lower conception rates early on. And so what this tells me is that yeah, motility is a great measure of fertility, but we're also missing something if motility and morphology are remaining unchanged and our fertility is dipped down low. So we're missing something that's happening in those sperm cells that is leading to subfertility during conception. And so that really points out that we need to have some way to study this, some way to identify these subfertile bulls and not essentially waste our time and money throwing them out in our herds. And so what decides sperm fitness and fertility? These are the questions that we're now asking. And honestly, we don't know yet. That's what some of the work that we're doing with Tom Geary is trying to figure out. We certainly do not have a complete picture yet. I'm underlining the word yet because we do have a couple of ideas on what's doing this. And we're actually also moving towards more objective measures. We don't want to throw in human error. We don't want to throw in our feelings. We don't want to have me saying, Sam's a nice guy, I'll pass his bull, right? We want to have very objective measurements that we can't really mess with. And so we have technologies now such as immunofluorescence, causing cells to fluoresce. I'll show a couple of cool pictures of that. We have different machines where we can actually use almost artificial intelligence to track sperm cells. They have a new technology, I can't remember what it is. And one of the researchers at Iowa, has it. And you use facial recognition software to see every single individual sperm cell that moves through. And it looks at it for any types of defects. It's amazing. And so these are just some of the ideas that we're looking at: motility, velocity, viability, morphology, all of these different assessments of a sperm cell that we can analyze with these technologies. And so the first I want to talk, I already mentioned it briefly, is a CASA, or a computer-assisted semen analysis. And these machines can measure total motility, individual cell motility, the path of motility. This is what the machine looks like. And then again, this is that assessment of motility. So it literally will track individual sperm cells, and you can see them moving across the screen. And it will give you percent motile, progressive motility, ones that are moving rapidly versus slow versus stagnant. And so it also categorizes those motilities. Different path velocities. So again, we really want a high straight line velocity. We want those sperm cells to be swimming straight through the tract as opposed to swimming in circles. Beat frequency, that is the beat frequency of the tail that these technologies can detect. And so we want fast swimming sperm, right? We don't want them hanging out in that tract for too long. They'll start to die. So we want that faster beat frequency. And these machines are amazing, they're great, but they're pretty expensive. And you can't really bring this computer out into the field if you're doing a BSc, right? So great for researchers, great for me, but not great for producers or veterinarians necessarily.
While we're talking about this, can a vet send a sample and get that?
It would have to be some sort of a collaborative effort. Also something to consider is that if it was a, so we're kind of doing a little bit of work on this actually. If it's a fresh sample, there could be some death during shipment or movement. And so it might not give you the most accurate interpretation of what's being ejaculated. Also, if you're going to freeze the sample, the freeze thaw process causes some cell death too. So we're trying to work on the efficiency of maintaining the motility from the straight ejaculate. Yeah, the semen is frozen, but we do get some sperm cell death. And so it might not be giving you an accurate picture of what would happen during natural service, because we would have a little bit higher motility, a little bit higher survival during natural service comparatively. But yes, we're trying to figure out different buffers we can use to keep the sperm cells living long enough to be able to do that kind of transport and do these assessments. Yeah, great question. And so the CASA is pretty expensive. And so they've come up with some cool technologies. This one's called the iSperm. I always get a kick out of that because I think of iPhone. Same exact concept, but it's literally an iPad with a microscope on it. Comes with a little heated tray, and you can literally just collect an ejaculate, put 10 microliters on this, one of these little slides, and assess, again, sperm motility, morphology, movement through the movement on the screen. It does almost the same exact thing as the CASA. The numbers are a little bit different. It's not as accurate, but still a pretty good option for veterinarians that are like out in the field doing these kind of assessments. Yes, yep, yep. This is one of the newest technologies out there for this. It's called the androscope. It's made by a German company, I believe. And it's the same exact concept, except it's this small cube here, and you just slide a slide with semen on it into this slot here, and it gives you the same exact assessment. And so this would be the data. So all of these green squiggly lines are paths that the sperm cells have taken. And again, it's looking at fast motility, so those really hyperactivated sperm cells, slow motility, circummotility, which again, we don't want. Local motility, meaning that it's moving, but it's kind of staying in that same general area. And then those immotile sperm, so those that are maybe dead, maybe just not living yet. Yeah.
So is this supposed to hold it and stand right in there from the bed?
This hooks up to a computer. The eye sperm can be sent remotely if you have internet or a hotspot or something.
That had a laptop with
Mhm.
Wi-Fi.
Yep. Yes. Yeah, it's really neat.
Curious how the, the vet, what they see this result compared to what they've been estimating before, I mean, they say, oh, this looks great.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's been a comparison or a vet that wants to do that. Honestly, if I was a vet, I wouldn't want to do it and say, oh, I was way underestimating or way overestimating. Oops. I don't know that I would want to do that, but I don't think anyone's really looked into that yet.
But as far as these kind of numbers typically coming out, do they match up with what's considered?
Yes. Yep. They've done a lot of work of standardizing this. And then I think not only cattle, I think they have it for horses as well. I think bulls is another one, or not bulls, boars is another one that they have for it for. So we're certainly making advances in these technologies that we can use for this. So something that the Geary Lab is really focusing on is a little bit different than the eye sperm or the androsperm. But this is a flow cytometer, and it's going to be able to allow us to measure functional or assess functional measurements of the sperm. So whereas before when we were looking at the microscope or even with the CASA, the eye sperm, we're only looking at what we can see with our naked eye or what the computer can see. We can't really see the molecular components that are going on within the sperm. And again, back to that graph that I showed you with the boars, yeah, we know morphology and motility are important, but even when those levels or those numbers are stating the same, we still see some ejaculates are subfertile. And so we think that this flow cytometer and these assessments can really give us a better look at the fertility of sperm cells. And so there's been a lot of work with this in developing different assays that can assess viability. So detecting live versus dead sperm, acrosome integrity. The acrosome is a structure on the head of the sperm cell that allows for it to stick to an oocyte after ovulation and allow for fertilization to occur. And so when it lacks integrity or if the acrosome is damaged, it just won't fertilize. And that's not something we can see with the naked eye. And so we can assess it with this machine. Mitochondrial potential. So it's showing us energy potential of those sperm cells. We don't really think that we don't think of energy when we think of sperm, but think of how small a sperm cell is and the distance it needs to swim through the female tract. It needs a lot of energy to be able to do that. And so the more mitochondrial potential, the more energy that sperm has, and we think the more likely it will be to make it to an egg. DNA integrity, we don't want to see sperm cells with DNA damage, and we can assess that. Oxidative radicals, this is the sperm's ability to handle stress. So heat stress, cold stress, things like that. Just generally defective sperm, that's kind of a catch-all. A marker that's involved in oocyte activation, this allows the oocyte to turn into an embryo following fertilization. And then zinc signatures, these are involved in something called capacitation. And capacitation, I like to think of when an ejaculate is first released from the male, it's not fertile yet. It cannot fertilize an egg yet. And that's something that a lot of us don't understand. But there are little proteins on the head of that sperm cell that block it from attaching to cells. And that makes sense, right? When it's swimming through the reproductive tract, we don't want it sticking to the side of the tract. So the proteins allow it to swim through the tract and not stick. but those proteins have to be removed before it can touch the egg. And so that actually happens in the female tract. And so we're actually able to detect if these sperm can capacitate. Can they fertilize an egg? Have they lost those proteins, allowing them to actually stick to the egg? And I have a Christmas sperm for you. I didn't do this on purpose. This is just an assay showing acrosome integrity. So again, remember that acrosome is going to be that portion of the head that allows it to bind to the oocyte. And so we're looking at here is the green stain is where the acrosome is, and it's detecting a protein associated with damage to the acrosome. So this sperm cell has a damaged acrosome, probably won't fertilize. Not only that, the red is detecting cell death. So that is a dead sperm cell with a damaged acrosome. And that's just something we collected from a fresh ejaculate. And so this would be an example of a sperm cell that certainly would not be able to fertilize an egg, and that we want to be able to identify bulls that maybe are producing too many of these dead sperm cells with damaged acrosomes. And so Tom Gary's lab technician, Abigail Zazeski, has come up with an assay and developed this assay for this protocol. Again, reactive oxygen species or oxidative stress, this is just involved in stress. So things again like heat stress, trauma to the testes, all of these things can happen or cause damage to the sperm cell. And we have assays that can detect this oxidative stress and likely mean that the sperm are just not going to be able to fertilize an egg properly. This again is that mitochondrial membrane potential. So again, that energy potential of those sperm cells. And Abby was nice enough to send me some pictures that she had. This is a direct spit out of that flow cytometer. And so what we're looking at here is the further to the right are live cells. And so the population of cells on this side, this is bull 1, and the population of cells right here, bull 2, those are all live sperm cells. Each dot is an individual sperm cell. And so we can see that yes, in a normal ejaculate, we do have dead sperm, that just happens. But a majority of the sperm are live. Something else it's assessing is, again, that membrane potential. So the further up above this line means that it has a higher membrane potential. Below the line means it has low membrane potential. And so this bull, for example, has a lot of live cells with some high membrane potential. So those sperm cells have high energy, but it has a pretty big population of cells that have low energy too. And so that's telling us that those sperm cells may not be able to make it through the tract. So this bull may have difficulty fertilizing those eggs. And this is what those sperm cells look like as they're traveling through the flow cytometer. That's the dye on those tails.
What's the vertical line?
The vertical line, this one, this is just a boundary that we set so we know that these are alive, these are all dead cells. And then again, that sperm capacitation, so losing those proteins, those are associated with the zinc signatures. I'm not going to get too into this, but what it's showing us is that zinc is going to fluoresce in green, and depending on if the cell is alive or dead, it will show a different signature or a different expression pattern on those sperm cells. And so again, this is something that we can use a flow cytometer to detect, and something that certainly has an effect on bull fertility. And so I hope I didn't just really lose you all in the weeds, but I'm going to try to convince you that this does matter, and it is pointing towards working. And so Tom is really a big proponent of trying to develop a bull fertility index. And so using some of these functional measures to identify bulls that are subfertile versus fertile, doing maybe a better job than the BSE. And so again, these are just all different variables that we can measure, and we can again still use that CASA. Maybe we can do some work with IVF. I think that's why he wants to collaborate with me a little bit more. Use me, do some IVF and actually see, can these sperm cells fertilize an egg? Do some field fertility trials. But he has, again, really developed these different components. So these are some potential semen traits. that we think are important for bull fertility. And these are some maybe field fertility data that we think are also important. That, you know, this looks like a very scary equation, but if we have data on some of these traits, maybe we can spit out a bull fertility index and say, yeah, maybe this bull is a little more fertile, even though he looks comparable to bull 2 in terms of motility and morphology. And so last, I just really want to kind of prove that this is moving in the right direction to you. This is a very small project that Tom did. And he reached out to a local producer and asked him to send a couple of different samples of bull semen of varying fertility. Tom did not know, they didn't know who was fertile, subfertile, and so on. And then they took different components of this fertility index. He has not released what ones they are. He's keeping that hush hush. And what they did is they assessed, or they ranked the bulls based on how they performed. So for example, in component 1, the best bull was bull 1, second best was bull 2, third best was bull 6, and so on. So for each of those fertility components that he thinks are valuable, he assessed and then ranked the bulls, gave an overall ranking, and he sent it back to the producer. The producer called him back almost immediately. He was dead on for how, like, based on fertility rankings that he's seeing in the field. So it looks like, yeah, sometimes we think that scientists can get lost in the weeds with this, but we're actually doing meaningful research here. We're actually finding out that there's more to it than just motility and morphology in these bulls. And we're probably doing ourselves a disservice by not investigating it a little bit more. And that's kind of what we're focusing on now. Thank you.
I think this is for the panel. That's for the panel. And I'll take this to whoever questions are right in the middle. Speak directly to the mic, please.
This is for Megan. You were talking about the modified live vaccines, and you said give at least 30 days before AIing. 45 days, 60 days, give me the best day.
Oh, if I'm gonna have to think on the best day. I believe it was right about that 45-day mark, if I remember right. Because basically since we use producer cattle, we kind of were at the mercy of taking our samples based on their breeding schedule. But anything closer than 30 days, we saw a negative impact on reproductive efficiency of those heifers. Anything over 30 days, we did not see any negative impact. So we were kind of, it's a yes or no, did they get bred for AI or not? So as long as you can do it probably between that 30 and 45 day window would probably be your best option.
Thank you.
I'll take a privilege. I'll ask a question and then you've got it. Has your research looked at effects of drought and breeding, reproduction, like access to water? Because I can see it in if the bulls are in the shade, they're not doing a job if there's no water. And I think I've had better results this year, but I'm sure you've looked at these trends. Any comments on that?
Like everybody just stared at me. Okay. So a lot of what the research that Tim and Sam and I've been focusing on is a lot of winter supplementation, because that's when we typically look at those cows. However, we do know that during the last, from what, 2020 to 2020, no, it's probably 2019 to 2023, when we were in that severe drought, we saw negative impacts on reproduction, both on the bull side and on the cow side. And that's unfortunately, it's a lack of nutrients. I mean, I think it was more, it wasn't one specific thing, but we are going to see those negative impacts. However, also thinking about that, those cows that bred every year and stayed in that herd during those times of probably negative energy balance and all of those lack of nutrients, those are some good cows. Keep them in the herd. They performed under that stress, and those calves hopefully continued on as well. Otherwise, we haven't looked specifically at drought, but, and then Sarah.
I can talk a little bit about the bull. I've not done the research, but I've read it. And water intake doesn't necessarily, we've not had too close associations with directly affecting sperm production, but the bigger issue would be the cooling process. And so the testes have to be several degrees cooler than body temperature in order to function properly. And so if those bulls are too hot, their testes are also going to be too hot, and that spermatogenesis is just going to stop pretty much. So more of a cooling effect as opposed to maybe a water intake effect.
Well, they stay in the shade, right? Yeah, you're quick.
Okay, this is on the modified live and versus dead and kill virus, say IBR BVD. Correct, like.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
This is about the modified live versus the killed virus vaccinating heifers.
Mhm.
Now I've found that I give the modified live virus to cows when we preg test, and I've had a lower conception rate. So I've been giving it to them as soon as they calve. And the breeding rate's better. So what's the difference there?
So you had lower conception rates.
Giving the IBR BVD
Right.
live, modified live vaccine at preg testing.
At preg testing, okay.
Yes. Now my cows have had, my heifers I keep have it at birth. I give them Covishield, modified live. At weaning, I give it again. And then when I bangs vaccinate, I give it again. So they're used to it.
Mm-hmm.
So then when they calve, then I'll give it to them as soon as they calve, and they breed back better.
Okay, so if we think about, like, if you give it to them at calving, you're 60 days prior to your breeding window, the start of your breeding window, so that we wouldn't expect to see a huge detrimental impact. Now, the preg testing one, that's interesting that you had a negative impact.
Even when they're used to it, yeah. My vet claimed that wouldn't happen, but it does. So I've went back to the old way when the cow is open.
Yeah.
A lot better.
Yeah, I'm sure, because we don't have that reproductive process. That is interesting, and I'm not entirely because I'm not an immunologist, so I'm not entirely sure what that process would be, especially a preg test. Why that modified live would be causing a negative impact. So was it a negative impact on the subsequent breeding season?
Well, I think it may be causing abortions.
Oh, okay, I see what you're getting
Possibly.
at. Okay.
You're supposed to give that stuff to cows when they're open. But if you give it enough times, the vets claim that you can give it to them when you preg test and the cow's pregnant.
And it wouldn't, I guess I wouldn't have expected to have an issue at preg test with a modified live, because that fetus is hopefully far enough along at that point that we shouldn't have any of those early term abortions. However, usually high stress time at preg test, right? We've just weaned, or if you're preg testing at weaning, we've kicked those calves off. High stress time, not only in the calves, but the cows. So that could also play a role. And at least we've noticed, I would say more anecdotally, the last few years, a little bit more reaction to some of our vaccines, especially modified lives, and not sure what's causing those. Even some of the vets haven't really had an answer, but sorry, I thought somebody was asking me something. But at preg test, that's interesting that it could be potentially causing abortions, but maybe it's on those late bred cows where those fetuses are still under the, I wouldn't call them early term, but in a more susceptible period, that maybe we could be causing that. But honestly, I'm not sure what would be causing that. Anybody else?
So this is both fertility index question. I was looking on your chart. I didn't see anything on like virility or sexual drive. I'm a bull breeder, and I run pairs and then DNA test the calves, and I group them all at the end of breeding season, the herds. And, and almost always I have one, like your chart showed, 40% of one bull sired it. And really what I notice is its virility and drive of a bull versus like the Ferdinand, right?
Yeah.
And so, and I also notice that it is genetic. There's no question about it because, you know, I've been breeding this for 40 years and I know the bloodlines. And so I didn't see it on the index, but maybe it was there and I just didn't notice.
Yeah, that's definitely something we do want to consider. We're trying to figure out a marker for dominance though. So we know that, you know, if I throw these 4 bulls in, this one's going to be the dominant one. But if I mix it up and put him in with some other group, then he'll be a little bit different. And so we're trying to find an accurate marker for dominance before we can really add it into that equation. But it absolutely is something that needs to be considered because, yeah, just like I showed you, there could be one bull that's breeding everything.
And it isn't always the strongest, toughest, meanest bull in the herd. That's breedable.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that marker, once we figure it out, I think, or once Tom figures it out, I'll put it on him. He'll be golden.
One thing I was going to mention with your bull question, I think it applies to yours as well. There's some companies out there when we start talking about technology, it's not necessarily at the cellular level or anything, but there's a company out right now that produces GPS ear tags with accelerometers in them, which is the same general technology as probably in most of your cell phones. And they're putting those on bulls and looking at behavioral changes in bulls. And to kind of get to your question, bull behavior has been a hard thing to study in the past because it takes you sitting out there and watching that bull and going, well, how many times did he mount? Who did he mount? Is he breeding?
Neighbors too.
Yeah. Is he breeding at night because it's too hot during the day? And if it's at night, it's going to be hard to tell if he's out and doing things. So now these technologies are coming out with the activity sensor can pick up those breeding behaviors throughout the day in a continuous fashion. And I think it's, you know, it's fairly new. Tim and I are just now starting to utilize that technology to see if we can pick up some of these breeding behaviors, these dominancy behaviors, who's the one who's actually going out there and doing the work. But the technology is getting there. And I think we're not very far away to be able to pick up that piece to possibly add into these equations that you're talking about.
Who's got the next question? And I got one in the back.
I'll start here with Sam, but anybody else wants to jump in can jump in on this. Would you talk about feed and forage testing in terms of you got to know what you got before you feed it? People will look at the price. You know, we're a hay producer, and we always make sure we test things and we can, you know, hand off what the test results are. But a lot of guys are buying CRPA because it's cheap. They don't have a test on it and they're feeding it and then they're wondering why it's not working. So would you guys address that, please?
Yeah, and I originally had some of that in my presentation and I realized I had like 25 slides and was gonna go way too long. So I'm glad you brought that up because I meant to kind of briefly touch on that. So when we're looking at, I guess my presentation, I was focusing more on the cow side, but what we really need to look at is what is our forage base or what is our feed base, and is that meeting exactly what we're looking for? And as I mentioned, that stage 2, it's usually when you're turning out on green forages or out on rangelands. That one's a really hard one to deal with because you don't really have access to your cattle a lot of times and things like that. So we're really more focused on the ones where we have actually access to the cows to make these nutritional changes. But in terms of forage changes, I feel like that gets really important as plant starts to senesce. So you start talking about later in the fall as that greenness disappears, you have a lower quality forage. When does that lower quality forage get to the point where you need some supplementation or not? You know, Megan and I have given lots of talks on these. And so to do that, you kind of want to go out throughout your pasture and you kind of want to zigzag across that pasture and take clips of those plants. And then you know, there's a lot of options out there. Most of the time we ship our samples off to a commercial lab. There's several commercial labs out there that are actually pretty quick. One
couple just off the top of my head that we've used is Dairy One, which is in Ithaca, New York, but they're actually have really quick turnarounds. Midwest Laboratories, which I think is that Nebraska? Nebraska, they have quick turnarounds. And believe it or not, I think there's a lab that just opened up in Chinook here that is doing some quick turnarounds on stuff. So those would be the big ones. Some other things on hay, we usually recommend that you stack your hay if it's your hay, that you stack your hay by pasture. So that when you go out and you do your testing, that you can test and get an accurate hay quality for that pasture. If you mix it all up, then you don't know which pasture is which and how to manage when you feed what. And then you just do the hay cores and randomly go through that stack, and then you get a stack average. And that's pretty important stuff. The main things that I look for is crude protein, a fiber level, so your NDF or ADF, because those are relate to how much that animal can eat and how digestible it is. And then I also look at just general energy level of those forages and making sure that they meet. The last thing I would throw out, and I'm sure Megan would echo this, depending on what kind of field it is or what kind of forage base that you are testing. So I'd say like your annual crops, forage barleys or triticale or any of your annuals that you may crop and put up as a grain hay. On top of your general forage analysis, I'd probably also recommend, depending on the year, to do a nitrate test on that. Those annuals are known to be nitrate accumulators, especially if there's some kind of drought or any kind of stress to those plants prior to putting them down. And nitrate's actually really stable in the plant. And so just because you cut it down doesn't, once it's cut, that's what's there. So I would recommend, checking those things out, especially if you're talking about a crop that's very susceptible to that. And then, Montana State has a nitrate monk guide that you can look up. The one thing I'd throw out about nitrates, if you do run into this situation, it's kind of a pain in the butt. Our forage specialist has worked with a lot of forage labs, and they just don't want to do this, but there's 2 different units that you can get back in a nitrate test. And they are not the same unit, so they have very different ranges, if you will, of toxicity. And so you want to make sure that when you get your test back and you pull up the Mont guide and you look at what levels of nitrates are appropriate for feeding, that you're looking at the right column. We have had experiences in the past where somebody had got it back in one unit and looked at it on another unit, thought it was totally safe, and tipped over cows in the process. So you want to make sure that you're talking apples to apples as you compare those. And then, just making sure that you're meeting your general needs. I like testing my forage hay, especially just so that you know what's highest quality, what's lowest quality, so you can feed your lower quality earlier in the season, saving that higher stuff for a little bit later when you're getting closer to that pre-calving period. Things like that.
One last question and we'll stay on track here.
Hi. Is this on? Yeah, I'm Dr. Heidi Hildahl. I'm the animal disease traceability veterinarian for the Montana Department of Livestock. But my prior life, I was the extension livestock veterinarian for the University of Arkansas. So we fielded a lot of questions. I'm circling back to the vaccine question, and you were right dead on about the stress component about that. Just wanted to caution about whenever you're giving vaccines to animals, just like when we get a flu vaccine or when we got our COVID vaccines, we noticed there was a lot of variability from individual to individual on how we reacted to it. Some of us had terribly sore arms, some of us got really sick. Animals are the exact same way. And also, but from a business standpoint, giving vaccines to an animal that's in a high stress state, like think of weaning time, like when they're still stressed out from weaning, when they're stressed out from birth. Not only could that heighten potential reactions, but at the very least, you might be wasting your money with that vaccine because it won't be as effective. It won't be as effective as causing an immune response in the face of actual disease. So I just want to caution to try as much as you can. We understand that, if it's situations and you have to vaccinate during stress situations, but the more stress to the animal, the less effective that vaccine is actually going to be. So you might get better bang for your buck to time it to vaccinate well ahead, at least 3 weeks before weaning. Definitely want to wait quite a bit before, after you give the vaccine to test the sperm of bulls, because that's going to have some effect on their motility as well. And sometimes up to an entire 30 days. So definitely the 45-day point is awesome. So you guys did a great job.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to give this to Amy to wrap it up. I'd like to ask the panel, do you have like business cards or contact information for us so we can call you all winter? Okay, I'm going to give it to Amy, and then when the panel's done, we'll have to take a 5-minute break and get the next last panel.
Okay, so I'm going to cut into the 5 minutes just a little bit. Everybody kind of touched on the maternal milk, and as a registered breeder, as a seed stock producer, I'm watching, in the Angus breed at least, these maternal milks crossing 30 and going on through the roof, and that doesn't seem to work here in our environment here in Montana. We like to see something more in that 15 to 25 range, and that's really being discounted, particularly if you go to the test stations and you're selling through the test station sales and whatnot. They want to see that 30. We're seeing 40s. I saw a 60 this year, and everybody's all excited about that. But we're not really looking at how that impacts the ability of the cow to get through lactation, breed back, and so forth. So I'm going to ask you to comment on that, please.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. That's why Sam and I both brought up the milk requirements, and you're right. A lot of you probably don't know we started in 2018 MSU Angus program, and our entire beef research herd, hopefully in a couple of years, about 250 females will be registered Angus, and but what we treat them just like commercial cows. So they're at least a 10-month grass. In other words, we don't feed hay a lot. The last 3 years we haven't fed any hay. We still supplement them, but we do exactly what you're talking about. We try not to select any bulls over plus 25, recognizing that we're going to run into problems with too much milk and things like that.
What are the EPDs right now that seem to be working?
Well, I
know it's an Angus herd.
Yeah, I'd be happy to send you our specs. We want moderate frame. Feet and legs are really important. We're doing a lot of pap work and feet and leg work. Heifer pregnancy, EPDs, pretty good. Scrotal, I think a lot of things you've heard us talk about today, become important to that. Yeah. All this big cattle production. If you start selecting on traits like that, you got to feed for that level of production. And one way to look at this is, milk's going to be probably roughly about 3.5% protein and maybe about fat. And so if you increase that production, you go to a plus 60, you have to feed for that. You have to meet those protein and energy needs. That's tough with the way most of our numbers.
And there's one last thing for everyone to kind of sum up. We often don't think of the extension specialists and the MSU when we have an issue on our farms and our ranches. What is the best way for us to get in contact with you folks and get our questions answered, and how can you help us on a day-to-day basis?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and get started. So you can get right on Montana State website and just put in the search beef extension specialist or beef extension, and I would imagine there's a page that for both Megan and I that are there that has both of our contact information. If a forage questions your problem, you put forage extension specialist. I know you guys had Marcia here. She's an extension specialist. So really it just takes, I think, going to the website and just doing a search for what you're looking for. There's an extension website that has all of those people listed. And so I think it just takes getting on there and going. Believe it or not, I've gotten a lot of phone calls that were forwarded to me just from calling the extension office on campus. And so, you know, worst case scenario, if you're not sure who you want to talk to, you just have a question, they can be the first step to direct you where you need to be. And to be honest, if it's not quite right, like I've gotten questions that are outside my field, but I usually know who to direct them to. So just getting on the website or just calling Montana State Extension is really, really good.
So if we've got a question or a rec or just say attaboy, attagirl. Yeah, no, you can also contact your local extension agents as well, and they can definitely get us in contact with you. Or you and, you know, provide our contact information as well. I did not bring any cards today. They were in my backpack and I totally forgot to grab them. I'm sorry, but my contact info is on my slides. I figured just Google it. But yeah, do something like that. Email, my cell phone is available and everything, because I have a lot of producers that text me things. They'll text me a picture of feed tags, stuff like that, and just want me to look at them and say, yes, this should work, or no, this, you know, maybe think about adding a little extra here or there. So definitely open to that. I mean, a little context in a text message or a phone call. I don't know if everybody uses text message, but email and everything. But yeah, we're definitely open and available or we'll find the person that can help you.
I'd like to thank Amy for getting a fantastic.
I want to thank these 4 people. They really stepped up and they were very enthusiastic about coming and talking to this group. And gave me lots of ideas of how we could put the symposium together. So I really truly appreciate everything you guys did. Thank you.
That's in the house, right? We'll take a 5-minute break and you'll have the podium, sir, and you can introduce your team.
Catch boy over here. Hey, there's an old wife still feed. That is a cow or is he more mineral salt?
Yeah, it's coming through these speakers over here. I can hear that. Okay, got you. All right, we'll get started here. I know we're transitioning. Some folks are heading out. That's probably good. They'll probably be glad they did head out, not maybe be here for the presentation. I'm going to give a few. Mike Honeycutt, by the way, Executive Officer, Montana Department of Livestock, actually was reflecting a little bit earlier. I think this is my 8th Montana Cattlemen's Day. My 9th anniversary in this job comes up in February. I would probably say that time flies when you enjoy what you do. I'm not going to say time flies when you're having fun, because it's not always fun, but it is always something that's enjoyable to do. A couple of general updates. Well, first I'll introduce who's with me here today. You'll hear from them specifically in a minute, and then we'll try to get through our presentations here so we can get to your to your questions and try to be as respectful of your time as we can. I know you guys run a little bit behind and getting later in the day and you got a business session behind us. So we'll try to be as respectful for that as we can. But with us today, Jay Bodner, the division administrator for the brands division. So you'll be hearing a little bit more specifically from him in a minute. You already heard she asked a question earlier, but with us is Dr. Heidi Hildahl in our animal health department. I do bring regrets from Dr. Tani Shemansky, our state veterinarian. She's in Salt Lake City right now with some other personal obligations, so she was not able to be with us here today. But I think many of you have met Dr. Shemansky before. She's been in the role of state veterinarian now for about 15 months. Dr. Marty Zalewski, who had served about 15 years in that role, left us to go to private industry about a year and a half ago. But Dr. Shemansky had been working as the assistant state veterinarian for well over a decade, so we were good. She had actually left us to go to USDA, but she'd only been gone a couple of months, and we were able to coax her to come back so we'd have that history and institutional knowledge of what's been going on in the animal health area with the department. Just a kind of a brief update as we hit towards year end here. What's the Department of Livestock been up to? What are the big things we've been working on this past year? I'll start on the animal health and food safety side, that division that Dr. Shemansky leads, that Dr. Hildahl works in. On the animal health front, I don't want to steal her thunder because she has some things, but very proud. They've had a pretty busy year between the advent of high-path avian influenza showing up in dairy cattle back in the spring and all of the concerns that has caused and the numerous meetings and trying to figure out what we would do when and if we were to have high-path avian influenza detections within our cattle herd here within the state. We've certainly been dealing with it in our poultry population for about 3 years now. Pretty endemic there and causing a lot of work and with those particular producers. But the advent of it showing up in dairy cattle, not just dairy cattle, but other mammals. We've had grizzly bears that have shown up with high-path avian influenza. We've had household pets show up with avian influenza. So this crossover from avian to mammal has been something that has taken a lot of work for our animal health staff, and certainly Dr. Hildahl will have more information on that. And really, primarily, really concerned. Yes, we're concerned about our dairy industry, but also concerned about what impacts that might have if we see it show up in beef cattle. And what does that mean, and what does it require, and how that might change things about how we operate. We've continually working with brucellosis. Of course, that's always been a longstanding concern here in Montana and managing our designated surveillance area in southeast or southwestern Montana. And so we continue to occasionally find positive animals there and have to deal with that. We're very lucky that the producers in southwest Montana, the vast majority of them voluntarily whole herd test every year. So we're finding 1 or 2 animals here and there, not big, large quarantines like we would have dealt with 15 or 20 years ago. But that continues to be something where we have a lot of focus in our animal health area. In the meat and poultry area under animal health and food safety, there's some good news stories there. And there's also it's been a challenging year on that front as well. But we have added processors during this last year in the state inspected program, both in those that can do the actual mark of inspection and custom exempts. We stand now at about 128 licensed custom exempt facilities in the state of Montana. We're at about 28 state inspected facilities, 14 of which do slaughter. 5 years ago, that number was in the single digits. So we have added quite a few plants that are actually able to slaughter animals, not just doing further processing of product that's already been inspected somewhere else at slaughter. On the federal side, we're not responsible for that, but I do keep track of those numbers. We have 34 federally inspected facilities in Montana, 14 of which slaughter. And again, that number was in the single digits 5 years ago. So the awakening of what could happen to our food supply that happened to the population during COVID, then the additional money that was put in to help processors start and expand. So that access to capital, that access to funding has had some impact here in Montana in the availability of local processing. On the raw side, we have seen about a doubling of the amount of meat processing that we're doing in Montana comparative to pre-COVID numbers. And I was kind of worried 2022, I just thought it's going to be a big coal year because of the drought. And so maybe that's driving the numbers. But even as our cattle herd inventory and our livestock inventory has declined in Montana in the last few years, that processing number has stayed stable and rose. And that's just a state inspected number. The state inspected number has doubled. So we're not state inspected and custom exempt. So the additional federal facilities that we've added on and what they're doing speaks to additional processing capacity. Now, there's certainly lots of room to grow there. I don't think the Packers are shaking in their boots yet over what's happening in Montana and other states around us, but we do know there's still lots of opportunity for growth in local processing of our livestock here in Montana, more value-added production, and being able to keep more of those dollars in the state of Montana versus being shipped out around lots of other places. The other thing I want to mention is on the lab front in animal health. We are building a brand new veterinary diagnostic lab. We thank everybody who helped support us through many, many years to get to that point. It is actually under construction. It looks like a real building on 19th Street in Bozeman right now, just north of Marsh Lab, where our lab had been since the early 1960s. So we, within a year, will be in a new modern biosecurity level 3 facility that's going to allow us to do some great work for years to come for the livestock industry within the state of Montana. But the lab, even in their current state, in the old lab, have been very busy in adding a lot. We continue to do about 100,000 brucellosis tests a year through that lab because of our designated surveillance area and the issues we have with brucellosis. But they have added a number of new services for our producers over the years. The staff there is doing a great job. We added CWD testing a few years ago. We started doing all of Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks samples for their hunter program that they do. So we had that, but we've also now picked up North Dakota, several other states around us. We're now doing the CWD testing for their sampling programs and running those samples. So bringing a little bit of their money into our lab. Recently, I'll get the name wrong, so I'm not going to say it, but one of the tribes in Washington State started a surveillance program for CWD, and we made an arrangement with them that they would do their CWD samples. They would send those to our lab in Bozeman, and that we would run those. So they've been very, very busy, and it makes fall a very busy time because that CWD testing time and the brucellosis testing time overlap. So it keeps them extremely busy. In the brands front, Jay will be up here in a little bit. He'll talk a little bit about what's been going on in the brands area, but it's been a very, very busy couple of years in brands. Even as the inventory has declined, we have seen a lot more animals going through our 13 or now 12 commission companies within the state of Montana. As you know, we have inspection staff at each one of those locations. And so looking at those inspection numbers, they've been very strong through this fall. They obviously were very strong back in 2022 during the time when there was a lot of culling that was going on in the herd in Montana because of weather and economic conditions. But we have still seen a lot of marketing going through our commission companies, which I think is good and supports those businesses and supports keeping those active. We recently hosted a meeting last year of the International Livestock Identification Association, which is all the brands, personnel, livestock law enforcement from across the Western United States, Western Canada, a couple of other countries. And, I was sitting one evening with someone from Nevada when they told me that they only have 2 livestock commission companies in the entire state of Nevada, and we have 12. And so it's good to see people supporting those businesses and to see those numbers, but that means our staff in those locations have been very, very busy. And of course, our livestock law enforcement officers are always busy. Just seems like anymore, lots of issues to deal with out there in the cattle world. Livestock crime is still a thing. I know people want to think cattle rustling and that sort of thing. They think that's a relic of the past, but there are still lots of fraud, lots of livestock crime to be worked on. And so our staff's doing a great job with that. The last thing that I would mention, as far as a yearly update, before I talk a little bit about what's coming up for us with the legislature, is a big issue that I've been hearing a lot about in the last 6 months has been dealing with predator control. And it's not the big ticket item. It's not grizzly bears. It's not hearing a lot of angst about mountain lions and wolves. We know that's what gets a lot of the attention. But coyotes it's still the #1 predation problem in Montana, and it's still something we have to stay focused on. I was in Carter County probably 2 or 3 weeks ago at a joint meeting of their predator control board and their county commission. I was hearing stories from some of their sheep producers there of losing 200 lambs in this last year to coyotes, and just trying to figure out how we're going to deal with that issue. At the same time, the thing that I want you all to be thinking about is we continue around the edges to have the tools we have to deal with that problem taken away from us. We commented on it. There's going to be an EIS here in Montana done, an environmental impact survey done here in Montana in the next year on USDA Wildlife Services. But in Idaho, the challenge was about their coyote work and other work that they do in context of threatened and endangered species like grizzly bears, like wolves, and are the trapping, snaring, hunting, the things they have the ability to work on with coyotes, is that causing an adverse effect on those other species? And that had not been adequately studied. So Idaho put together, the Idaho Wildlife Services from USDA did an environmental impact survey. Their preferred alternative was to do a little bit more mitigation in the areas where threatened and endangered species exist. But because of the push from the cooperators, some of the environmental groups that were part of that, there was an option on the table for people to speak to and choose from that would have not allowed USDA Wildlife Services to do any lethal removal for any purpose of predators within the state of Idaho. They would only be able to practice non-lethal mitigation. Now our aerial hunting program that we do with Wildlife Services, the system of county cattle and sheep petitions that exist here, private landowner work, the private aerial hunting program that we do, those are all tools that we have in the tool bag to deal with the coyote problem. But those tools continue to be attacked and whittled away at piece by piece. Here recently, in the last month or two, you may have seen that FWP actually rolled out some new regulation on coyote trapping and snaring. Coyote trapping and snaring by private landowners has largely been an unregulated type of activity. But in the areas where grizzly bears exist, within those polygons, now landowners are being required, it's no cost, but they are required to get a permit to trap and snare. And I'm sure that in time, groups will push for that to go even further than that not only do you trap and snare, but you have to do certain types of reports. So we're just seeing a lot of that landowner discretion of how to deal with the coyote problem begin to be whittled away through the courts, through other activities. So I just want to point that out, that I'm very well aware, particularly in the eastern 2/3 part of the state, that coyotes is still a major problem, even though it doesn't get the press that other types of species get. And I'm also well aware that we are having to try and hold the line to keep all the tools available that we need to deal with that critical problem and protect livestock producers, or make sure that they just still have the tools and the discretion to deal with those problems locally as they need to deal with them. And so we strongly support that, and we'll continue to work towards that. And you as producers need to make sure your voice is heard in those conversations as well. Before I turn it over to the next speaker, I was just going to real quickly hit on, we do have a legislative session coming up in January. We don't have a very big agenda for the legislature. There are 3 bills that the agency's running. They're all in the Brands area, and they're mostly sort of administrative cleanup or a little bit of trying to loosen up some regulations to deal with how livestock is moving in modern times. And Jay will give you the details on those. On the policy front, though, I am aware that there are a number of bills that will affect livestock during the session, and we'll evaluate and take those as they come. Just to give you an example, I know there's an effort to want to add black bears to the list for Livestock Loss Board to pay for the losses that come from that predation. I think you guys heard this morning, there's a concept of a Montana cattle committee that's out there. Senator Gillespie left, but I think he's the one running that bill. I know Ken Morris called me about that a few months ago, so I've had some interaction with folks on the committee, but I don't really know a whole lot about it at this point or where everything landed in their conversations. But I know that's going to be a big livestock topic, or particularly a big cattle topic that's going to be coming potentially before the legislature here in the next few months. And we'll see what other types of ideas formulate and shake out from the legislators as they get to town and we understand more about what they're trying to do or what their constituents want them to do. But that's going to be a big push. And then on the budget front, we did get most of our budget requests through the governor. We did not ask for a whole lot into the governor's budget beyond what has been our historical ask. We are converting some funds from federal to state to deal with the fact that the federal government has reduced a lot of the money that's coming to the states to deal with animal disease and animal health. And so we're trying to convert that over to state resources so that we can continue those programs for producers at the same level, particularly the designated surveillance area program on brucellosis, because we do want to keep that voluntary cooperation. We do want to keep that ability to reimburse veterinarians, reimburse producers who are dealing with that. And so we're going to convert some federal funds to state funds. We are asking for additional staffing in the meat and poultry area as we did 2 years ago, so that we are prepared. We've got about 11 really viable candidates in the program right now to add and new places that will need inspection services in the next 2 years. And we need to have the staffing ready. Not that we would hire them if we don't need them, but we need to have the FTEs in the budget so that we're not in a position that someone is ready to start a processing facility. And our answer is, well, we will allow you to start a processing facility when we get an inspector for you. We don't like to do that. We like to have the inspector in place and be able to provide the services as soon as someone has met all the obligations they need to meet to get their grant of inspection from the state program. And we're also asking for some more general fund money for our dairy program. As you know, our number of dairies in the state has significantly decreased over the years. And that is a pay for service inspection program. And we're looking at sizable increases to their inspection fees to be able to keep that program viable. But we are going to attempt to ask for some general funds, some general taxpayer money, because we think that's for public safety. Good, safe, wholesome milk from Montana to drink is for the good of all taxpayers. It just shouldn't be the burden of those who produce that product. So we're going to ask for some more general taxpayer money to go into that program to hopefully offset the need of maybe doing sizable, very sizable fee increases on those producers in the coming years. But those are the major points where, and we're also asking for about $1 million of funding to help us with the move of the lab. We know in the next 2 years when the lab gets done, we're going to have to move all that equipment over. So we need some money to do that. We also are looking at replacing some of our aging equipment. There's no point in opening up a brand new building with 20-year-old machines in it that can't be serviced any longer. So we're asking for some equipment money to make sure that when we do move in that building, we're moving in that building with everything we need. With that, that's all of my presentation. I don't know, Dr. Hildahl, were you going to go next? Or? Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. Well, all questions for the end after the doctor and Jay finish up. We'll just wrap it all up together. You got questions for the team here? We'll just hold them to the end. Thank you.
And they're filming you, so.
That's fine. I'll be just fine doing that. All right, so I'm going to give you an animal health update. I'm from the Animal Health Bureau side, and I'll start with the most controversial one, which is animal disease traceability, because there seems to be a lot of misinformation out there. Just to let you know, historically, animal disease traceability from the USDA was official in 2013, and that was to place official IDs in certain classes of animals in order to trace them in response to disease. Do we have that plugged in? Okay, it went. Okay. So which animals is that? Animals for interstate movement. Okay, so when they leave the state is when they really need to have them in. So sexually intact cattle and bison 18 months of age or older, dairy cattle, animals for exhibition or sporting, and-branded cattle. Animals that are exempt from it is animals in animal disease programs. The brucellosis program is the big one, especially in our state. Of course, tuberculosis is another animal disease surveillance program. Cattle that do not have to have one, so anytime they're going straight to slaughter, they do not have to have. And there are also some exceptions on if they're going to an approved livestock facility and then to slaughter. So those are some of the exceptions. So the only thing is changed in this new rule that came in November 5th of this year is that now all that official ID has to be electronic ID. And the only reason that the USDA only have you ever heard of 900 series electronic IDs? Okay, there's some weird political history behind that too. The USDA only recognizes 840s right now, but there are new technologies that are being developed, and one of them is facial recognition software for cattle. So there's a company really showing up for that. But they proposed this change to the rule in 2013. And it took all the way, 2017. And that's when they published, this is what they intend to do. And why did it take from 2017 to 2024 to get it? And that was because they wanted to make sure they had as much input from producers as possible. And the biggest argument always has been is what information is going to be retained on these. And right now, as far as USDA, all we need is a premise ID and to know what class of animal that is, so we can trace that disease. The whole goal is to know where that animal with disease or animals with risk of disease, where they've been and when they were there. So we can trace who all could have been affected. So that is the main reason. And also, it is also to make sure that if we do have a foreign animal disease that gets it to our country, so think foot and mouth disease, that can start a 72-hour stop on all animal movements. And that's the minimum, 72-hour stop animal movement. This going to electronic ID is to help people get out of that movement stop faster. So after the 72 hours, people that have the paperwork and the records to show that they don't have anything to do with those infected cattle can start movements again. So it's for everyone's benefit. So historical use of, so we do get an allocation. USDA for the last 4 years has been offering no cost electronic IDs. And of course, it's all based on, what their funding is like. And the whole idea was to offset the cost to producers until we could figure out how to get this lower cost and more mainstream for you. Historically, we use about 500,000 tags in the state of Montana. And so when we get those allocations, it's not near enough. So let's give you an example. This last year, last fiscal year, it was only like 170,000. So what do we do with those? So we have to prioritize those, that big piece of pie. Of the RFID tags, we prioritize the markets first because we know that those cattle are going out of state. We prioritize, of course, our brucellosis program, the designated surveillance area program veterinarians, and then all the other veterinary work. So we do work with veterinarians every day. Every single day I'm talking to a veterinarian on how to get them these tags at the lowest cost so that they don't have to transfer a lot of costs to you. And we have to the point where we have begged the USDA, we have begged other states to get more tags for use in our state, and it's worked. We have actually gotten more allocation, a little more allocation from the USDA from that, and also got some tags from another state. So that's all good news.
So when you're saying tags, are we talking buttons?
We're talking the RFID tags. Yes, electronic.
Well, there's RFID tags that are actually tags.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
these are all buttons for the no cost. Yeah, the no cost are all buttons. And so there's another type of tag that you may not be familiar with. I think it's just delayed. Of course, he leaves. I'm going to talk about it. But there's another tag. So I'm sure you're familiar with the different colors of the EID tags. You have your yellows, you have your whites, you have your orange. Okay. So for bangs vaccines, traditionally we were using the orange ones only for bangs vaccines. You can use yellow or white if you need the electronic ID. Other way. There we go. And then there's one more type of electronic ID that you may not know of, and it's blue and lime green. And this is an import tag. An import tag is, so remember the 840 tags, the 840 is the code for the United States. So if we have an animal come from Mexico or Canada, or if you if you import any animals from there, and they lose their ID tag, because they will have to have an electronic ID to get in our country, you cannot replace it with the 840 tag because they're not United States origin animals. So instead, we use an import tag, and it has an IMP on top. In case you ever run into any of these animals, has IMP and always has the US shield. And by the way, any official ID that is recognized by the USDA is going to have this official US shield on it. And so you may wonder what this 964 number is. That's a manufacturer code. So not a country code, a manufacturer code, but we know that they're going to be either for Canada or Mexico if they have those in their ears. And right now we have these tags distributed through our district investigators have them and at the markets, so that if a veterinarian needs these, that we can get them to them as quickly as possible. For some reason, this is being really sneaky. Let's see. I just have to go next slide if you can. So the next one is brucellosis. I'm not going to talk much about that. Since we are right outside the greater Yellowstone area, and we know about the bison. We also know about wild elk can carry brucellosis as well. We could go forward on that. Our program, we do targeted surveillance, wildlife surveillance, and it's the elk that Fish Wildlife Parks does surveillance on that. So it's Wildlife Services with the USDA. And that's just to target getting wild, just randomly selecting in areas elk to test them for brucellosis. And that is the basis for how big our DSA area is and what we monitor. And it can expand. It has expanded for quite a long time. This may not affect some of you if you're further up north, but if you're in the DSA or the surrounding counties that are mandatory vaccination, it may affect you if it expands a little more. And then marketing to cattle free of brucellosis. This is one of the big things about the DSA. Any animals that are cattle in the DSA are required to have a brucellosis test before they leave that area, especially if they're going out of state. And that is because all of the rest of the United States knows that Montana, Wyoming, and Idaho have designated surveillance areas, and anything coming out of there have brucellosis tests. So a lot of times that's going to allow states to accept our cattle and be okay with that. The only thing is there's a caveat to that, because there has been a couple of times where some producers thought, okay, I'm going to call, we always tell you, call the destination state, call them and find out what requirements they have, because there's states to state differences. And some of these states will say, oh no, we don't require a brucellosis test before you come here. But the thing is we do. We require a brucellosis test if your cattle are in the DSA before they can move to another state. So keep that in mind. And again, that's just to keep that. I wonder why this just doesn't want to work. You go to the next slide. And so this is just showing the elk surveillance and the different areas where we provide elk surveillance. And it rotates every year on how they do that. I'm not going to go very deep in that slide to save for time. So we can go to the next slide. And again, these are the brucellosis testing of livestock for the last 4 years. And this is market testing and DSA testing, and where you're seeing crossover between the surveillance and where we're seeing the higher populations. Due to say that they have found, especially with the elk surveillance, that we do know that the bighorns in Wyoming has had some positive animals, positive elk that we know from their radio collars that they have crossed the border. But if you think of where the bighorns are, where they're crossing the border, any guesses on where that would land up, where they could come into? The Crow Reservation. So you can imagine that's another thing that our department has to do when we're dealing with disease surveillance is having good communication with our tribal partners as well. So keeping an eye on that. Go to the next slide. And this is our current disease surveillance area right now. And then all of these counties that are bordering it are mandatory vaccination counties for that. And so these are how many, so 709 herds, seasonal and resident. 5% of Montana cattle herd are in the DSA, by the way, because it's a lot of cattle. And brucellosis tests. The DSA, 88,000, and for the entire state, 96,000. That's pretty average for what we do a year for testing. We go to the next slide. I'm not going to go too deep in that. Are there any people here that have cattle in the DSA? Are any of you have cattle in the mandatory vaccination counties? Then we're not going to talk about that because then we won't talk about this. Let's go on. Because those are our mandatory vaccination counties. So challenges that we have: expanding the geographical area. If we do find more infected, exposed wildlife, so expanding that DSA could be problematic because there's a lot of people that will have to deal with it that haven't had to before. There's limited options in managing. I mean, we've done such a great job with managing brucellosis in the bison herds that we know that it's not really an issue between bison and cattle interaction anymore. It's more of the infected elk. But how can you deal with the infected elk? I mean, we can haze bison back into Yellowstone, but we can't do that with elk. And it's very difficult. And even the surveillance is very difficult because a lot of these areas, if they're wanting to check on the populations, are on private land now. And there's a lot of people that are not in agriculture that do not want anyone capturing elk on their property. And fair enough. I mean, that's their right. So wildlife surveillance could be a little tricky. And then the diagnostic limitations for infected brucellosis cattle is actually a kind of a nightmare for us because there's 3 different tests and there's different levels that you have to decide, okay, this is actually an infected animal. So you'll notice if you ever do get a positive, come back from a slaughter, perhaps slaughter trace come back to you, you're going to find out that it's a lot of testing that we have to do to make sure it's not a true infection. And the reason of that is a lot of the tests for brucellosis have some cross reaction with other bacteria, like bacteria. So they may not have actual Brucella abortus. It could be something else that could be a problem with it. Okay, next slide. And again, this is the trouble with the surveillance. And here's a picture of how we actually do that. I mean, it's going to be surveillance through helicopter and actually getting those elk and testing them and radio collaring them is what they're doing. And then another thing that a lot of people are worried about is there's a lack of confidentiality in capture data. The thing with the Department of Livestock is we are absolutely adamant of privacy of all of our producers. That's one thing you have something to count on with your state, is that we will make sure all of your data, anything we have on our end with any animal ID or anything else, is very confidential and protected. We don't even share that data with other state entities unless it's something that is an extreme circumstance. So just letting you know that it's a little more difficult, especially with the surveillance, because a lot of people, the Fish, Wildlife, and Park and Wildlife Services, with their maps, people are going to know where exactly they're being tested. And a lot of people don't want other people to know that they have infected brucellosis elk on their property. So we're still working on that, convincing people that is worth it to get the elk on your property tested. Next slide. Just go past that. Okay. So voluntary whole herd testing, and that is, the voluntary testing is to find the disease early. We do have a lot of people that do brucellosis testing voluntarily, and it's worth it. It's worth it to catch it ahead of time, because if it becomes something that you send to slaughter and it is positive and comes back, then it's a whole different ball of wax on how that's handled through regulation. All right, moving on from that. And I'm not even going to talk about that. You don't need to know about that. Let's change to brucellosis. Everyone clear on brucellosis? Okay, let's talk about something that's new. That's new to us in the cattle world, and that's high-path avian influenza. Not new to us, because we deal with it all the time. As I told you before, I came here from Arkansas. You better believe, being a poultry state, we have to deal with high-path avian influenza all the time. So what has changed What has changed is this March, this virus flipped in cattle in Texas and California suddenly. And there's a new genotype. So, with viruses, anytime there is a virus detection of HPAI, it gets sent to the national laboratory and they do sequencing to find out what it looks like, what has changed with it, what is different. I mean, we're more familiar, I think you're more familiar with the term H5N1, right? Maybe familiar with that. Okay, so those are how we classify these viruses based on just two proteins that are on the outside of that virus. And the H stands for hemagglutinin, and that's how it attaches to an animal cell to get into it. The second one, the N, is neuraminidase, and that one determines how it gets out of the cell. So that is how we classify those two, by how they do that. Now, there are other factors that come into these different genotypes that can make it either infect different species. It can also make it become more severe with its disease, or flip to other species. And in this case, cattle. Now, dairy cattle, because there's close contact with humans, there's a lot of theories of interactions on how this came to be. The good thing is that this particular B313 dairy cattle, yes, it does infect humans, but as of now, it's mild. It's like mild flu symptoms or sometimes just some conjunctivitis, and they recover pretty well. Now, you may have heard in the news about a teenage girl in Canada that got very, very sick and is fighting for her life with HPAI. That is not the B313. That is a wild bird variant that she has. So keep in mind, even though, we're kind of freaked out about it being in the dairy industry right now, and with dairy, what it does is it drops their milk production. So it drops milk production, and it really, for some reason, this virus loves their udders. And that's why it's so bad being in the dairy industry. And we want to keep it out of the beef industry, obviously. So that's why everyone is on the edge right now. And yesterday, the USDA actually announced an official order that now the entire United States is going to do. There's enough states right now that have this infection, that B313 in cattle, that has become alarming enough to start surveillance. Surveillance is going to be bulk milk testing on all the different farm properties. And they also announced testing of raw milk as well. So just to know where we are to date today, this is the grand total of livestock premises. So these are different dairies that have been affected. California by far is the one getting hit the most. But you notice look, South Dakota, there's a neighbor. Idaho, there's a neighbor. But the difference is California has almost 1,300 dairies in the state of California. Idaho has just shy of 900 dairies in their state. How many dairies do you think we have in the state of Montana? Anyone have a clue? 30. About 37. 37. So we were ahead of this. We've already talked to all of our dairies and asked if they would be okay with doing surveillance of bulk testing, and they were all on board and said, we'll do that. And we said, we know it's coming, let's just prepare for it. So we're prepared. We're actually launching this probably as soon as next week. We're going to start doing that surveillance. And again, we're just really looking for that B313 variant. We definitely still have it in all of our birds.
The teenage girl, they hear rumors that that's a variant that passes.
Well, it is a very unusual variant, and they believe that it's very genetically close to some geese that were in that area that were positive. So this is where wildlife surveillance sometimes crosses over. And we had an outbreak here as well that involved wildlife component with it as well. A bunch of sandhill cranes and a backyard flock right next to it together that we had to deal with. But the current hypothesis, she got it from those geese and that it mutated inside her. The mutation occurred inside her, and that's what made it super infective. So she's patient 0. she's patient zero for that one. So you better bet Canada's keeping a very close eye on that. And let's see, the other thing, so there was another detection in Oregon. And so this one was very alarming for us because it was a backyard. This backyard, she had a lot of ducks in that backyard as well. And the ducks were infected and were dying all over the place. And from the Oregon state animal health officials describing her, she was basically, she had lots of different animals on her property, very organic, very, everything should be outside with fresh air stuff, not really paying as much attention to biosecurity as you should have been. And to the point where the dying ducks were being fed to the pigs. So pig came positive. So when they found out that it was positive for high path avian influenza, you know, they tested the pigs as well. There was only 3 of them. One of them was that they found the virus in all its tissues. So it was a true infection, but it was the wild bird strain. But here's why that's a problem. Influenza A viruses are very interesting in that they can communicate, commingle with other avian influenza A viruses to create a new virus. It's called genetic shift. And pigs are different because they have receptors on their cells that attract avian influenza as well as mammalian influenza. So they are basically super generators of influenza virus to change to something else. That's why whenever it gets into pigs, we get very, very, very edgy. So in an abundance of caution, all of those pigs were euthanized and tested on that farm. So just made sure, did not have time to mutate inside those pigs. So everything was depopulated on that farm just to make sure that didn't get out, because that was a pretty scary situation. Now that hopefully, knock on wood, we have escaped that situation to make an even worse virus. And then this is the last, I believe it's the last thing I'm talking about. This happened the last couple of weeks in Mexico. They have found, how many of you remember the New World screwworm? How bad screwworm was getting into cattle, and you know, we eradicated it out of the United States. We don't ever want it here. So it can affect people too. And of course, you know, think of just it's larvae that they lay eggs into the skin. It gets into the skin. Can you imagine how much it would rip up the hide of cattle? So it's on the border. It's very close. It's only 100 miles from our border in Mexico. So we're keeping a very close eye on that. They are doing everything in their power. And actually the United States is helping them to eradicate it down there. And they're getting very creative, not just with insecticides, but also using biological warfare, using a very small wasp that attacks those larvae and those flies. So, and that's a trick we've used before. You may have heard some fly control lectures from Extension on the predatory wasps, but they're actually being used in real time now to keep this to stay down there. And shouldn't be a problem for us down here. This is going to be a southern problem. If I was still in Arkansas, yes, it's a very, very much be on my radar. And oh, sorry, one last thing. And so this is in the future. If you hear about this from us, we got a grant from the USDA. So NADPREP stands for National Animal Disease Preparation and Response Program. And so what we are planning to do is develop a communication plan. And this all goes around, what if we get a 72-hour stop movement? How are we going to coordinate that? What do we do with the trucks in transit when it's a stop and no animals can't move? The reason for the stop movement is to find out where the disease is and also to stop the spread. And so we did have our first little pilot program just this last week with a small group to discuss some of these issues, and it's going to be like the pilot of how we're going to do this around the state. So our goal is to have multiple small tabletop workshops across the state. That's going to take place mostly over the spring and summer of this year to talk to you and to let you also talk to us and emergency officials, Department of Emergency Services, to figure out a communication plan on what to do for that stop. So how do we communicate a stop movement? Where do we offload abandoned loads of cattle? And we're talking specifically in this exercise, foot and mouth disease, if it gets into our country. And if we suspect it, how do we handle them? How do we contaminate trucks facilities? What other agencies or groups need to be involved? And in this, it was actually someone that spoke up and said, we need to talk to our associations. We need to get you guys involved too. So you better bet we're going to be inviting you to these because we want to hear from you. We want your ideas because we're going to develop this plan together because all of us have a buy-in. Because when dealing with animal disease outbreak, all of us, every single person has to deal with it. And I think with that, I think that's it. Yeah. I tried so hard, Jay.
Well, certainly, I certainly want to be respectful of your time, so I'll keep my, just hit some of the high points, what's happening in the brands division. One of the things Mr. Honeycutt did mention was that we did host the International Livestock Identification Association meeting. And it's been mentioned a couple of times, facial recognition. We did actually have a presenter that talked about facial recognition, showed us a presentation, and it was very interesting. I can tell you that. It's a 3-second video on your cell phone. It's a technology that's useful today. You can do it on the ranch today. The company that did provide that presentation was 406 Bovine. So if you are interested, check out their website. It's some pretty interesting technology. They actually even showed us on just like straight black cattle. Can you tell the difference between them? And the numbers that came out of this statistics were in the high 90%. So it is something that is emerging very quickly in our industry. A couple other things I wanted to touch about on the brands division. We are working on, we had an old brand app. So if you wanted to search somebody's brand or didn't know what a brand was out there, that was kind of old defunct technology. We are developing a new search capability. So that's going to be on our website after the first of the year. So you'd be able to look by major, minor characters, location, county, name, if you wanted a new name. So be watching for that after the first of the year for this new brand search. Mr. Honeycutt also mentioned legislation. So we do have 3 pieces of legislation coming up in this next session. The first one would be allow people to travel on a digital copy of their brand inspection or permit or lifetime horse inspection. So we think that certainly we want to look at that kind of technology as emerging. We were patterning it a bit after what Fish, Wildlife and Parks does with fishing licenses. So if you get stopped, you can show that you have a fishing license on your phone. So it would be similar to that. It would be for transportation purposes only, so not for transfer of ownership, because we still look at those inspection papers as similar to your title on your car. We want the original documentation on that. So that's the first one. Second one is dealing with dead animals and feedlots and the penalty associated with that. So currently on the books, if you run a feedlot and you're feeding somebody's cattle, one of those animals dies, you are required to have that animal inspected by a state inspector. And so not only would we charge you $1 to look at a dead animal, it seems like most people are really not aware that that is on the books, and currently something that doesn't really get covered by our brand department. So we think that there's enough communication that happens among our industry, among trading partners, among feedlots and the people they're feeding for, that simply can be repealed. So we'll repeal that and penalty. And then lastly, there is a legislation on the books that goes back to, I think, at least 1931 that I looked, and maybe go back older than that, where it would require Department of Livestock personnel to stamp quarters of carcasses, so carcasses and their quarters. That, once again, we do hide inspections. We do pre-slaughter inspections on those animals prior to slaughter. So we know that the ownership of those animals, that is, once again, pretty antiquated statute that's on the book. So we'll be repealing that too. Along with it, there'll be a couple of rules that are also attached to that we'll repeal after legislation if we're successful in getting that done. Couple other things that we're looking at, we are using some Google technology to utilize for our brand inspections. So the majority of our brand inspections are still on paper by our local inspectors, and we very much appreciate their efforts and what they do for us in the cattle industry. This technology would allow us to use these brand inspection papers. We feed them through our scanner, and then that automatically inputs that information into our new brands database. It can't quite read brands, so there's still some manual effort that will be attached to this, but certainly there's some searchability capability. So if we were to get into any kind of investigation or a disease or do any kind of thing along that, we could be able to search these brand papers much more easily than actually going through hand by hand looking at hard copies of papers. Couple other things that we're working on, certainly pursuing options for electronic payments of brand inspections in the field. We don't currently have that. You have to write a check or you have to pay cash. We think that, you know, the next generation, not really familiar with writing many checks, so we'd like to try to adopt our business model to be able to meet kind of the needs of the next generation and really convenience for producers today. So looking at pursuing what might be out there today, want to make sure that it would be easy for producers and convenient and still have the same kind of security measures that we need to have in place. And then just lastly, with the brands division, we have 550-ish local brand inspectors out there. We don't have a great way to communicate with them. And so we're looking at some new technology. I wouldn't say new technology that exists today that we would be able to implement with our local brand inspector. So similar to like a texting service, we actually have that service within the department that we communicate with our local veterinarians through the animal health division. We'd utilize that technology then to be able to communicate with our local inspectors. And because we don't really have a great email list of those. And I think there's many local inspectors that probably have no interest in looking at their email to communicate. Hard copy mail is too expensive and too not timely enough. So this is something we'll be implementing or looking at implementing here after the first of the year too. So that's just a quick rundown. Hopefully save a little time for you to get your policy work done, but appreciate everything. And I think we'll all stand for questions.
Thank you, Jay. I'll pass the. I know, Ken, you were the first.
So this electronic database for all bill of sales, it's searchable, correct?
Yeah, so currently the new system we put in is about 15 months old. With using this Google system, yes, all of that documentation, so not only the brand inspection papers, but the associated like bill of sale or any of those kind of paperworks would be searchable too.
So you could basically search a brand and see the locations where those animals are shipped from during the year and where they went, correct?
Yeah, so currently we actually can do that today without really using, if that paperwork is all in the system, we can track those animals through the system that we have currently today, the new system.
So the next part of this question is, why do we need to have these EID tags?
So once again, these are brand papers. They're not individual animals. That's how we would utilize those. I think those two technologies certainly would be compatible if you have any kind of investigation. Might turn it over to one of these, Mr. Honeycutt, or if you wanted to get more into the individual ID part of that discussion.
Take care of this question and I'll line up the next one.
Yeah, and he's absolutely right. And the reason for the EID is individual animal identification. So we can single out the diseased animal and at-risk animals instead of just the entire herd.
I guess what I would say is from an animal health perspective, we advocate for individual ID. The EID is USDA's choice, but we've already been identifying these animals using, you know, metal clips and tags and writing those down and putting them on CBIs. All those animals and the Bangs vaccination tags, all that had already been happening previous to EID. And so I don't want to predispose one choice over another in terms of USDA has decided they're gonna move towards the RFID tag. I will say the need for individual animal ID on certain movements actually helps producers, and this is the animal health argument, from the standpoint of J tracks ownership of animals and groups of animals, not individual animals. And we have, and Mr. Stockton here was on the board when we were dealing with TB several years ago, and we didn't have individual ID. We ended up quarantining and testing 99 herds and over 10,000 cattle in that investigation. Now, I'm not saying that would have been possible, but it would have been really nice if there had been the possibility of you had an individual number. You could get that number back to, I'm going to point him out, Mr. Stockton's place, and then we were able to say, with certainty that was a born-on animal. Well, then all we have to do is test Mr. Stockton, right? And we're done. If he's negative, we're done. We don't have to test anything else. So that's where individual ID comes in. It can limit the scope of those epi investigations. But to your point, we had been doing that with metal clips and tags for a long time. So, but again, not individual ID. We can track groups of animals. So that's why I said that TB investigation, and I'll give a little bit of detail on that because it's important to understand it. What we knew about that when that trace came to us from South Dakota is that a Montana producer had contributed a group of animals. That producer had contributed an animal to a consignment store, right? And they put together different groups to price out the goods, right? So what happened in that is what you knew was there was a Montana animal in there because of the brand, right? But there were multiple Montana brands. So when we still, because the plant, and Mr. Schweitzer's back there, and he knows now operating a meat plant, sometimes now I think hopefully Montana Premium Processing is doing a better job of that. But some of our plants, they get off and they don't have that. They say, we know what we slaughtered on this day, we know where it came from, but we can't tell you which animal turned up positive. So you go back to that group of animals that sold in Belfouche, South Dakota, and you got brands information on it, but you don't have individual ID. So then you got to go run down every single one of those brands. Then what happens is you get back to that ranch and you find out, well, these 6 other ranches, based on Jay's data, has contributed animals to that herd. Well, now we got to go test those 6. Then maybe if we don't find anything to really rule it out, we got to go test more. So that's how you end up testing 99 herds and 10,000 animals and never finding another animal that was TB positive. But we had to go through all that testing to keep our TB free status. And so an individual ID could have limited that scope. But again, to your initial question, we were already individually IDing those animals, and it should have been recorded somewhere on a certificate of veterinary inspection. Now, the problem with the example I just gave is slaughter is an exempted movement. So if it's going across state lines direct to slaughter, they're not, if they don't already currently have individual ID, they're not getting individual ID. But for our sake, from an animal health only perspective, that's why we value individual ID. Brands is very helpful, and it sometimes is the only information we have. But if you have individual ID, the chances are much greater that you can narrow that scope down to one ranch, test it, and be done, and not have to bother and inconvenience all kinds of other folks.
Okay, well, we'll take 2 more questions. Wally, you're next.
And I have 2. Question 1 is this. Have we updated the list of the state and the federal processing plants we can go to on a trip permit instead of a brand inspection? You and I did this list about 8 years ago, Mike, once, and I haven't updated it myself since, but do we have the updated list of where we go on a trip permit instead of a brand inspection for slaughter?
So what we've done with any of the state or custom exempt or federal plants in Montana to make sure that those inspections are done correctly, we did communicate with each one of those plants on what are the state requirements. So basically we were saying that, 1, to make sure that the ownership is correct on those animals that are slaughtered, you either have to get a pre-slaughter inspection, so prior to going to those plants, or you have to do a hide inspection at those plants. So those are the 2 requirements to make sure that ensure that the ownership is correct on those plants. Did I answer your question?
Well, the state statute says the plants that the state allows us to do it on, we can go to those kill plants on a trip permit. They'll be inspected there, or inspect the hides there, instead of going on a brand inspection previously. So do we have an updated list of those places we can go on a trip permit or not for kill plants?
We don't have that on our website that I'm aware of, but we should. And it's a good question. And thanks for bringing it back, Wally. There's not a lot of those plants that have gone through and actually established themselves as a place, because more people will probably be familiar. It works like the market consignment system, right? So when you go to a market, you go to Vaughn, you go to Lewistown Livestock, you go to one of those places, you're going to get inspected at the location. So you can get a permit that's your legal permit heading down the road till you get there. Then an inspector's there to inspect you. And we have a few plants that do that, but not very many actually. And so that's those that are in that designated shipper, I think is the designated shipping point category, is something we can get a list of and put on the website.
I think we had 13, Mike, years ago, when you and I did this. This is like 7 or 8 years ago. We did that list, remember?
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, it was way back, right at the very beginning when I was very
When you
new.
were starting, but there were 13 then, and if we're up to now more than twice as many plans, I just wondered if we have that or not. And if we don't, I wish we'd get it, because it would help a lot.
But I wouldn't imagine there's going to be very many more. Right, there's not going to be very many that have done it.
Slows down our process.
Yeah.
Is that if we have to wait for a brand inspector to come inspect our live animal before we slaughter it, it slows down our process. And so a trip permit for our processing plants would slow us down. We don't want that. We would prefer to have it inspected before it comes to our plant.
So you want a brand inspection and not a trip permit? That's fine. Yeah, it's fine with me. We need to know.
Yeah, the list of those that are designated shipping points, we can get that list.
Question 2.
Oh, is it on our website? Okay, well, I stand corrected. I need to look at our website.
So, yeah, so currently when you look on our website, find a brand inspector, we have a big block on our website. If you look on that, you can look at shipping points on that too. So that would be similar to trip permit that you're talking about.
That's the
So
question. Okay,
So
good.
yes, you can look specifically for that.
Thank you, Jay. Second question, what are we doing with it per capita?
What are we-
Anything, the unpaid per capita for especially horses, et cetera? Are we trying to run that down from the disaster of livestock backing out, or revenue backing out from livestock years ago, to get back to collecting the per capita properly?
Yeah, I would say, well, one, if you look at the cattle numbers, and I know I've stood before you and said that again, our compliance rate on cattle is 95+%. When you look at the inventory numbers that are collected through multiple, and then you look at what numbers we're collecting on. So a couple of years ago, before the big call, we were at over 2 million cattle that we collected per capita on. That's everything 9 months of age and older that people had in inventory on February 1st. So if you compare that to any other number you see on cattle and calves in Montana, it doesn't tell, I will never say we're getting 100%, but it tells me we're getting a very, very high percentage of people paying per capita. As you pointed out, I think our biggest risk is with livestock species like horses, and not because I think people are, Jill was on the board, we talked about this, because people are trying to dodge paying per capita. We just have so many people moving, everybody who moves the state's got a horse trailer behind their truck, and they don't pay per capita in California. They don't pay per capita in Texas. And so we have to do a better education effort. A couple of years ago, we did an effort, and we do need to renew it and do it again, where we looked at, and some of the things Jay's doing with technology is going to really help us to do this faster, is that we've got lots of documentation department that indicates animal ownership. If you get an inspection, you own livestock, right? Maybe if you own a brand, you own livestock, maybe not. There's a lot of folks that don't, but we have lots of records that indicate you are a livestock owner. So what we've got to get better at is being able to take the list from the Department of Revenue, cross-reference that, and if you don't appear on both lists, then we need to be sending you information about per capita and your need to pay it and your obligations as a livestock owner. We did that a few years ago on horses. I think we got 500 new folks into the system just through that process, because a lot of people just said, I didn't know I was supposed to pay this. Now that I know, I'll start paying it. The other thing we do with the Department of Revenue is if someone has ever paid per capita, unless you report to the Department of Livestock that you no longer own livestock, they're going to send you a bill every year. And you're going to get that bill whether you've reported or not. And if you don't pay that bill, you go on a list with Department of Revenue. And there's this thing we call the offset. We get our money if they're planning that individual is going to get any rebate from the state of Montana, we get our cut out of that. So when the governor did his property tax relief rebates here a year or two ago, and a lot of people were applying for those property tax rebates, a lot of those property tax rebates came to the Department of Livestock because they had not paid their per capita bills. So that was a good thing. We collected a lot of money in that year. But those are some things we're doing to try and stay up. But you're right, we do, particularly with horse owners. I'm glad you mentioned that, because that's just a group of people that we have got to educate about their obligations, particularly all the new people coming to Montana, but their obligations as livestock owners in Montana.
Yes, sir. Okay, Mr. Honeycutt. Okay, Mr. Honeycutt. Okay, this predation problem that we're finding with the, okay, I know Ted North, I know Bart, these guys, we're not getting the job done. This stuff is beating us. Two things. One thing, we're doing this with drones and wisdom with our fertigation spreading in the rough country. And expand this. I don't know if they've decided the grasshopper's a predator yet or not, but try to keep your grass together. Okay, with these drones, we have new technology, folks. I know about the detection of like baby grasshoppers. I can pick that up, and or these wolves, coyotes, bear, etc. But this drone thing, I think it's new technology we can put in the forefront because it seems to be working and workable. And back to the ID loser on livestock, I don't know what the range is on these drones with these ID tags and stuff, but we have this new ID tag we've acquired. Great. Let's make use of it. Again, this drone, I don't know what the range is on these tags and a sensor. But yes, maybe that's something else we can add to the benefits of it. Thank you.
And just to make a real point, as he's giving microphone, I have seen a demonstration on drones being used. Oregon Wildlife Services, for example, uses drones a lot. They have not mounted guns on them yet or anything like that, like the military does. But they are flying those drones, and they can tell when cattle are grouped together and how they're behaving through the infrared at night. And they can go and say, there's probably a wolf in there, and they fly down and they find the wolf. And then somebody through a speaker is talking to the wolf, and the wolf runs away. That is, that maybe saves you for that night, but there is some interesting technology out there. Sorry.
You're last, Jules.
I'm last. Okay. Awesome. All right. Well, I think most of us in this room are kind of frustrated by this requirement of having to pay for EID tags. We've lived with the previous requirements, and given that the state of Montana is a brand state, given that if we don't vaccinate for our heifers for brucellosis, we're stupid, right? So we're doing more than the rest of the nation put together. And now we're going to have to pay for EID tags. Back when I was on the board, the Board of Livestock made a letter saying that they were questioning the mandate at that time, 4 or 5 years ago. Would the Board of Livestock be willing to, write our congressional delegations and USDA and tell them if they want us to use EID tags, be sure to give us enough?
Absolutely. I think that's right. And I can tell you that every time that I have talked to a member of our congressional delegation, as we were leading into this was point number one. We knew we were short. We also know, I won't name names to protect the innocent, but there was a veterinarian with USDA APHIS that I work with on Buffalo out of Yellowstone National Park quite a bit. And I happened to find out that he was a member of the task force that worked on this as they were rolling that out in Fort Collins. And at that time, I asked him, I was like, how did you come up with these numbers for the free tags, right? And it basically was just a representation of your cattle inventory and what they think you're shipping out of state. And that's how they came up with it. And as I told him then, and so this is the message I've been sharing is, but we're a high tag use state, because once you change that rule, not just for out of state shipments, But when you changed it to any official program animal, which covers all of our DSA animals, and you covered vaccination, we are a state that uses a lot more of these official IDs than any other state. That's how we got 35,000 orange tags from Iowa. They didn't need them. They're not vaccinating. And they had 35,000 tags sitting around in a warehouse, right? And we were able to scrap those back and get them over to Montana. So yes, we're aware of that. I don't know that, but I think, yes, we should continue, and we have been pressing the point of, if you're going to make this change, right? And we can argue about whether they should make the change or not. But now that this rule is active, you should be putting your money where your mouth is on the transition. And we should be at least getting the number of buttons that we used to get metal clips, right? And be able to distribute those to markets and veterinarians. And so that's been the point that we've been advocating. But Dr. Szymanski wasn't here today. I saw a presentation she made earlier this week. Dr. Rosemary Sipper, who is the Chief Veterinary Medical Officer for the United States, made a comment at your U.S. Animal Health Association meeting earlier this year, where, basically, look, we're covering out-of-state movements. That's what we consider that we're doing, and don't expect more tags to come. Basically, just you got to make that transition happen. I know that there's some who have even put forward, not for me to do, but I see a legislator in the room. I've heard people having ideas of, well, then the state of Montana needs to pay for it. And that needs to be put in the Department of Livestock's budget to be able to go purchase these buttons and then distribute them. And that's certainly a conversation that can take place at the legislature here this next year. So that is what we've been doing. And I can tell you, we've got a new senator. Anytime that I am in a room with those people, able to talk to them, that's number one on my list, is about this tag transition and how this has been mandated. And I don't believe that USDA has been fair in how it's helping not just the agencies, but the producers make this transition. If they want the transition, they need to put their money where their mouth is.
Yeah, well said. And you got the very last word. That's it. We're done.
What we're doing in the interim, though, I mean, when I go to have my heifers vaccinated next month, what's going in their ear?
It's going to be an RFID orange button.
We have them?
It could be yellow or white.
Yellow or white, yeah. But it's going to be,
Where are they coming from?
yeah, the veterinarians have them. Now, the question is, whether we have enough to supply them with free ones, or they have to go to the market and buy them. And then that passes on to you, right? If they have to go buy them, they're probably going to pass that on to you as the customer.
They don't go to market.
Yeah, they got to be, that's official. That's the U.S. requirement for a Bangs vaccine. It's official ID.
So just for they're staying on my place, do they have to have an EID tag?
It's when they move, they have to have the EID tag. When you're vaccinating them, yes, they have to have the EID tag to show that they've been vaccinated for brucellosis. But one of the things that Dr. Szymanski has done to help free up some of our no-cost tags associated with the DSA is, and it was a logical decision, that the heifers coming out of the DSA that are going into feed channels that are not vaccinated, our state requirements is that they have to have the EIDs, but they can still have metal tags. So we're opening up a bunch of the EID tags, RFID tags, to allow by doing the metal tags in these particular animals, because they're staying in the state. Or if they're going in feeding channels, we do have some agreements with Idaho and Wyoming as well, because we do some cross grazing and some things for feeding there, just to help to make sure that we have enough of our buttons.
Now and EID later if they're going to leave the state.
Correct. And if they're getting the Bangs vaccine, they have to have the RFID period. But heifers that are not going into breeding channels, that are not getting the Bangs vaccine, that are going into feeding channels, they do not. They can have a metal tag in our state, at least for now.
That was my question.
All right, perfect. Actually, we couldn't do anything on a better note than that. Everybody else, thanks for taking the time to get here. We're gonna have our business meeting over here in this corner. A couple minutes to your farewell left.
We've got the feedback sheet, fill those out before you leave. All the business meeting with MTA members over here, or of course,